जी जतिन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also now shift our focus to all the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute. As Tamil Nadu remains on high alert in view of Cyclone Dwa, several areas of the states have been waterlogged due to heavy rain. The cyclone has been moving towards the north-northwest direction after causing massive destruction in Sri Lanka and is expected to be centered around southwest of Bay of Bengal by evening as per the IMD. Heavy rain lashed parts of Andhra Pradesh as Cyclone Dwa moved towards northwards, parallel to the eastern coast. Residents have been urged to remain alert as the cyclone inches closer and the low-lying areas are closely monitored as more torrential rain is expected in the coastal areas. A 52-year-old man was shot dead in Delhi's Aya Nagar early this morning. The police had received a call at around 6:25 and a man lying with bullet injuries was found at the spot. A case has been registered while the police and forensic team inspect the spot. Voting is underway across 12 wards in the national capital for MCD by-election. The municipal cooperation by-election marks a first face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress after the February assembly elections and will reveal the mood of the people of Delhi. Leaders gathered in the parliament for an all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of the parliament. The floor leaders of all political parties had been called upon by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju to build consensus and ensure smooth functioning of the winter session set to commence from tomorrow. The official residence and office of Ladakh's Lieutenant Governor has been named and renamed to Lok Niwas. The office of the Lieutenant Governor called it a historic moment symbolizing a commitment to inclusivity. The move has been described as an attempt of getting away from colonial mindset and reaching towards inclusivity. Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the collision of the airplane in Sydney's southwest region. A pilot has died after two light planes collided mid-air this morning in Sydney's southwest. Emergency services were called to Napperfield Airfield in Wedderburn around 11:50 a.m. following reports of a crash. Police were told two light aircraft had collided mid-air before one of the planes crashed into nearby bushland. The body of one of the pilots located nearby and the second was able to land safely and the pilot was uninjured. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau, ATSB, will investigate the cause of the crash. That's the latest breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. On air, on your screen right now are the visuals, the drone footage of the collision that has taken place. Moving on, as a part of India's ongoing relief effort in Sri Lanka, the Indian Air Force has positioned Mi-17 V5 choppers in Colombo to conduct swift humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. Here's a detailed report on that.
As part of India's ongoing relief effort in Sri Lanka, the Indian Air Force has positioned Mi-17 V5 helicopters in Colombo. Swift humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations continues from India in terms of Operation Sagar Bandhu. The helicopters are ready for rapid deployment, enabling the IAF to reach remote and flood-affected areas quickly. In addition, IAF transport aircraft have been earmarked for large-scale evacuation of Indian nationals. Multiple missions are scheduled from Trivandrum and Hindon aiming to bring citizens back home. Alongside evacuation, essential relief material including Bhishma cubes and medical supplies are being airlifted to support affected communities on the ground. The crews are on standby 24/7, ready to execute multiple sorties in a single day if the situation demands.
And moving on to stories that's making international headlines. President Trump proclaims Venezuelan airspace restricted, ordering airlines and traffickers to avoid it following 83 suspects killed in US boat raids in September. Maduro resists with vows of resistance while carriers and troops gather nearby, indicating that ground operations are likely to begin soon. Watch this report for more.
President Trump orders the complete closure of airspace above and around Venezuela. He warns all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers to stay away immediately.
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela. They dumped hundreds of thousands of people into our country from prisons. Nobody knows better than this young lady right here. She's done an incredible job with Tom Homan and all of your people. It's amazing. You know, we have a tight border right now. Nobody comes in. But we had millions of people pouring through. A year ago, we had millions of people pouring through our border. And many of them came from Venezuela, including Tren de Aragua, the gang. And I guess what I'm hearing, Christy, is that's as bad a gang as there is anywhere in the world.
It's the worst. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, they are the worst.
U.S. military carried out strikes killing survivors on a suspected drug boat that had already been attacked. 83 dead total in 21 Venezuelan trafficking boat hits since September. With U.S. strikes, ships, and jets nearby, is this a signal for war with Venezuela?
Que tenga recuerdo. Una fecha perfecta, domingo 23 de noviembre. Fue una jornada brillante, espectacular, hermosa, recibiendo sus premios, los más destacados por este año. Noviembre fue una jornada brillante, espectacular, hermosa. Domingo, recibiendo sus premios, los más destacados por este año, y articulando el movimiento. Presidente obrero, proceso constituyente obrero. Ernesto, tú que eres hijo de un gran dirigente sindical. A Venezuela no la va a detener ninguna guerra psicológica. Los derrotamos en la guerra psicológica y en la guerra económica.
Trump hints ground attacks very soon. Airlines cancel all Venezuela flights. Boat strikes killed 83, escalating peaks after years of tension. Bluff or full invasion? World watches.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ladakh governor's residence, Raj Niwas, has now been officially renamed as Lok Niwas. Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Kavinder Gupta, spoke exclusively to Republic over a range of issues. Listen in.
देखिए, भारत की आज़ादी के बाद बहुत कुछ किया जाना था जो नहीं किया गया। एक मानसिकता, गुलामी की मानसिकता जो हमें दी गई, वो ठीक नहीं थी। आज भी जो हम कहीं स्थानों पर देखते हैं, जो हमलावर यहाँ पर आए थे उनके नामों पर, उनके नाम के आधार पर कई जगह के नाम हैं, कई सड़कों के नाम हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर के मेरा ये मानना है कि पश्चिम में जाकर के तो सूरज भी डूब जाता है। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले समय में भारत सरकार ने काफ़ी इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं। जिस प्रकार से राजपथ का नाम बदल करके कर्तव्य पथ रखना है, ऐसे भी बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ों का नाम बदला है। तो एक सरकार की तरफ से जो आदेश है उसको लद्दाख सरकार ने माना है, शुरुआत की है। मैं अपने आप को हर्षित महसूस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे आशा ही नहीं पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से ये कहा जाता है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल एंड बाय द पीपल, तो उसी आधार पर काम किया जाएगा। तो नाम से भी एक मानसिकता, एक सोच का पता चलता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चय ही हम लोगों के हित के लिए काम करेंगे और लोगों को लगेगा कि ये निवास हमारा है, ना कि यहाँ पर जो काम कर रहे हैं ये हम सब मिलजुल करके लद्दाख की बेहतरी के लिए।
A luxurious car crashed 3 people on a sidewalk in Vasant Kunj, Delhi early this morning, resulting in one immediate fatality and leaving 2 others injured. The crash happened around 2 a.m. near Ambience Mall. Authorities have detained the driver as he attempted to flee the scene. Here's a report on that.
During the wee hours of today, a tragic accident took place near Vasant Kunj, claiming 1 life and leaving 2 others injured. The police and the staff rushed to the spot opposite Delhi's Ambience Mall, heading towards Vasant Vihar after they received the information. On arrival, the officers found a luxurious car in a crashed condition. 3 people, all employees of a restaurant inside Ambience Mall, were lying on the road. The victims were immediately rushed to the hospital. One victim from Chamoli, Uttarakhand was declared dead on arrival, while the other 2 were in treatment.
जो लड़का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है वो हमारे गांव से बिलोंग करता है, देईबाल बेराधार से रहने वाला है। वो यहाँ पे एम्बियंस मॉल में जॉब करता था और रात को 2:30 बजे वो लड़का अपनी ऑफिस से छुट्टी हो गया, निकल रहा होगा घर पे, तो ऑन द स्पॉट में जो गाड़ी थी वो गाड़ी एक्सीडेंट हुई, तो ऑन द स्पॉट बच्चा खत्म हो चुका है। वो बच्चा 23 साल 24 साल का था। ये चीज है, जो गाड़ी थी वो रात को 2:30 बजे 2:30-3 बजे ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। अभी पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है और चल के जो है कि अपना ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है, अभी पता चलेगा जी।
The driver, a resident of Karol Bagh, was apprehended at the scene. Preliminary inquiry indicate the car lost balance due to a diversion, struck a pole where the 3 victims were waiting at an auto stand.
Vasant Kunj area, Ambience Mall. We are at the spot wherein we can see the speeding of the car. My VJ is now showing you as to what has happened, how this incident has taken place. The fact that a luxury car was found in an accidental condition and 3 injured persons aged 23, 35 and 23 years, all employees of a restaurant in Ambience Mall, were found injured, lying injured at the spot. The offending car actually belongs to Abhishek, a friend of alleged Shivam. Now necessary legal action is being taken as per law.
And with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details on the FIR that has been filed by the Delhi police against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in regard with the National Herald case. Also, after the break, getting you details on the shooting that's happened in California that's killed 4 people.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in...
I actually can't stop. The problem is I asked ChatGPT once. ChatGPT said, what do rich people do? Okay?
Yeah, but they asked ChatGPT.
अब rich people क्या करते हैं? What do rich people do? तो उसने बोला 2-3 चीजें करते हैं. They said one is you start serving humanity, which is what a Bill Gates Foundation would do or a Aziz Premji. Second is do something which humanity has never done, which is like probably a colonizing Mars, which probably an Elon Musk might be doing. And there are third type of people who are obsessed with challenges, obsessed with growth, obsessed with opportunities, obsessed with doing something different. And that I think is me. I think I am obsessed with growth, challenges, competition. And that drives me super. Life will go on. I will never retire. I don't think I will ever retire.
I am also never going to retire.
Yeah.
I think we'll continue.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 3 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. It's the eve of the winter session of the Parliament, the last Parliament session of this year, and we are all set for the fireworks set to begin in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha tomorrow. Today, there was an all-party meeting with all parties coming together to discuss a productive agenda for one of the shortest winter sessions, just of 19 days this time around. But will the SIR storm once again prove to be the logjam in the Parliament this season to stop the discussions? I'll bring you all those details in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking Bulletin with the headlines. Government convenes an all-party meeting ahead of the Parliament's winter session. Opposition likely to take up various issues, including the SIR. Opposition all set to rake up key issues, including Delhi blast and SIR on day one of the winter session of Parliament tomorrow. Delhi police files FIR against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. 4 killed, 10 injured in mass shooting during a family gathering at a banquet hall in California's Stockton. 1 killed and 2 injured after speeding car rams into a pedestrian in Delhi's Vasant Kunj. Delhi police has detained the driver. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The centre convened an all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of Parliament that is all set to begin from tomorrow, that is Monday, where the opposition leaders are likely to rake up various issues, including the special intensive revision of electoral rules and the Delhi blast and foreign policy matters. That's what it wants to raise in both houses of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Minister of State Arjun Ram Meghwal represented the government at this all-party meeting. The opposition was represented by Congress leader and Deputy Speaker in the Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, and Pramod Tiwari from the Rajya Sabha, MP and DMK's T.R. Balu. Let's listen into all those reactions coming in from the all-party meeting, which give us a hint of what to expect in the Parliament tomorrow.
आज शीतकालीन सत्र मात्र 19 दिनों के लिए, जिसमें से सिर्फ 15 दिनों के अंदर चर्चा हो सकती है, शायद सबसे छोटा ये शीतकालीन सत्र होगा। और इस शीतकालीन सत्र के आयोजन में देरी भी हुई है और इसीलिए ऐसा लगता है कि सरकार खुद पार्लियामेंट को डिरेल करना चाहती है। हमने सुरक्षा की बात उठाई कि इस शीतकालीन में सुरक्षा से जुड़े हुए अहम मुद्दों पर चर्चा हो। दूसरी है लोकतंत्र की सुरक्षा। जिस प्रकार से भारत के विभिन्न राज्यों से चुनाव आयोग चुनाव से पहले, चुनाव के दौरान, चुनाव के पश्चात जिस प्रकार से राजनीतिक पक्षपात रख रही है, तो क्या भारत में चुनावी प्रक्रिया संवैधानिक रूप से चलेगी? वोटर लिस्ट की सुरक्षा, चुनाव की सुरक्षा पर भी एक चर्चा हो।
जो फ्लोर लीडर्स का मीटिंग में 36 पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एंड 50 लीडर्स पार्टिसिपेटेड। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आश्वासन देता हूं कि विंटर सेशन ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट अच्छी तरह से चलाने के लिए हम इस तरीके से विपक्ष के साथ बातचीत करते रहेंगे। साथ साथ मैं विपक्ष पार्टी नेताओं से भी अनुरोध करूंगा कि पार्लियामेंट को अच्छी तरह से चलाने में सहयोग करें। लोकतंत्र में विशेष करके पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में गतिरोध होता है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ में डिफरेंसेस होते हैं, अपने अपने आइडियोलॉजीज, अपना अपना एजेंडा लेकर के सबको काम करना होता है, तो डिफरेंसेस होगा। डिफरेंसेस के बावजूद भी अगर हम सब ये तय करें कि हाउस डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना चाहिए, जो भी विरोध करना है सदन में बात करके विरोध करना है, सदन को हम किसी तरीके से बंद नहीं करना चाहिए, हाउस प्रोसीडिंग चलना चाहिए। अगर हम सब मिलकर तय करेंगे तो प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगा, लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा और पार्लियामेंट का सम्मान लोगों के नज़र में बनाए रखेंगे। आज मीटिंग क्योंकि बहुत पॉजिटिव नोट में मीटिंग हुई है, मैं फिर से ऑल पार्टी फ्लोर लीडर्स जो आज पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं।
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि चर्चा होगी और विपक्ष के जो दल हैं वो भी कई मुद्दे लेकर आए हैं ना, इसलिए लगता है चर्चा होगी। पिछले बार के बाद और इस बार में परिस्थितियां बदली, उसके बाद बिहार का चुनाव हुआ। बिहार के चुनाव में भी जनता ने अपना कुछ मतदान के करके जो मत सुनाया, उसके बाद परिस्थितियां बदली भी है ना।
तो सरकार SIR पे चर्चा कराने के लिए तैयार है?
नहीं, वो तो BSc में चर्चा करेंगे और चेयर तय करेगी कि चर्चा किस पे करेंगे।
लेकिन सर पिछले कुछ समय से लगातार जिस तरह से इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर के सवाल उठाया गया है, विपक्ष की तरफ से सरकार की नीयत को लेकर के सवाल उठाया गया, सीधे कहा जाता है कि सरकार वोट चोरी कर रही है, क्या कहना है?
इलेक्शन कमीशन मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है। इस समय 12 राज्यों में SIR की प्रक्रिया चल रही है।
Well, those are the big reactions coming in from the all-party meeting. My colleague Harsha joins us live on the phone line with more details, who has been tracking this story. Harsha, the BJP and Arjun Ram Menghwal seem optimistic that perhaps the winter session can see a turnaround in discussions, but the Congress party seems to be raking up the SIR issue quite seriously, and it seems that winter session may be headed towards another logjam. What are you picking up from ground zero from the all-party meeting?
So, Krutat, overall, if we talk about in a nutshell, what was this all-party meeting all about? The all-party meeting, major party like the alliance partners of the the alliance partners of the NDA, they majorly raised the issue of the developments, infrastructure, and the bills which are to be taken up in the parliament. But if we talk about the opposition party leaders from TNC to Congress to RJD to DMK to the parties from Kerala, CPI, CPIM, and IUML, all these parties raised the issue of SIR. So the crux SIR was a main discussion point in this all-party meeting today. In fact, Sanjay Jha from JDU stood up in front of all the leaders of the all-party meeting and clearly gave it left, right, center to the opposition party by stating that there was no impact of what allegations were raised by Rahul Gandhi on SIR in Bihar. In Bihar, people have come out openly in public. They have voted out, and the people have seen the real voting electoral rolls happening in Bihar. That was a response which came out from the JDU to the all opposition party leaders. So this all-party meeting was all about the SIR, and government has not given till now any assurance to the opposition party that whether there will be any discussion on SIR in this 19 days of the parliament, whether any business adjournment will be discussion on the SIR or not. No assurance from the side of government. Government has only spoken for the cooperation from the side of the opposition party leaders to not create ruckus and chaos this time. Back to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the SIR now emerges as a key issue ahead of the winter session of Parliament, which is scheduled to take place from tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And Harsha, my colleague reporting from the Parliament, from that all-party meeting, tells us that SIR was the key topic of discussion from inside. Let's also listen in to some bites and reactions coming in from the leaders who were present in that all-party meeting to give you a mood and flavor on what to expect this winter session. Take a look.
At this point of time, I don't want to make government's position because we called this meeting to listen to the floor leaders of the opposition parties and also from the ruling parties. I don't want to answer at this point of time because in the evening we will have business advisory committees. Although various demands, various points were made, but to reply categorically at this point of time is not wise because we are going to decide some issues in the business advisory committees, and there are other things we have to take permission from the chairman. That is not correct. Within the opposition party, there are many floor leaders who are interested in running the house and also raising the issue. So it is not correct that all the opposition parties are prepared to stall the parliament proceedings by raising SIR issue only. The issue came up, but it is not that they are not interested to run the parliament. नहीं, ये देखिए मैं फिर से बोल रहा हूँ, इसमें देखिए हम पार्लियामेंट शुरू होने से पहले हम गतिरोध को दूसरे तरीके में हम नहीं ले जाना चाहते. मेरा फिर से मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, अपोजिशन पार्टी ने कई मुद्दे रखे हैं, SIR भी उनमें से एक है, लेकिन ये कहना कि SIR को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट चलने नहीं देंगे, ऐसा सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज नहीं कहा है. अगर किसी ने बाहर में स्टेटमेंट दिया है, उसको सामूहिक स्टेटमेंट नहीं मानना चाहिए.
This session is only for 15 days, and out of that 3 days will be assigned for private member day. And in that case only 12 days, and the government has listed 14 bills. So they give priority to only government business, and opposition issues have to be raised on two various rules. Short duration discussion or calling attention, which never the government yields to. For example, the SIR is common to all the political parties, which we want to discuss elaborately. And the allocation for Mandarega scheme is coming down year by year. And as far as our state is concerned, the denying of the metro projects which we asked for, and Samagra Shiksha, the fund which is being accumulating more and more, the government is not giving, saying this reason or that reason. So the opposition ruling parties are being victimized by this government, which we all want to raise on various issues.
But in last session, government did agree for any sort of discussion on the demands raised by...
They only tell, but they don't give opportunities. They want somehow or other to disrupt. When we insist for something and if time is not allotted, we raise our voice, and making use of that, they either bulldoze the bills or adjourn the house and put the blame on the opposition parties.
The entire opposition parties want these SIR issues to be discussed. And if the people of Bihar have concurred with the SIR, what is the harm in having a discussion on that? Sanjay Jha was saying that SIR has been debunked by the people of Bihar. Okay, then you discuss that. And I also quoted the statement of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister saying that if you widen the topic, we will discuss. He said that if you bring in reforms, we will discuss. Okay, let us bring in the electoral reforms. Let us bring the whole lot of issues that are concerning the electoral politics there. Let us widen the topic. We are for that.
Mr. Pitas, one more question. We spoke to CC a few days back. He stated that political parties are intimidating BLOs who are going to give the enumeration forms in each and every houses. In the, they are under the pressure of political parties. That might be the reason for suicide. That's what has come from Election Commission.
The Election Commission is squarely responsible for the blood of the committed suicides. And we feel that they are guilty of it. They have to answer to this nation why these hapless BLOs have committed suicide.
Have there been any assurance in this all-party meeting on the discussion on SIR?
Every time they say they are open and they are considerate. And I also said that, Rajnath ji, power is meaningless if there is no consideration, if there is no compassion.
I request the opposition leaders of TMC, DMK, from Kerala, not to fall in the trap of Congress. The Congress pulled the same thing in Bihar election also. And we have seen people of Bihar have shown the result. They said, if you don't talk about the issues that are related to the common man, instead of that, if we waste time in the parliament, and they've shown the result in Bihar. And I request the opposition parties not to fall in the trap of Congress again and stall the parliament on this issue. If we do that, you'll see the same result in Bengal and Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So I request them not to do it.
One more thing. Recently, Election Commission has extended also the dates of the SIR. But now opposition party is stating that's also one of the strategy of the Election Commission. Now they know that they did wrong documentation. Therefore, extension has come into role. How do you see it?
It is, when the Election Commission listens to the concerns of the parties and take a decision, they say Election Commission has done something wrong. If the Election Commission doesn't listen to the, does something on as per the rule, they say no, they are not listening to us. So you're not allowing the Election Commission to, any leeway here. They listen to your concerns, and after listening to concerns, they might have extended for 7 days extra. So it's a welcome sign, and it will be helpful for the voter per se, so that he will be more comfortable to go through the process of SIR.
We were all unanimously opposing this SIR. We have an experience of Bihar. In the light of that, if we verify the entire thing, there's a very dangerous thing as far as the country is concerned. That's number one. Similarly, myself, representing IUML, I have been participating. We said minorities are oppressed and suppressed in this country. Every day we are getting stories of blood and tears. We have to make an end to that. That kind of a boiling issues also maybe should be discussed. Then PM3 program and our labor code. These two things are another two important things. That also may be discussed.
Did you raise the issue of the BLO suicide in Kerala recently, which was a hot topic, in the entire country, where the Kerala leaders were stating that it was because of the Election Commission, while Election Commission is saying it is because of the intimidation of the political parties, opposition parties in Kerala, that, majorly CPI, CPM, Congress over there, therefore the BLOs are suiciding.
That is I have told generally about the entire thing. In that was my main topic also, SIR. In that way I said, all this kind of irregular kind of things are going on. I have very strongly submitted that.
So that's the latest coming in from the all-party meeting, ladies and gentlemen. All across the board, there is one question, whether the legislature will mend its ways and go back to discussion. While the change in the legislature is expected, on the other hand, there has been a change, significant one in fact, at Raj Bhavans across India, or governors' offices and residences, after the Ministry of Home Affairs released an order saying that all Raj Bhavans will now be renamed and called as Lok Bhavans, as an attempt to remove the colonial vestiges and a mark to the people's rights over the governor's offices and residence, representing a similar change as to how Rajpath became Kartavya Path and how Lok Kalyan Marg became to be from the Racecourse Road. Today, after the West Bengal governor's office was renamed as Raj Bhavan to Lok Bhavan yesterday, today the Lieutenant Governor's office in J&K did the same. Here's the latest coming in from the office of Lieutenant Governor, from Jammu and Kashmir.
In a symbolic move away from the touch of colonialism, the Rajnivas of Ladakh, that is the official residence and the office of the Governor of Ladakh, have been renamed. The move comes as the part of the Home Ministry's order renaming the offices of Governor and Lieutenant Governors of all states and union territories to be named as Lok Nivas and Lok Bhavan, transitioning to a more people-centric approach. Here's what the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Kavinder Gupta, had to say.
भारत की आज़ादी के बाद बहुत कुछ किया जाना था जो नहीं किया गया. एक मानसिकता, गुलामी की मानसिकता जो हमें दी गई, वो ठीक नहीं थी. आज भी जो हम कहीं स्थानों पर देखते हैं, जो हमलावर यहाँ पर आए थे उनके नामों पर, उनके नाम के आधार पर कई जगह के नाम हैं, कई सड़कों के नाम हैं. तो कुल मिलाकर के मेरा ये मानना है कि पश्चिम में जाकर के तो सूरज भी डूब जाता है. तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले समय में भारत सरकार ने काफ़ी इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं. जिस प्रकार से राजपथ का नाम बदल करके कर्तव्य पथ रखना है, ऐसे भी बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ों का नाम बदला है. तो एक सरकार की तरफ से जो आदेश है उसको लद्दाख सरकार ने माना है, शुरुआत की है. मैं अपने आप को हर्षित महसूस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे आशा ही नहीं पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से ये कहा जाता है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल एंड बाय द पीपल, तो उसी आधार पर काम किया जाएगा. तो नाम से भी एक मानसिकता, एक सोच का पता चलता है तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चय ही हम लोगों के हित के लिए काम करेंगे और लोगों को लगेगा कि ये निवास हमारा है, ना कि यहाँ पर जो काम कर रहे हैं ये हम सब मिलजुल करके लद्दाख की बेहतरी के लिए बनाएंगे।
The move is aimed to make the governor's residence symbolically more approachable.
Ladies and gentlemen, something big is about to happen in the South American nation of Venezuela. This odd speculation began after US President Donald Trump yesterday sent out a very cryptic tweet saying that the entire airspace over the country of Venezuela is now locked. Since then, air carrier movements have been deployed around the country and troops have been amassed on its border, hinting at a possible land offensive kind of a situation. Nobody knows what's on Trump's mind, but one thing is clear: Venezuela is the next country that should be on your radar in your international bulletins. Take a look at what's happening.
President Trump orders the complete closure of airspace above and around Venezuela. He warns all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers to stay away immediately.
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela. They dumped hundreds of thousands of people into our country from prisons. Nobody knows better than this young lady right here. She's done an incredible job with Tom Homan and all of your people. It's amazing. You know, we have a tight border right now. Nobody comes in. But we had millions of people pouring through. A year ago, we had millions of people pouring through our border. And many of them came from Venezuela, including Tren de Aragua, the gang. And I guess what I'm hearing, Christy, is that's as bad a gang as there is anywhere in the world.
It's the worst. Absolutely, sure. Absolutely, they are the worst.
U.S. military carried out strikes killing survivors on a suspected drug boat that had already been attacked. 83 dead total in 21 Venezuelan trafficking boat hits since September. With U.S. strikes, ships, and jets nearby, is this a signal for war with Venezuela?
Que tenga recuerdo. Una fecha perfecta, domingo 23 de noviembre. Fue una jornada brillante, espectacular, hermosa, recibiendo sus premios, los más destacados por este año. Noviembre fue una jornada brillante, espectacular, hermosa. Domingo, recibiendo sus premios, los más destacados por este año, y articulando el movimiento. Presidente obrero, proceso constituyente obrero. Ernesto, tú que eres hijo de un gran dirigente sindical. A Venezuela no la va a detener ninguna guerra psicológica. Los derrotamos en la guerra psicológica y en la guerra económica.
Trump hints ground attacks very soon. Airlines cancel all Venezuela flights. Boat strikes killed 83, escalating peaks after years of tension. Bluff or full invasion? World watches.
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that the National Herald case has died down in the national capital, then I have a breaking news update coming in for you. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now filed a new FIR against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. The FIR details include 6 names besides of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. This case was registered on October 3rd. The Enforcement Directorate Headquarters had filed a complaint with the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police, and as an FIR now has been registered and filed against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi by the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing. The BJP now is, as usual, hitting out against the Congress over the controversial National Herald deal case scam. saying that the Congress has made a new company and brought the entire share for just rupees 50 lakhs and that the Gandhis are now facing charges of criminal conspiracy and fraud in the case. That's the statement coming in from the BJP. Meanwhile, the Congress, as usual, has said that the entire case is a fake one intended to trap Sonia and Rahul, and the war of words once again is reignited on the National Herald case. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा दिया गया था, तो जो एसोसिएट जर्नल थे जो चलाते थे इस कंपनी को, जो नेशनल हेराल्ड पब्लिश करती थी, उसको एक नई कंपनी बना कर करके यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के माध्यम से संभवतः उसकी पूरी शेयर को खरीद दिया गया। कितने में? 50 लाख में। तो 90 करोड़ रुपए का लोन बाद में माफ कर दिया गया। तो 50 लाख रुपए में पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल के शेयर जो हैं वो इस नई कंपनी के पास आ गए, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे, मेजॉरिटी शेयर। लेकिन ये जो नई कंपनी लिया जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी का 76% था, वो सारी संपत्ति के भी मालिक बन बैठे जो हजारों करोड़ की है। तो सिर्फ 90 करोड़ के लोन पर 50 लाख रुपया देकर पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल को की शेयर होल्डिंग को अपने नई कंपनी में डाल देना और उसके माध्यम से पूरे देश में जितने भी बिल्डिंग्स थी वो सबके भी मालिकाना हक प्राप्त कर लिया।
So on the eve of the parliament now, the National Herald case once again becomes a headline in the country. In the interim, the opposition is gearing up to bring up the SIR agenda from the parliament. Today, a business advisory committee meeting is also scheduled to be taking place to decide the agenda of the 14 bills that the government is planning. And I'll bring you all those details, ladies and gentlemen, when we come right back after a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan
Please welcome on stage Mr. Saurabh Mukherjee as he presents the Coffee Can Playbook 2026.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very generous introduction. Thank you to Republic Media for inviting me here. I have to confess I'm blown away by the campus, and having seen the grandeur of the campus and the caliber of other speakers in the lineup, I'll try my best to live up to the billing. So we'll discuss coffee can investing, folks, but we'll discuss coffee can investing with a thoda sa flavor, different flavor. The flavor being coffee can for the world, right? Increasingly, as our country becomes richer, wealthier, and as our government liberalizes investing, it's actually very affordable for Indians to go global with coffee can investing. So I'll discuss the whole concept that I created 10 years ago, and then we'll discuss how to do global coffee can, right? India mein baith ke invest in the world at large and make money from the world in its entirety. So let's start by looking at the world, right? What's really interesting when you look at global investing is amongst the big markets in the world, right? Amongst the big markets in the world, there are only two big markets which give you double-digit dollar returns decade after decade, right? Just imagine, pure duniya mein, in the whole world, there are only two big markets which give you double-digit dollar returns decade after decade. And those two markets obviously will be the United States of America first. But remarkably, after the United States of America, it's India, which is the only other market which gives double-digit dollar returns in the last 10 and 20 years, right? Now, the remarkable thing about this is, if you look up there, you'll see other big markets. China, for example, is there. China hasn't given double-digit dollar returns in any of the last three decades. Other than India and America, Taiwan gives double-digit dollar as well, but Taiwan is effectively one company. It's a famous company called TSMC, which makes lots of money. Basically, every phone in this room, folks, every phone in this room, the chip inside the phone comes from TSMC, right? So TSMC effectively, I hope the folks in Taiwan don't mind my saying this, TSMC effectively is part of America. Although geographically it's part of Asia, effectively TSMC is a part of America. And therefore, I go back to my original theme. The world's two largest free market democracies, right? Those are special words, free market democracies. The world's two largest free market democracies are the only markets which give you double-digit dollar return, right? So we'll focus in this presentation on these two markets, right? So since our hosts have been so kind to invite me to discuss coffee can investing, let me do a quick flashback. 10 years ago on the Bombay-Pune highway, I was thinking of a way to simplify investing. And after a few discussions with my colleagues, I realized sitting at Lonavala, that simplest way to think about investing is just two metrics. First metric is return on capital, right? How much money does a business make captured in one metric, return on capital, kam se kam, minimum 15%. And second metric is revenue growth. How fast does a business grow captured in revenue growth, minimum double digits, right? So think of it like this. You want to invest, you want to get the measure of a king, a Raja, right? The height of his palace, the height of his fort is revenue growth. And the depth of the moat, the depth of the protection around the fort is ROC. So if we created these two simple metrics, 15% return on capital, 20% revenue growth, and for 10 years, we back-tested it, so all the way back to 2000, we realized it makes a lot of money. So 2016 is when the first time I published this. 2018 I wrote this book. This book got translated into Gujarati, Marathi, Hindi, and most interestingly, it got published in Thailand and Thai as well. Right? And that was a little difficult to persuade my wife that I have to go to Thailand on a book tour. Right? She didn't give me permission for that. But anyway, it's published across the world now in many different languages. So all the way till 2020, this strategy made money hand over fist. Those bars on the screen that you see is outperformance to the Sensex. Remember, we're not hiring a fund manager for this. This is a simple strategy saying, look at the last 10 years, identify companies with minimum 15% ROCE, minimum 10% revenue growth, load up on those companies, stay invested, and get rich. It's as simple as that, right? So the strategy worked beautifully all the way till COVID. Unfortunately, the onset of COVID broke the strategy. Why did the onset of COVID break the strategy? Because that 1.5 years when COVID happened, very few companies in India grew at 10%, and very few companies in India were able to make money. So COVID broke the strategy, and then I'm going to show you the returns from the strategy year upon year. You can see all the way up to 2021. right? This strategy is making money hand over fist. So between 2017 and 2021, we compounded folks at 25%, right? 25%. That means we tripled our clients' money in 5 years. Then as I was saying, Diwali 21, I realized this is not going to work because courtesy COVID, revenue growth and return on capital got hit. And as we recovered out of COVID, as India recovered from COVID, the strategy didn't work. So for 22, 23, 24, it didn't work. But the good news, and I suspect the reason why I'm standing in front of you is this year, it's back in business, right? Coffee Can is back. Now, part of what I'm going to talk to you about is why is Coffee Can back? And the second part I'm going to talk to you about is, given that it works so well in India, how you can apply it across the world and make a lot of money from the world's best companies and India's best companies, right? So let's focus on the bar right at the end, right? As I'm showing you 2025, you can see Coffee Can is working again. It's beating the market again this year. Question is why? So one very simple insight I learned from living through this is when you have a situation where the entire market gets hammered, as it got during COVID, then when the market recovers, when the economy recovered from COVID, it was very difficult to discern between, say, what is a champion and what is an also-ran, right? गधे और घोड़े में फर्क बोलना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया in 2022. In the post-COVID recovery, 22, 23 especially, even ordinary companies did well because they too were recovering from COVID. So the difference between a champion bank and an ordinary bank wasn't apparent in the first 2 years of the COVID recovery. Then as we've gone far away from COVID, thankfully we're now 3 years from COVID, the difference is becoming apparent again, right? So in our profession, we keep looking at something called earnings growth. So how fast does the Nifty grow profitability? That's the blue bar. As the blue bar soared, look at 2022, look at the blue bar going to 43%. Right? In that sort of environment, nobody needs to do Coffee Can. You can buy any old stock, right? Even a monkey throwing darts would have made money. You don't need to buy champion franchises. But as those exceptional growth rates out of the COVID recovery have ebbed away, as they have faded, the strong franchises are coming through again, right? And you can see this here. So this is India's earnings growth. The immediate post-COVID recovery, you can see in the summer of 2020, summer of 23, right? 25% earnings growth. So immediately after COVID, earnings growth soared in India. As we all emerged from our houses, spent money in shopping malls, on holidays, earnings growth soared. And as the economy has normalized, it's become easier for champion franchises to show that, look, we have far more muscle than the ordinary franchise. Now, the government is seized of the situation. The government has done this year, 2025, the government actually has done an extraordinary range of things to revive earnings growth. So the first measure I'm sure you are all aware of is 1st February 2025, the finance minister cut income taxes, so all the way up to 12 lakhs, there's no income tax. The second measure, which was controversial, but which I supported, was the ban on gambling. Right? The ban on gambling, to our mind, it pushed money back from gambling into real consumption. The third measure was the GST cuts just before Diwali. The fourth measure is the RBI cutting interest rates. The RBI has already cut interest rates by 1%. And a fifth measure, if we have people from the government watching this, I would request you to consider is, I think futures and options trading is costing the country around $12 billion a year. 1 trillion rupees of hard-earned middle-class money is going on F&O trading. I think we need curbs on this so that money, rather than being transferred to foreign investors or being transferred to prop traders, gets spent by the middle class on real things, real consumption, drives the economy. So if there are people in government listening, I would request you to consider looking at F&O and seeing if we can curb the extent of speculative trading that we're getting in the F&O market. But be that as it may, I think the government's delivered a stimulus to the markets, delivered a stimulus to the economy. 1.8% of GDP is the measure of the stimulus. This is the largest stimulus I've seen post-COVID, right? And as this comes through, as the government again revives the economy, we're seeing the CCP companies. The CCP companies are once again pulling ahead of the market, right? Now, the insight I have on this is, my reckoning is the next couple of years, what India will now grapple with is the AI transition, right? In a range of professions, including mine, AI is making itself felt. So not very far away from where I'm speaking are the headquarters of a remarkable company called InfoEdge. We are shareholders of InfoEdge, and InfoEdge publishes some very interesting data. So I asked for the data going back to 2008. Right? InfoEdge publishes data on how many white-collar jobs India creates. And what the white-collar job data from InfoEdge is telling us is something very interesting. What we are learning from the Naukri data, literally their jobs portal is called Naukri, so I'm going to call it the Naukri data. What we're learning from the Naukri data is that till 2020, we were basically doubling white-collar jobs in India every 5 to 6 years. Right? Just think about it. One of the largest economies in the world, we were doubling white-collar jobs in India every 5 to 6 years. The sector leading that doubling was IT. Right? IT is the largest employer in our country, employs 8 million people. IT was doubling jobs every 4 to 5 years. Right? That was India's jobs engine. In a typical year, the IT sector, the tech sector, was hiring 1.5 million people, 1.5 million graduates, right? That engine, that jobs engine has suffered courtesy AI. Post-COVID, we can see in the jobs data or the announcements from the big tech companies, they're simply not doing that sort of hiring. Typically, each person working in a white-collar job creates employment for 5 more people, right? Your cook, your cleaner, your driver, right? The waiter at the restaurant and so on. As the jobs engine, which is fired up by IT, as that has conked off, overall job creation in the economy has conked off, and that's the negative downblast that the government needs to counteract through tax cuts, right? I think we will see more rate cuts from the RBI, and I would submit to you that more tax cuts are also necessary to deal with the disruption of AI on tech jobs, tech being the biggest job creator, right? Now, we are pragmatic people. Our job is to make money. So if AI is leading to job losses in India, the natural response should be, let's figure out a way to make money from AI, right? How do we make money from AI, right? We go to the country where AI originates from, and that is America. So if you look at America's profile in the last 10 years, it's the 180-degree opposite of that jobs data I was showing you. So the blue line is America's share of world profits. Till 2018, till 2017, America accounted for 1/3 of the world's profits, right? For many decades up to 2017, America accounted for 1/3 of the world's profits. And then as all of you in this room started watching YouTube videos and started using Insta and started watching Netflix and started using AI, what happened to that number? America's share of the world's profits went from 1/3 to 43% in the space of a decade, right? America's share of world profits is absolutely blasted through in the last 10 years, right? Everything that the American president is doing, he can afford to do it because his tech companies rule the world, right? They are basically exercising technology muscle. The slides that I'm showing you are on Microsoft Windows. Microsoft earns $120 billion every year selling those licenses to small firms like us. That file that I'm showing you is stored on Microsoft Azure. Microsoft earns another $120 billion selling cloud storage. On that $240 billion of revenue, Microsoft's profit margin is nearly 50%. Microsoft generates $80 billion of cash every year. What do they do with that? They reinvest that. What do they reinvest it in? In AI, in virtual reality, in gaming, in stuff that you and I will need over the next 10 years. Microsoft earnings compound. Microsoft's profits grow not at 5 or 10%. They grow in rupee terms close to 20%. Microsoft alone ends up being bigger than the Indian stock market, and Microsoft compounds twice as fast as the Indian stock market, right? So what I tried to figure out 3 years ago was, how do we in India profit from this, right? How do we profit from the world's greatest compounders? And how do we combine this, the world's greatest compounders, with India's greatest compounders, right? I discussed Microsoft with you, but let's discuss a less well-known company, because the perception in India is there's the Mag 7, Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, but even routine American and European companies are now part of our day-to-day life, right? Every single phone in this room is powered by the company on the top left. The company on the top left, its headcount will be roughly 1/10 of Reliance Industries. Its market cap will be roughly 1/3 more than Reliance Industries. Every single phone in this room, the circuit in your phone, the muscle in your phone comes from ASML. Notionally, it's headquartered in Holland, but effectively it's a company controlled by the American government. If a country stops getting ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, that's the end of the tech industry in that country. So 2 years ago, in the Biden administration, the American government ordered ASML. ASML is headquartered in Holland, but notionally headquartered in Holland. The American State Department decides who gets ASML's machines. ASML controls the world's tech engine, right? Similarly, the flight that I took an Indigo A321 to get here, 12,000 parts on that plane, and anybody who takes flights in India, 12,000 parts on every flight that you take will come from HEICO. Right? HEICO is a small cap company in America. Almost all the replacement parts of most Indian planes come from HEICO, right? So what America has done, what Europe has done, but especially America, they have got a complete hammerlock on not just the mobile phones that we use, they've got a hammerlock on the entire tech ecosystem in our world, and our job is to capitalize on that and make money from it, right? Now, this aspect of making money from American companies, the coffee can global, becomes even more compelling because the correlation between our market and their market is amongst the lowest in the world, right? This is a God-given gift to us. So what, in simple terms, if two markets make a lot of money, and I showed you at the outset, India and America make a lot of money. Both markets make 10-11% dollar returns. But the beautiful thing is, the two markets have very little to do with each other. In the last 30 years, only twice have India and America corrected in unison. Those two occasions were COVID and Lehman Brothers. If you leave aside COVID, Lehman Brothers, the two markets have never fallen together. In simple Hindi or simple English, if you diversify 50-50, your portfolio is more stable, your compounding doesn't suffer. So in cricket jargon, you'll have a Virender Sehwag batting for you and a Rahul Dravid batting for you. Regardless of how the pitch is, your score will be a decent outcome, right? Now, the government has done something very helpful for us. The government has created Gift City in Gujarat, right? I submit to you, you guys will hear Gift City more and more every passing week over the next few years. This city, this small venue in Gujarat, Gift City in Gujarat, for those who haven't been, would be roughly the size of one sector in Noida. Noida has, I think, 160 sectors. The size of one sector in Noida, all of India's important financial transactions to do with the world are gradually going to move to Gift City in Gujarat. Why is that? Because Gift City in Gujarat is giving Indians like us a chance to invest into the rest of the world at low cost and at low tax, right? If you haven't visited Gift City, I would say take a flight to Ahmedabad, go and visit Gift City. The future of a lot of Indian investing will be through Gift City in Gujarat, because what's been built there is remarkable. At record speed, the International Financial Services Authority is building a global financial center. The world's best investors, the world's best reinsurers, the world's best treasury departments are coming there. Already, the 5 of the world's biggest treasuries are doing global treasury investments from Gift City. We have a small office there, but I'm sure you'll hear more about Gift City. Become familiar with that name. It's your route to global investing at low cost and at low tax, right? But coming back to the global coffee can. So what's the global coffee can? The global coffee can is taking companies which are the best in our country, combining them with the best in the world, right? So the flight that I took, the Airbus flight that I took, the phone that I'm using, the phone that you're using, every single chip in this room we've already discussed, ASML, the reinsurer, the world's largest, most powerful reinsurer, Berkshire Hathaway, and then on and on into companies that are an essential part of our lives in India and abroad. And if we are able to do that, if we are able to combine the best that the world has with the best that India has, then the coffee can become stronger. And in doing so, in combining the world with India, we effectively pay tribute to a man who 110 years ago thought of this idea. So in 1916, in Bangla we call him Robi Thakur, in I think Hindi we'll call him Rabindranath Tagore. In 1916, Rabindranath Tagore wrote this book called Ghare Baire. Ghare Baire, I don't think I have to translate for you what that means. He said, combine the best in your house with the best in the world. If you combine the best, you get a powerful combination. It was turned into a super hit movie in the 80s, which is where I took the poster from. But that insight, that embrace the world, combine the best that India has to offer with the best in the world, enrich yourself, make a lot of money in modern India, that I think is the vision I would like to subscribe to. I thank Republic Media again for this opportunity. Thank you, everybody.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues with agents.
I actually can't stop. The problem is I asked ChatGPT once. No. ChatGPT said, what do rich people do? Okay?
But they asked ChatGPT.
अब rich people क्या करते हैं? What do rich people do? तो उसने बोला 2-3 चीजें करते हैं. They said one is you start serving humanity, which is what a Bill Gates Foundation would do or a Aziz Premji. Second is do something which humanity has never done, which is like probably a colonizing Mars, which probably an Elon Musk might be doing. And there are third type of people who are obsessed with challenges, obsessed with growth, obsessed with opportunities, obsessed with doing something different. And that I think is me. I think I'm obsessed with growth, challenges, competition. Yeah. And that drives me super. Life will go on. I will never retire. I don't think I will ever retire.
I am also never going to retire.
Yeah.
I think we'll continue.
Yeah.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And here are the top headlines that we're tracking at 1500 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Government convenes all-party meeting ahead of the Parliament winter session. Opposition likely to rake up various issues, including the SIR. Opposition all set to take up key issues, including the Delhi blast and SIR on day one of the winter session tomorrow. Delhi police files FIR against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. 4 killed, 10 injured in mass shooting during a family gathering at the banquet hall in California's Stockton. 1 killed, 2 injured after speeding luxury car rams into pedestrians in Delhi's Vasant Kunj area. Police detains the driver. All right, thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Tanisha Avasthi, starting this edition with the top breaking news that's coming in. This is from the national capital, where another terror module, we believe, has now been busted, with Delhi Police's special cell now arresting more than 3 suspected terrorists. These suspected terrorists, who were linked to Shehzad Bhatti, a terrorist linked to Pakistan's ISI, have now been taken into custody. All the arrested accused are residents of North India. Specific locations, however, are not known yet. Jatin, my colleague, is joining me on the phone line. Jatin, क्या मोडस ऑपरेंडी था इन 3 लोग का जो अभी गिरफ्तार हुए हैं? किस बेसिस पे इनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, इन तीनों की गिरफ्तारी मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश और पंजाब से की गई है और इनका डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन पाकिस्तान में जो बैठा आतंकी है, जो कि ISI की शह पे अलग अलग कॉन्स्पिरेसी रच रहा है, शहजाद भट्टी, उसके तीनों संपर्क में थे और उसको मदद जो है वो लॉजिस्टिक के तौर पर और भारत में जो अपना अलग से नेटवर्क खड़ा करना है उसके लिए साफ तौर पर कर रहे थे। लेकिन स्पेशल सेल, जो कि हाल ही में अनमोल बिश्नोई, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भाई, अमेरिका से भारत लाया गया है, NIA की कस्टडी में वो है, उसको एलिमिनेट करने की उनकी कोशिश थी और कहीं ना कहीं उसी को लेकर कॉन्स्पिरेसी की जा रही थी, क्योंकि शहजाद भाटी और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की बीच झगड़ा इससे पहले कई बार देखा गया। सोशल मीडिया पर तमाम वीडियो, ऑडियो दोनों की तरफ से वायरल किए गए थे। हालांकि जो तीनों अभी जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, स्पेशल सेल से पोस्टिंग कर रही है और स्पेशल सेल का पहला एंगल इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अनमोल बिश्नोई को एलिमिनेट करने को लेकर है और इसी के तर्ज पर शहजाद भाटी से जो थ्रेट है अनमोल बिश्नोई को, उसके लॉयर्स ने पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट में भी इसके बारे में जानकारी दी थी। जिसके बाद आपको याद होगा कि कल ही जब अनमोल बिश्नोई को पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट में पेश करना था तो जज NIA हेडक्वार्टर पहुंचे थे ताकि NIA हेडक्वार्टर में ही उसकी पेशी हो, इसमें भी सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न बताया गया था। लेकिन ये तीनों जो टेररिस्ट अरेस्ट किए गए, इसमें लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात, यूपी में आईसिस मॉड्यूल को बंद करना और खासतौर पर ISI के शहर पे चाहे वो जासूसों की अरेस्टिंग करना हो, और ATS लगातार इस एंगल पर इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही थी। इसी कड़ी में दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने इन तीनों को अभी अरेस्ट किया है, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। अब से कुछ ही देर में, कुछ मिनटों में आप कह लीजिए कि एडिशनल CP प्रमोद कुशवाहा मीडिया को ब्रीफ भी करेंगे इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के बारे में। स्पेशल सेल और सेंट्रल फोर्सेस का ये ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन था। 3 जो टेररिस्ट है उनको अरेस्ट किया गया और इनसे लगातार इंटरोगेशन की जा रही है।
जी बिल्कुल जतिन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। क्विकली मूविंग अक्रॉस टू मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज दैट्स कमिंग इन। दिस वन इज फ्रॉम द स्टेट ऑफ Chhattisgarh, where 37 Maoists, including 12 women, have now surrendered in Dantewada. A bounty of rupees 60 lakh was being carried on all the Maoists. Major blow to the Maoist organization have now been faced in Bastar. The impact of continuous police and administration on the initiatives. Now, the surrender comes as a major step towards peace in Bastar. Those are the visuals of 37 Maoists surrendering in the Bastar region, a hotbed of Maoist. We also have a reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
आज टोटल 37 माओवादी, जिसमें 27 इनामी माओवादी है, 65 लाख ऊपर कुल इनाम की राशि उन्होंने समर्पण किया है। विगत 2024-25 साल जो है लगातार ऑपरेशन चलता रहा है। DRG, बस्तर फाइटर, CRPF सभी ने मिलकर लगातार ऑपरेशन किए, हमारे जिले, पड़ोसी जिले सभी जगह मिलकर, और इसी का विभिन्न मुठभेड़ भी हुई है और साथ में कई सरेंडर्स भी हुए हैं और आप लोगों के माध्यम से लगातार हम लोगों ने अपील भी किया है सरेंडर के लिए। तो इसी के तहत आज पुनः मार्गें पुनर्वास से पुनर्जीवन जो एक अभियान चलाया जा रहा है, इसके तहत छत्तीसगढ़ शासन की पुनर्वास नीति का लाभ लेते हुए आज कुल 37 माओवादी 65 लाख के उन्होंने हथियार छोड़कर मुख्य धारा में जुड़ने का स्टेप लिया है। और इसमें मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि DRG, बस्तर फाइटर, SIP, CRPF की 111वीं 230वीं पार्टी इनका मुख्य रूप से रोल रहा। अगर देखा जाए तो पिछले 20 महीनों में कुल 508 अधिक माओवादी ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है, जिसमें से 165 पर शासन द्वारा पुलिस से इनाम घोषित था।
All right, so that was the reaction that was coming in from the Dantewada SP. Bharat, my colleague, is joining me live from Bijapur. On that note, Bharat, 37 Maoists have surrendered. Of course, it is a huge win for the government as far as eliminating red terror is concerned. Bharat, आपको अगर मेरी आवाज़ आ पा रही है तो आप हमें ये बताइए कि ये जो 37 माओइस्ट है, क्या वो पिछले कोई भी अटैक में शामिल थे और किस बेसिस पे, क्या सोच समझ के उन्होंने अपने आप को सरेंडर किया है आज?
देखिए, जितने माओवादियों ने आज आत्मसमर्पण किया उनकी अगर बात की जाए तो 65 लाख से अधिक इनामी बताई जा रही है जिन माओवादियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। इन माओवादियों की अगर बात की जाए तो ये बड़े बड़े घटनाओं पे शामिल रहे हैं, जिनकी भूमिका की अगर बात की जाए तो ये उन घटनाओं पे शामिल रहे हैं जिनकी जिक्र हमेशा उस इलाके पे हुआ करती थी। बहुत से ऐसे नक्सली हैं जो बड़े बड़े घटनाओं पे शामिल है, जिनमें कई जो माओवादी हैं वो महिला माओवादी हैं, जिनकी भूमिका भी अगर माओवादियों के साथ देखा जाए तो बहुत से ऐसे घटनाएं शामिल आती है जिनकी उपस्थिति इनकी दर्ज होती है। ऐसे में एक तरीके से बड़ी संख्या में, इतनी संख्या में अगर माओवादी आत्मसमर्पण कर रहे हैं तो पुलिस को कहीं ना कहीं से बड़ी सफलता देखी जा रही है। वहीं इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जो दंतेवाड़ा के जो एसपी है गौरा राय, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि मुख्य धारा से जुड़ने के लिए उन्होंने एक अपील भी की है, जो देखने को मिला है। और साथ में जो सीआरपीएफ के डीआईजी हैं उनकी मौजूदगी भी थी। तो ऐसा में कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी सफलता देखी जा रही है इन तमाम चीजों को देखते हुए। वहीं मैं आपको बात की जाए जितने माओवादी ने आत्मसमर्पण किया उनकी संख्याओं की अगर बात की जाए तो 37 माओवादियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। तो बस्तर में एक बड़ा मतलब धीरे धीरे देखा जाए तो जो डेडलाइन अमित शाह ने तय कर रखा है वो डेडलाइन के तर्ज पे ही लगातार जो है ऑपरेशन तेज होती हुई नजर आ रही है। इस ऑपरेशन की वजह से कहीं ना कहीं जो माओवादी हैं वो बैकफुट की वजह से इस तरीके से आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। जी
बिल्कुल भरत, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। एंड विद दैट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, क्विकली मूविंग अक्रॉस टू मोर न्यूज़ that's making headlines. The India-United Kingdom joint military exercise Ajaya Warrior 2025 concluded today at the Mahajan field firing ranges in Rajasthan after a fortnight of intensive training focused on counter-terrorism operations in semi-urban terrain under the UN mandate. Now, a total of 240 personnel from both armies participated in the 8th edition of the exercise. Troops of the Indian Army's Sikh Regiment and the UK Army's Royal Gurkha Rifles underwent joint tactical drills, combat conditioning, heliborne operations and room intervention, along with cordon and search exercises alongside the operational discussions and planning sessions. Now, the validation phase showcased high levels of interoperability and precision and even jointmanship achieved by both the contingents. The closing ceremony included cultural showcases and felicitation of outstanding soldiers, reflecting the camaraderie built during the exercise. Now, an equipment display featuring indigenous weapon systems under Atmanirbhar Bharat formed part of the concluding events. Ajaya Warrior 2025, ladies and gentlemen, reinforced the strong defense cooperation between India and the United Kingdom and reaffirmed the shared commitment of both nations to global peace and security. All right, so that was about exercise Ajaya Warrior. Moving across to more national headlines, and in a big setback to the Congress, Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now filed a fresh FIR against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. FIR has now detailed including 6 names beside Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. This case was registered on October 3rd. The Enforcement Directorate headquarters had filed a complaint with the Economic Offences Wing as an FIR has been filed against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi by the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing. The BJP has now hit out at the Congress over the National Herald case, saying that the Congress made a new company and brought the entire share for rupees 50 lakh, and the Gandhis are now facing charges of criminal conspiracy and fraud in the case, while the Congress has called the entire case a fake one intended to trap Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Let's listen in to what both the sides have to say.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा दिया गया था, तो जो एसोसिएट जर्नल थे जो चलाते थे इस कंपनी को, जो नेशनल हेराल्ड पब्लिश करती थी, उसको एक नई कंपनी बना कर करके यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के माध्यम से संभवतः उसकी पूरी शेयर को खरीद दिया गया। कितने में? 50 लाख में। तो 90 करोड़ रुपए का लोन बाद में माफ कर दिया गया। तो 50 लाख रुपए में पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल के शेयर जो हैं वो इस नई कंपनी के पास आ गए, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे, मेजॉरिटी शेयर। लेकिन ये जो नई कंपनी लिया जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी का 76% था, वो सारी संपत्ति के भी मालिक बन बैठे जो हजारों करोड़ की है। तो सिर्फ 90 करोड़ के लोन पर 50 लाख रुपया देकर पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल को की शेयर होल्डिंग को अपने नई कंपनी में डाल देना और उसके माध्यम से पूरे देश में जितने भी बिल्डिंग्स थी वो सबके भी मालिकाना हक प्राप्त कर लिया।
नेशनल हेराल्ड अखबार इसलिए स्थापित किया गया था कि देश की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी जाए। वो अखबार चल नहीं पा रहा था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो 500-600 बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगें बना लिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी मुश्किल से इस वर्ष तो अपना राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय बना पाई, अखबार नहीं चला पाई। ईमानदारी की इंतहा है। इतना भी मतलब है कि इतना कोई ईमानदारी बरत सकता है। तो नेशनल हेराल्ड के जो एम्प्लॉइज़ थे उनका खर्चा है, सैलरी है, पेंशन है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने लगभग 90 करोड़ या 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया था। उसमें 67 करोड़ तो अलाउंसेस, सैलरीज, पेंशन इन सब में लग गया। अब सवाल ये होता है कि जो ज़मीनें हैं, चाहे वो पटना में है, लखनऊ, इलाहाबाद, दिल्ली, एक आध दो जगह पर और है, उन ज़मीनों का कोई हस्तांतरण तो हुआ नहीं राहुल जी के नाम पर, सोनिया जी के नाम पर। तो ये अपने अखबार को चलाने के लिए अगर कोई पार्टी लोन देती है तो कौन सा इसमें गलती है? तो पूरा ये फर्जी मामला है सोनिया जी और राहुल जी को गलत फंसाने के लिए।
देखिए, नेशनल हेरल्ड की अगर आप गहराई तक जाएंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि किस तरह से कंपनी के शेयर्स ट्रांसफ़र हुए और किस तरह से पैसा राउंड ट्रिप करके दूसरे देशों से वापस लाया गया उसके अंदर, और उसकी ओनरशिप कुछ खास परिवार के लोगों के पास आई। तो ये फर्जीवाड़ा है। और जब फर्जीवाड़े के ऊपर जब तहकीकात होती है एक साधारण नागरिक के, तो इनके लिए देश ने कोई अलग कानून नहीं बनाए हुए। तो इंक्वायरी प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए, कोर्ट के अंदर वाद विवाद होना चाहिए, डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। उसके बाद में जो देश का कानून है उस हिसाब से निर्णय होना चाहिए। उससे भाग क्यों रहे हैं? इसमें राजनीति नहीं है कि अगर आपने कोई प्राइमा फेसिया, मतलब दिखने पर जो जाहिर हो उसके अंदर घोटाला हो, तो तहकीकात ना करी जाए। ये कौन सा कानून है? तो अगर इससे कांग्रेस भाग रही है, जो हर मुद्दे से भागती है, तो यही दिखाती है कि कांग्रेस मुद्दाहीन है। कांग्रेस केवल देश को डिवाइड करना चाहती है और फिर अपना वोट बैंक मजबूत करके आगे बढ़ने का उनका जो एक ही मकसद है वो आज फेल हो गया है।
देखिए साहब, ये बिल्कुल ही फर्जी केस है। इसमें क्योंकि बार बार हमारे लॉयर्स ने कहा है, नेशनल हेरल्ड के, राहुल जी के, सोनिया जी के, कि कहीं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस तो बनता ही नहीं है। और दूसरा, ये तो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसमें प्रॉफिट कहाँ से आ जाता है? इतनी तमाम संस्थाएं हैं, क्या सरकार को या ईडी को ये सिंपल चीज़ें नहीं समझ में आती हैं? तो ये पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड केस है और मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई भी आधार है किसी तरह के केस का।
बार-बार एफआईआर
नहीं, तो ये तो ठीक है साहब, पुलिस आपके पास है, ईडी आपके पास है। आप किसी भी ईडी के अधिकारी से अगर आप प्राइवेट में बात कर लीजिए, वो अपने आप बता देगा कहाँ से उनको डायरेक्शन जाते हैं। और मैं बहुत गंभीरता से कह रहा हूँ, कोई भी ईडी अधिकारी आपको ये नहीं कहेगा प्राइवेट में कि नहीं साहब हम स्वायत्त अपनी निर्णय लेते हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का तो खैर पता ही है, ऊपर से जो हुक्म आता है वो करती है। दिल्ली में क्राइम हो रहे हैं उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, दिल्ली में लूटमार बढ़ती है उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, हत्याओं का आज तक पता नहीं चलता क्या होता है उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। बस एक ही चिंता है, ये एफआईआर करते फिरो। ये टोटली पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड क्या कहते हैं केस है।
जब भी सेशन शुरू होगा इस प्रकार की चीज़ें लाई जाती हैं। और आज भी मैं कह सकता हूं कि नेहरू जी की बात हो या अभी वर्तमान में सोनिया गांधी जी की बात हो या राहुल गांधी जी की बातें हों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी डरी हुई रहती है, सहमी हुई रहती है। तो इस प्रकार की चीज़ें वो लाती है और इसके माध्यम से वो कहीं ना कहीं हमें ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और विशेषकर गांधी परिवार को बदनाम करने की साजिश है। जब सारी चीज़ें क्लियर हो चुकी है, सारी चीज़ें बतला दी गई हैं, तो इस प्रकार की चीज़ें लाई क्यों जाती है? इसलिए हमने कहा कि इन्होंने लोकतंत्र का एक तरह से मजाक भी बना दिया है। और ये मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ये पूरी चीज़ें जो है प्रतिशोध की भावना से लाई जा रही है।
And as politics heats up over the filing of FIR by Delhi Police's economic offences against the Gandhis and National Herald case, Republic TV's Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen explains the entire issue. Listen in.
Now, this is in the alleged case of criminal conspiracy to fraudulently acquire Associated Journals Limited. And this was essentially a Congress entity worth about 2,000 crore rupees, which was basically acquired through Young Indian, which Gandhi is essentially holding a shareholding of about 76%. Now, the Delhi Police FIR was registered on 3rd of October. As I pointed out, it has been based on the complaint that has been filed by the Headquarters Investigative Unit, which is the HIU of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the reason why this has been done, because remember earlier, this ongoing laundering case that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate is based on a complaint that was filed by BJP parliamentarian Subramaniam Swamy, and its cognizance by the Metropolitan Court in Patiala was taken in 2014. Now, in this particular case, the Enforcement Directorate has already filed a charge sheet, a prosecution complaint under the PMLA against Rahul Gandhi. And
all right, moving on, the Ladakh governor's residence, Raj Niwas, has today been officially renamed as Lok Niwas, a move that comes in the wake of the Home Ministry's order of renaming all the governor's office and residences across the country. Here's what the Office of Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh had to say about this.
In a symbolic move away from the touch of colonialism, the Raj Niwas of Ladakh, that is the official residence and the office of the Governor of Ladakh, have been renamed. The move comes as the part of the Home Ministry's order renaming the offices of Governor and Lieutenant Governors of all states and union territories to be named as Lok Niwas and Lok Bhavan, transitioning to a more people-centric approach. Here's what the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Kavinder Gupta, had to say.
भारत की आज़ादी के बाद बहुत कुछ किया जाना था जो नहीं किया गया। एक मानसिकता, गुलामी की मानसिकता जो हमें दी गई वो ठीक नहीं थी। आज भी जो हम कहीं स्थानों पर देखते हैं जो हमलावर यहाँ पर आए थे उनके नामों पर, उनके नाम के आधार पर कई जगह के नाम हैं, कई सड़कों के नाम हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर के मेरा ये मानना है कि पश्चिम में जाकर के तो सूरज भी डूब जाता है। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले समय में भारत सरकार ने काफ़ी इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं। जिस प्रकार से राजपथ का नाम बदल करके कर्तव्य पथ रखना है, ऐसे भी बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ों का नाम बदला है। तो एक सरकार की तरफ से जो आदेश है उसको लद्दाख सरकार ने माना है, शुरुआत की है। मैं अपने आप को हर्षित महसूस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे आशा ही नहीं पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से ये कहा जाता है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल एंड बाय द पीपल, तो उसी आधार पर काम किया जाएगा। तो नाम से भी एक मानसिकता, एक सोच का पता चलता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चय ही हम लोगों के हित के लिए काम करेंगे और लोगों को लगेगा कि ये निवास हमारा है, ना कि यहाँ पर जो काम कर रहे हैं ये हम सब मिलजुल करके लद्दाख की बेहतरी के लिए।
The move is aimed to make the governor's residence symbolically more approachable.
Shifting our focus to all the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. In a major anti-narcotics crackdown, officials uprooted and destroyed nearly 12,000 drug plants in Kenojhar district of Odisha, amounting to 4,000 kgs cultivated illegally across multiple patches inside forest area. According to officials, preliminary assessments indicate that the destroyed plants carry market value of rupees 1 to 1.5 crore. In a police raid, 3.5 lakhs counterfeit cigarette sticks worth 50 lakhs were recovered. 2 people arrested. Police are now investigating the forward and backward linkages regarding these fake cigarettes, including how they buy the cigarettes and whom they were selling it to. 3 plastic containers containing approximately 60 to 70 socket bombs buried in jackfruit orchard was recovered in Murshidabad, acting on reliable source of information. The police team conducted a raid. Bomb detection and disposal team and CID have now been notified to dispose the recovered bombs. The police arrested notorious drug trafficker Sukhwinder Singh, who had been absconding for a long time now. He was caught with drugs worth rupees 36 lakhs, an illegal firearm and cash. The accused has several cases registered against him under the NDPS Act and the Arms Act. A deadly blaze broke out in four-story building in Delhi's Sangam Vihar. Fire tenders were on the scene to douse the fire. The fire claimed the lives of 4 people. Authorities said that at least 2 others had been injured in the building fire. The police investigating the matter have said that probe will be conducted thoroughly. President Trump proclaims Venezuelan airspace has been restricted, ordering airlines and traffickers to avoid it following 83 suspected killed in US boat raids since September. Now, Maduro resists with vows of resistance while carriers and troops gather nearby, indicating that ground operations are likely to begin soon. Watch this detailed report for more.
President Trump orders the complete closure of airspace above and around Venezuela. He warns all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers to stay away immediately.
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela. They dumped hundreds of thousands of people into our country from prisons. Nobody knows better than this young lady right here. She's done an incredible job with Tom Homan and all of your people. It's amazing. You know, we have a tight border right now. Nobody comes in. But we had millions of people pouring through. A year ago, we had millions of people pouring through our border. And many of them came from Venezuela, including Tren de Aragua, the gang. And I guess what I'm hearing, Christy, is that's as bad a gang as there is anywhere in the world.
It's the worst. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, they are the worst.
U.S. military carried out strikes killing survivors on a suspected drug boat that had already been attacked. 83 dead total in 21 Venezuelan trafficking boat hits since September. With U.S. strikes, ships, and jets nearby, is this a signal for war with Venezuela?
Que tenga recuerdo. Una fecha perfecta, domingo.
ऐसी घटनाएं आई थी जहां पंजाब के गैंगस्टर्स या पाकिस्तान बेस्ड इनके जो हैंडलर्स हैं वो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में भी इन्वॉल्व हो आ रहे थे। इसी श्रृंखला में डीसीपी अमित कौशिक और एसीपी कैलाश बिस्ट की टीम जो है, जिसमें मेन रोल प्ले किया है इंस्पेक्टर राहुल ने और उनकी टीम ने, इन्होंने एक मॉड्यूल बस्ट किया है जिसको पाकिस्तान नेशनल एक शहजाद भट्टी, जो कि गैंगस्टर है पर आज की डेट में ही इज़ वर्किंग एट द बिहेस्ट ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी ऑफ पाकिस्तान, उसने उसके मॉड्यूल को बस्ट किया है और इसमें 3 लोग अरेस्ट किए गए हैं। ये इनमें से एक आदमी जो है वो पंजाब का है, हरगुनप्रीत सिंह 19 साल का। एक आदमी पंजाब का है, हरगुनप्रीत सिंह 19 साल का पंजाब का है। दूसरा आदमी इसमें जो है वो एक प्रजापति है जो कि विकास प्रजापति 19 साल का, ये लड़का दतिया मध्य प्रदेश का है। और तीसरा एक आरिफ है जो कि बिजनौर उत्तर प्रदेश का है। इनकी जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट पता लगी है वो ये लगी है कि इन्होंने अभी 25 तारीख को गुरदासपुर सिटी स्टेशन में सिटी पुलिस स्टेशन जो है उसके सामने एक हैंड ग्रेनेड फेंका गया था, वो इसी ने एग्जीक्यूट किया था और यही लड़के उसमें इन्वॉल्व थे जिनको पकड़ा गया है। इसके अलावा इनके टारगेट्स पे और भी कई जगह थी जहाँ पे इस ग्रुप को, जहाँ की इन्होंने वीडियोग्राफी की थी, रेकी की थी और इनको फेंकना था हैंड ग्रेनेड्स। जो समझ में आया वो ये कि जो शहजाद भट्टी है ये बाहर से डायरेक्शंस देता था और इस ग्रुप को अपने एसोसिएट्स के साथ डायरेक्टली भी और अपने एसोसिएट्स के साथ हैंडल कर रहा था। और यंग लड़कों को जिनको ये सोशल मीडिया ऐप्स के थ्रू या अपने दूसरे कॉन्टैक्ट्स के थ्रू रिक्रूट करते थे, उनको इस्तेमाल करके टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ चला रहा था। शहजाद भट्टी ऑफ लेटली कुछ एक्सटॉर्शन के थ्रेट्स में भी इसका नाम आ रहा है, कई जगह ग्रेनेड फेंकने की वारदातों में भी इसका नाम आ रहा है, और इस मॉड्यूल को बस्ट करके कई सारी जो पोटेंशियल वारदातें थी जो इन्होंने रेकी कर रखी थी वो अवॉइड कर ली गई हैं। इस ग्रुप के अभी 1-2 लिंकेजेस और भी हैं जिनको पंजाब पुलिस के साथ शेयर किया जाएगा और उनके साथ कार्रवाई करके उन लोगों को भी पकड़ा जाएगा। थैंक यू। देखिए, किसी जगह पे ग्रेनेड फेंक देना अपने आप में बड़ा सीरियस सा इंसिडेंट होता है, और इनके उसमें 2-3 जगह और भी थी जहाँ पे इन्होंने रेकी की थी। वो जगह अमृतसर की भी थी, एक जगह और भी थी जहाँ इन्होंने रेकी की हुई थी। तो उन जगहों पे भी ये पोटेंशियल था, मतलब संभावित था कि भविष्य में जहाँ की इन्होंने रेकी की है ये ग्रुप वहाँ भी इस तरह की घटना को अंजाम देता। अभी इनकी एक्टिविटी जो शहजाद भट्टी की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं वो तो ये इस पर बेसिकली जैसे मैंने आपसे शुरू में कहा कि आज की डेट में बाउंड्रीज नहीं रह गई हैं। तो जब दिल्ली पुलिस कार्रवाई करती है, बाकी स्टेट पुलिस के साथ मिलकर कार्रवाई करती है, तो दिल्ली की पुलिस हो, हरियाणा की पुलिस हो या बाकी जितनी स्टेट पुलिस है, हम उनके साथ इन कोऑपरेशन एक दूसरे के गैंगस्टर्स का डेटा भी शेयर।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
So in the past we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
Government convenes all-party meeting ahead of the Parliament's winter session. Opposition likely to take up various issues, including the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. Opposition all set to rake up key issues including Delhi blast and SIR on day one of the winter session of the Parliament tomorrow. Delhi police files FIR against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. Red terror in final stage in Chhattisgarh. 37 Maoists including 12 women surrender to police in Dantewada. 4 killed, 10 injured in mass shooting during a family gathering at a banquet hall in California's Stockton. 1 killed, 2 injured after speeding car rams into a pedestrian in Delhi's Vasant Kunj. Delhi police has detained the driver.
नहीं, दिल्ली का अभी तक कोई वीडियो नहीं नहीं, जो टारगेट मैंने बताया कि आपको इनको जो स्पेसिफिक टास्किंग दी गई थी वो हैंड ग्रेनेड्स फेंकने की दी गई थी।
सर, आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ गैंगस्टर्स के कांटेक्ट में थे, तो क्या मिलियंस हैं लोग?
वो गैंगस्टर्स हैं, वो जैसे मैंने कहा कि शहजाद भट्टी का अपना एक नेटवर्क है, उस नेटवर्क में कुछ लोग और भी हैं, उन पर भी हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, एप्रोप्रिएट स्टेज पे आपसे शेयर करेंगे।
सर, दिल्ली को लेकर स्पेशल जगह रेकी की गई?
नहीं, दिल्ली की ऐसी कोई रेकी अभी तक सामने नहीं आई है।
सर, तीनों का आपराधिक इतिहास क्या है आपका?
ये तीनों के तीनों नए लड़के हैं, जैसे मैंने कहा कि 19 साल के, 2 19 साल के हैं। हरगुरप्रीत सिंह 19 साल का है, दूसरा प्रजापति जो है वो 19 साल का है, और जो आरिश है ये भी 22 साल का लड़का। ये यंग लड़के जो रिक्रूट किए, एक्चुअली ये सोशल मीडिया एप्लीकेशंस के थ्रू या दूसरे भी इनके जो अपने सोर्सेज हैं उनके थ्रू यंग लड़कों को लालच दे के, पैसों के लालच में मोटिवेट करके इस तरह की घटनाओं के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
सर, ये किस तरीके से लोग शहजाद भट्टी के गैंग के संपर्क में आए? पहला, दूसरा ये कि क्या ये डायरेक्ट शहजाद भट्टी से बात करते थे या बीच में कोई बात?
नहीं, ये जो बात चली है इन तीनों से शहजाद भट्टी की डायरेक्ट बात हुई है।
बात हुई है?
डायरेक्ट बात।
तो कैसे बात करते थे सर? ये चैट या
सोशल मीडिया एप्लीकेशंस के थ्रू। देखिए, अभी बाहर है, इतना ही हम कह सकते हैं, बाकी कुछ भी स्पेकुलेट करना ठीक नहीं होगा। हालांकि हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और इसमें हम सेंट्रल एजेंसीज की मदद से उसको लोकेट करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
That's a special press conference coming in of Delhi Police's special cell, which has arrested 3 more suspected terrorists, ladies and gentlemen, in the national capital. These suspected terrorists were linked to Shehzad Bhatti, a terrorist linked to Pakistan's ISI. All these arrests of the accused are of residents of North India. And more details are coming in after this massive crackdown of the Delhi police on another terror module that has been busted in the national capital.
स्पेशल सेल की एक टीम काफ़ी दिनों से काम कर रही थी पंजाब बेस्ड गैंगस्टर्स पे, और जो प्राइम फोकस काम का था वो ये था कि पीछे कई ऐसी घटनाएं आई थी जहां पंजाब बेस्ड गैंगस्टर्स या पाकिस्तान बेस्ड इनके जो हैंडलर्स हैं वो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में भी इन्वॉल्व हो आ रहे थे। इसी श्रृंखला में डीसीपी अमित कौशिक और एसीपी कैलाश बिस्ट की टीम जो है, जिसमें मेन रोल प्ले किया है इंस्पेक्टर राहुल ने और उनकी टीम ने, इन्होंने एक मॉड्यूल बस्ट किया है जिसको पाकिस्तान नेशनल एक शहजाद भट्टी, जो कि गैंगस्टर है पर आज की डेट में ही इज़ वर्किंग एट द बिहेस्ट ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी ऑफ पाकिस्तान, उसने उसके मॉड्यूल को बस्ट किया है और इसमें 3 लोग अरेस्ट किए गए हैं। ये इनमें से एक आदमी जो है वो पंजाब का है, हरगुरप्रीत सिंह 19 साल का। एक आदमी पंजाब का है, हरगुरप्रीत सिंह 19 साल का पंजाब का है। दूसरा आदमी इसमें जो है वो एक प्रजापति है जो कि विकास प्रजापति 19 साल का, ये लड़का दतिया मध्य प्रदेश का है। और तीसरा एक आरिफ है जो कि बिजनौर उत्तर प्रदेश का है। इनकी जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट पता लगी है वो ये लगी है कि इन्होंने अभी 25 तारीख को गुरदासपुर सिटी स्टेशन में सिटी पुलिस स्टेशन जो है उसके सामने एक हैंड ग्रेनेड फेंका गया था, वो इसी ने एग्जीक्यूट किया था और यही लड़के उसमें इन्वॉल्व थे जिनको पकड़ा गया है। इसके अलावा इनके टारगेट्स पे और भी कई जगह थी जहाँ पे इस ग्रुप को जहाँ की इन्होंने वीडियोग्राफी की थी, रेकी की थी और इनको फेंकना था हैंड ग्रेनेड्स। जो समझ में आया वो ये कि जो शहजाद भट्टी है ये बाहर से डायरेक्शंस देता था और इस ग्रुप को अपने एसोसिएट्स के साथ डायरेक्टली भी और अपने एसोसिएट्स के साथ हैंडल कर रहा था। और यंग लड़कों को जिनको ये सोशल मीडिया ऐप्स के थ्रू या अपने दूसरे कॉन्टैक्ट्स के थ्रू रिक्रूट करते थे, उनको इस्तेमाल करके टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ चला रहा था। शहजाद भट्टी ऑफ लेटली कुछ एक्सटॉर्शन के थ्रेट्स में भी इसका नाम आ रहा है, कई जगह ग्रेनेड फेंकने की वारदातों में भी इसका नाम आ रहा है। और इस मॉड्यूल को बस्ट करके कई सारी जो पोटेंशियल वारदातें थी जो इन्होंने रेकी कर रखी थी वो अवॉइड कर ली गई। इस ग्रुप के अभी 1-2 लिंकेजेस और भी हैं जिनको पंजाब पुलिस के साथ शेयर किया जाएगा और उनके साथ कार्रवाई करके उन लोगों को भी पकड़ा जाएगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the reaction coming in from the Delhi police. My colleague Jatin joins us live on the phone line with more details on the story. Jatin, यहाँ पर 3 टेररिस्ट्स की ऊपर कार्रवाई करके यहाँ पर तीनों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। आपके पास क्या डिटेल्स है? Additional details that the Delhi police is giving you on these 3 terror suspects now that have been busted with links to Pak ISI.
बिल्कुल देखिए, क्योंकि ये तीनों ही ISI के कॉन्टैक्ट में थे और लगातार अलग अलग जो आपराधिक गतिविधियां हुई उसमें इन तीनों का रोल है। आप प्रमोद कुशवाहा को भी सुन रहे थे जो कि एडिशनल CP है, उन्होंने बहुत क्लियरली बोला कि पंजाब में जो गुरदासपुर पुलिस स्टेशन पर हमला हुआ था, ग्रेनेड हमला हुआ था, उसमें ये तीनों शामिल थे। बाबा सिद्दीकी का जो शूटर था निशान, उसको भगाने में इन तीनों का बहुत अहम रोल रहा है। और आप इंटरेस्टिंग ये देखिए कि एक पंजाब से गिरफ्तार किया गया तो एक मध्य प्रदेश से और एक उत्तर प्रदेश से, तीनों की लोकेशंस अलग अलग है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से ये तीनों ISI के इशारे पर काम कर रहे थे, इनके पास से जो फोन बरामद हुए हैं उस फोन से अलग अलग लोकेशन की इन लोगों ने रैकी की हुई थी। उससे गुरदासपुर की एक लोकेशन की रैकी करते हुए वीडियो है। अमृतसर के कुछ ऐसे क्राउडेड एरियाज हैं जहाँ पर इन लोगों ने रैकी की थी और संभवतः इनकी कोशिश यही थी कि रैकी करके पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट किस तरीके का है, फुटफॉल किस तरीके का होता है, गैदरिंग किस तरीके की होती है, सभी जानकारी जो है ये अपने हैंडलर को देते थे। और इनका हैंडलर शहजाद भाटी है, लगातार उसके ये लोग संपर्क में थे। हालांकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। अनमोल बिश्नोई को लेमिनेट करने का टास्क इनको दिया गया था, लॉजिस्टिक प्रोवाइड कराने का काम इनका था। और जिस तरीके से शहजाद भाटी इनको डायरेक्शन देता था उसको ये लोग फॉलो करते थे। विशान को जिस तरीके से भगाना है उसके डायरेक्शन भी शहजाद भाटी ने ही दिए थे। तो कैसे शहजाद भाटी के हिसाब से भारत में अलग नेटवर्क खड़ा करना, दूसरा लॉजिस्टिक प्रोवाइड कराना, क्योंकि शहजाद भाटी भारत में चाहे वो ग्रेनेड सप्लाई करना हो, वेपन्स की सप्लाई करना हो, वो अलग अलग केसेस में वांटेड रहा है। और ये तीनों का काम भी इसी तरीके से उन सभी जो अपराधी हैं शहजाद भाटी के डायरेक्शन को फॉलो करना इनकी सबसे बड़ी मंशा थी। लेकिन जिस तरीके से आसिफ की गिरफ्तारी बिजनौर से हुई है, पंजाब से जो गिरफ्तारी की गई है, उन सभी को देखते हुए इनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। अभी तक कितने टास्क ये लोग कर चुके हैं, क्या क्या सप्लाई इन लोगों ने किया और कितने गैंगस्टर्स की मदद की, हर पहली बार जो स्पेशल सेल है वो इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती नजर आ रही है।
All right, thank you so much, Jatin, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 terrorists have been arrested by the Delhi Police's special cell. Those are on your screen. And just moments ago, we had the Delhi Police Chief, the special cell head, also briefing us on the matter. The matter continues as a prime focus. Just days after the 10/11 Delhi blast now, 3 more Pak ISI-linked terrorists arrested in the national capital. Meanwhile, shifting our focus quickly to the cyclone situation in Sri Lanka, where Cyclone Dwa has wreaked havoc. Around 198 people have been proclaimed dead. Over 220 are missing at the moment, and the Indian Air Force has swooped in as the first responder, as usual, for our neighbours and in need. In this time of our Indian Air Force is in Sri Lanka with IF helicopters undertaking hybrid rescue missions to extradite stranded passengers from a restricted zone. A Garud commando also was winched down to guide the group through the cross-country route to a pre-briefed helipad in Kotmale, from where 24 passengers, including Indian and foreign nationals and Sri Lankans, were evacuated to Colombo, the capital. In a parallel effort, ladies and gentlemen, 3 critical casualties were also airlifted to Colombo for immediate medical attention. Earlier, 5 teams of Sri Lankan army personnel, around 40 soldiers, were airlifted from the Diathalawa army camp to the landslide-affected Kotmale region to support relief operations. This is one of the biggest natural disaster tragedies that Sri Lanka has witnessed in recent past. More than 1.25 lakh people, ladies and gentlemen, have been displaced by Cyclone Dwa. 193 people have been proclaimed dead, and 228 continue to remain missing. Indian Air Force on the ground assisting our neighbours in this time of need. Shifting our focus now to some more political updates coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where the capital is gearing up for the winter session of the parliament. The centre today had convened an all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of the parliament, where the opposition said that it is likely to rake up various issues, including the special intensive revision of electoral rolls and the Delhi blast, along with foreign policy matters that it wants to raise both in the House and outside. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Minister of State Arjun Ram Meghwal represented the government's point of view at the meeting. The opposition was represented by various leaders, including Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi, who is the Deputy Leader of Opposition, in the Lok Sabha, and Pramod Tiwari of the Congress, along with DMK's TR Balu. Let's listen into all those political reactions coming in from earlier today from the all-party meeting, where we get a hint as to what to expect in the 19-day winter session upcoming starting tomorrow.
जो फ्लोर लीडर्स का मीटिंग में 36 पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एंड 50 लीडर्स पार्टिसिपेटेड। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आश्वासन देता हूं कि विंटर सेशन ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट अच्छी तरह से चलाने के लिए हम इस तरीके से विपक्ष के साथ बातचीत करते रहेंगे। साथ साथ मैं विपक्ष पार्टी नेताओं से भी अनुरोध करूंगा कि पार्लियामेंट को अच्छी तरह से चलाने में सहयोग करें। लोकतंत्र में विशेष करके पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में गतिरोध होता है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज में डिफरेंसेस होते हैं, अपने अपने आइडियोलॉजीज, अपना अपना एजेंडा लेकर के सबको काम करना होता है, तो डिफरेंसेस होगा। डिफरेंसेस के बावजूद भी अगर हम सब ये तय करें कि हाउस डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना चाहिए, जो भी विरोध करना है सदन में बात करके विरोध करना है, सदन को हम किसी तरीके से बंद नहीं करना चाहिए, हाउस प्रोसीडिंग चलना चाहिए। अगर हम सब मिलकर तय करेंगे तो प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगा, लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा और पार्लियामेंट का सम्मान लोगों के नज़र में बनाए रखेंगे। आज मीटिंग क्योंकि बहुत पॉजिटिव नोट में मीटिंग हुई है, मैं फिर से ऑल पार्टी फ्लोर लीडर्स जो आज पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं।
आज शीतकालीन सत्र मात्र 19 दिनों के लिए, जिसमें से सिर्फ 15 दिनों के अंदर चर्चा हो सकती है, शायद सबसे छोटा ये शीतकालीन सत्र होगा। और इस शीतकालीन सत्र के आयोजन में देरी भी हुई है और इसीलिए ऐसा लगता है कि सरकार खुद पार्लियामेंट को डिरेल करना चाहती है। हमने सुरक्षा की बात उठाई कि इस शीतकालीन में सुरक्षा से जुड़े हुए अहम मुद्दों पर चर्चा हो। दूसरी है लोकतंत्र की सुरक्षा। जिस प्रकार से भारत के विभिन्न राज्यों से चुनाव आयोग चुनाव से पहले, चुनाव के दौरान, चुनाव के पश्चात जिस प्रकार से राजनीतिक पक्षपात रख रही है, तो क्या भारत में चुनावी प्रक्रिया संवैधानिक रूप से चलेगी? वोटर लिस्ट की सुरक्षा, चुनाव की सुरक्षा पर भी एक चर्चा हो।
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि चर्चा होगी और विपक्ष के जो दल हैं वो भी कई मुद्दे लेकर आए हैं ना, इसलिए लगता है चर्चा होगी। पिछले बार के बाद और इस बार में परिस्थितियां बदली, उसके बाद बिहार का चुनाव हुआ। बिहार के चुनाव में भी जनता ने अपना कुछ मतदान के करके जो मत सुनाया उसके बाद परिस्थितियां बदली भी है ना।
तो सरकार SIR पे चर्चा कराने के लिए तैयार है?
नहीं, वो तो BSc में चर्चा करेंगे और चेयर तय करेगी कि चर्चा किस पे करेंगे।
लेकिन सर पिछले कुछ समय से लगातार जिस तरह से इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर के सवाल उठाया गया है, विपक्ष की तरफ से सरकार की नीयत को लेकर के सवाल उठाया गया, सीधे कहा जाता है कि सरकार वोट चोरी कर रही है, क्या कहना है?
इलेक्शन कमीशन मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है इस समय। 12 राज्यों में SIR की प्रक्रिया चल रही है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from the Parliament's all-party meeting. My colleague Harsha joins us live on the phone line with more details. Harsha, a business advisory committee meeting is also expected and all these agendas are likely to be discussed. The government plans about 14 bills to be brought in this session, but it seems that SIR is going to be the name of the game for the opposition. What are you picking up so far?
Yes, Pratap, you rightly pointed out, SIR is only going to be the name in the game, as you rightly mentioned, for this winter session of the Parliament as well. As you mentioned about BAC, which is a Business Advisory Committee meeting, at 5 o'clock there will be the Business Advisory Committee of Lok Sabha, which will comment, and the discussion on the SIR, whether it will be taken up or not taken up, will be discussed at large with each and every one, all the floor leaders of the Lok Sabha. While one of the BAC of Raj Sabha, which is already underway, it comments that around 4 o'clock, where the floor leaders of Raj Sabha, of the opposition leaders and the ruling bloc as well, all are there in the meeting right now. And the discussion in the Raj Sabha is also majorly happening on the SIR issue. We very well know that the TMC's Derek O'Brien have been vehemently opposing the SIR process and has been asking to discuss on the reforms of the SIR. Already in the all-party meeting, the meeting was all about the SIR. Most of the leaders only picked up the issue of SIR in front of the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Now in the Business Advisory Committee meeting also, more than business, it's going to be the discussion on SIR, because that seems to be the major topic of disruption from the side of the opposition party. However, the lead of JDU that the discussion on not an SIR but on the important bill should take place, because we can't ignore the important bill like the atomic energy bill, like the national highway bill, the money for goods and taxes bill, and apart from that there's one financial amendment business bill as well, which is to be discussed and amended in this session only. There are 14 bills in this session and government has to pass these bills in the given point of time, which is from 1st of December till 19th of December. So the seriousness of the bill has to be considered by the opposition party as well. Therefore, this Business Advisory Committee meeting is underway of Raj Sabha. The Lok Sabha will begin at around 5 o'clock. Then we'll get to know exactly what is going to happen and whether the terms and conditions from the side of opposition party will be agreed upon by the government, because government is not of the opinion to discuss SIR under any rule. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in on the Business Advisory Committee front and what to expect when the Parliament's larger agenda is discussed when the Parliament goes into session from tomorrow. In the interim, let's take a quick look at all the other top headlines that we're tracking for you at this afternoon. Here is Bharat in 2. In a major anti-narcotics crackdown, officials uprooted and destroyed nearly 12,000 cannabis plants in Keonjhar district of Odisha, amounting to 4,000 kilograms of cultivated illegally across multiple patches inside the forest areas, according to the officials. Preliminary assessments indicate that the destroyed plant carries market value of around 1 to 1.5 crore. In a police raid, 3.5 lakh counterfeit cigarette sticks worth rupees 50 lakh were recovered. 2 people were arrested. Police investigating the forward and backward linkages regarding these fake cigarettes, including how they buy the cigarettes and to whom were they selling. 3 plastic containers containing approximately 60 to 70 socket bombs buried in jackfruit orchards have been recovered in Murshidabad, West Bengal. Acting on reliable information sources, the police team conducted a raid. The bomb detection and disposal team and the CID have been notified to dispose the recovered bombs. The police have arrested notorious drug dealer Sukhwinder Singh, who has been absconding for a long time. He was caught with drugs worth rupees 36 lakhs, an illegal firearm and cash. The accused has several cases registered against him under the NDPS Act and the Arms Act. A deadly blaze broke out in a 4-story building in Delhi's Sangam Vihar. Fire tenders were on the scene to douse the fire. The fire claimed the lives of 4 people. Authorities said that at least 2 others had received severe injuries in the building fire. The police are investigating the matter further to ascertain the cause of the blaze. Well, those are the top headlines that we have been tracking from across the nation, ladies and gentlemen. But it's a big news Sunday here in the national capital. The Business Advisory Committee is supposed to meet to decide the major agenda of the Parliament session that starts from tomorrow. Along with that, the Delhi police has made significant arrests of 3 more Pak ISI lead terrorists. And we will bring you all those details when we come right back after this very short break. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show.
I forgot, sir. India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे।
आप politician हो? आप politician हो? आप यही है क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे सर, humble है। आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious class.
First year when I went to Shark Tank, I was not an investor. I didn't know how investment happens, what do investors look at, because I was busy building boat.
Correct.
I was busy building my company,
which is a good thing.
And suddenly, the Shark Tank came in, and I was supposed to be on the chair.
Yeah.
So it was very easy for me making decisions. I didn't know Excel sheets. Sir, even today, I don't care about Excel sheets.
I love that. I just love it. I think many great ideas can end with an Excel sheet, but they won't begin with one.
Sir, Excel sheet तो मुझे आज भी सबको पता है कि मेरे को ना, there is a line which I always say.
Well done, Aman. Well done. I'm so proud of you.
I don't believe in data, sir. I believe in data. You know data?
Not data.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Here are the top headlines that we're tracking at 5 p.m. this evening. Government convenes all-party meeting ahead of Parliament winter session. Opposition likely to take up various issues, including the SIR. Opposition is all set to take up key issues, including the Delhi blast and SIR on day one of the winter session tomorrow. Delhi police files FIR against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. Red terror in final stage in Chhattisgarh. 37 Maoists, including 12 women, surrender in Dantewada. 4 killed, 10 injured in mass shooting during a family gathering at a banquet hall in California, Stockholm. One killed, 2 injured after speeding car rams into pedestrians in Delhi's Vasant Kunj. Police detains the driver. All right, starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. Illegal arms manufacturing unit has now been busted in Odisha's Nayagarh. 2 people have been held by the police. The police has busted an illegal arms manufacturing unit in Odisha's Nayagarh district and arrested 2 persons in this connection. An officer said, giving out the details of the case. All right, that was a short breaking news update. Moving across to more breaking news that we are tracking. This one is a big story from the national capital, where the Congress now seems to be in trouble after Delhi Police's economic offences going filed an FIR. This is a fresh FIR that has been filed against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. The FIR details include 6 names beside Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. This case was registered on October 3rd. ED headquarters had filed a complaint with the Economic Offences Wing as an FIR had been filed against both the individuals, Sonia and Rahul, by the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing. The BJP has now hit out at the Congress. Congress, meanwhile, has called this a fake case against the top leadership. Here are the reactions that we're tracking from both sides.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा दिया गया था, तो जो एसोसिएट जर्नल थे, जो चलाते थे इस कंपनी को, जो नेशनल हेराल्ड पब्लिश करती थी, उसको एक नई कंपनी बना कर करके यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के माध्यम से संभवतः उसकी पूरी शेयर को खरीद दिया गया। कितने में? 50 लाख में। तो 90 करोड़ रुपए का लोन बाद में माफ कर दिया गया। तो 50 लाख रुपए में पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल के शेयर जो हैं वो इस नई कंपनी के पास आ गए, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे, मेजॉरिटी शेयर। लेकिन ये जो नई कंपनी लिया जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी का 76% था, वो सारी संपत्ति के भी मालिक बन बैठे, जो हजारों करोड़ की है। तो सिर्फ 90 करोड़ के लोन पर 50 लाख रुपया देकर पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल को की शेयर होल्डिंग को अपने नई कंपनी में डाल देना और उसके माध्यम से पूरे देश में जितने भी बिल्डिंग्स थी वो सबके भी मालिकाना हक प्राप्त कर लिया।
नेशनल हेराल्ड अखबार इसलिए स्थापित किया गया था कि देश की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी जाए। वो अखबार चल नहीं पा रहा था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो 500-600 बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगें बना लिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी मुश्किल से इस वर्ष तो अपना राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय बना पाई, अखबार नहीं चला पाई। ईमानदारी की इंतहा है। इतना भी मतलब है कि इतना कोई ईमानदारी बरत सकता है। तो नेशनल हेराल्ड के जो एम्प्लॉइज़ थे उनका खर्चा है, सैलरी है, पेंशन है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने लगभग 90 करोड़ या 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया था। उसमें 67 करोड़ तो अलाउंसेस, सैलरीज, पेंशन इन सब में लग गया। अब सवाल ये होता है कि जो ज़मीनें हैं, चाहे वो पटना में है, लखनऊ, इलाहाबाद, दिल्ली, एक आध दो जगह पर और है, उन ज़मीनों का कोई हस्तांतरण तो हुआ नहीं राहुल जी के नाम पर, सोनिया जी के नाम पर। तो ये अपने अखबार को चलाने के लिए अगर कोई पार्टी लोन देती है तो कौन सा इसमें गलती है? तो पूरा ये फर्जी मामला है। सोनिया जी और राहुल जी को गलत फंसाने के लिए।
देखिए, नेशनल हेरल्ड की अगर आप गहराई तक जाएंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि किस तरह से कंपनी के शेयर्स ट्रांसफ़र हुए और किस तरह से पैसा राउंड ट्रिप करके दूसरे देशों से वापस लाया गया उसके अंदर, और उसकी ओनरशिप कुछ खास परिवार के लोगों के पास आई। तो ये फर्जीवाड़ा है, और जब फर्जीवाड़ा के ऊपर जब तहकीकात होती है एक साधारण नागरिक के, तो इनके लिए देश ने कोई अलग कानून नहीं बनाए हुए। तो इंक्वायरी प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए, कोर्ट के अंदर वाद विवाद होना चाहिए, डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, उसके बाद में जो देश का कानून है उस हिसाब से निर्णय होना चाहिए। उससे भाग क्यों रहे हैं? इसमें राजनीति नहीं है कि अगर आपने कोई प्राइमा फेसिया, मतलब दिखने पर जो जाहिर हो उसके अंदर घोटाला हो, तो तहकीकात ना करी जाए। ये कौन सा कानून है? तो अगर इससे कांग्रेस भाग रही है, जो हर मुद्दे से भागती है, तो यही दिखाती है कि कांग्रेस मुद्दाहीन है। कांग्रेस केवल देश को डिवाइड करना चाहती है और फिर अपना वोट बैंक मजबूत करके आगे बढ़ने का उनका जो एक ही मकसद है वो आज फेल हो गया है।
देखिए साहब, ये बिल्कुल ही फर्जी केस है। इसमें क्योंकि बार बार हमारे लॉयर्स ने कहा है, नेशनल हेरल्ड के, राहुल जी के, सोनिया जी के, कि कहीं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस तो बनता ही नहीं है। और दूसरा, ये तो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसमें प्रॉफिट कहाँ से आ जाता है? इतनी तमाम संस्थाएं हैं, क्या सरकार को या ईडी को ये सिंपल चीज़ें नहीं समझ में आती हैं? तो ये पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड केस है और मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई भी आधार है किसी तरह के केस का। नहीं, तो ये तो ठीक है साहब, पुलिस आपके पास है, ईडी आपके पास है। आप किसी भी ईडी के अधिकारी से अगर आप प्राइवेट में बात कर लीजिए, वो अपने आप बता देगा कहाँ से उनको डायरेक्शन जाते हैं। और मैं बहुत गंभीरता से कह रहा हूँ, कोई भी ईडी अधिकारी आपको ये नहीं कहेगा प्राइवेट में कि नहीं साहब हम स्वायत्त अपनी निर्णय लेते हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का तो खैर पता ही है, ऊपर से जो हुक्म आता है वो करती है। दिल्ली में क्राइम हो रहे हैं उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, दिल्ली में लूटमार बढ़ती है उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, हत्याओं का आज तक पता नहीं चलता क्या होता है उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। बस एक ही चिंता है, ये FIR करते फिरो। ये टोटली पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड क्या कहते हैं केस है।
The National Herald case is not a witch hunt. The FIR alleges a criminal conspiracy that fraudulently acquired the Associate Journals Limited, which was owned by the National Herald newspaper, and the assets are worth almost 2,000 crores. Isn't this a big amount? And if the FIR accuses the Gandhis of conspiring to acquire these assets through young Indian, the Gandhis who hold 76% stake in the company, they should come out and express their case. But if 1 crore to young Indians was then used to acquire AJL without by paying 50 lakhs to the Congress party, all of this raises serious questions as to who beneficiaries owned the AJL and who were the people who were part of Dotex Merchandise Private Limited.
जब भी सेशन शुरू होगा इस प्रकार की चीज़ें लाई जाती हैं, और आज भी मैं कह सकता हूं कि नेहरू जी की बात हो या अभी वर्तमान में सोनिया गांधी जी की बात हो या राहुल गांधी जी की बातें हों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी डरी हुई रहती है, सहमी हुई रहती है। तो इस प्रकार की चीज़ें वो लाती है और इसके माध्यम से वो कहीं ना कहीं हमें ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और विशेषकर गांधी परिवार को बदनाम करने की साजिश है। जब सारी चीज़ें क्लियर हो चुकी है, सारी चीज़ें बतला दी गई हैं, तो इस प्रकार की चीज़ें लाई क्यों जाती है? इसलिए हमने कहा कि इन्होंने लोकतंत्र का एक तरह से मजाक भी बना दिया है और ये मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ये पूरी चीज़ें जो है प्रतिशोध की भावना से लाई जा रही है।
A luxurious car crashed 3 people on a sidewalk in Vasant Kunj, Delhi early this morning, resulting in 1 immediate fatality and leaving 2 others injured. The crash happened at around 2 a.m. near Ambience Mall. Authorities have now detained the driver as he attempted to flee the scene. Here's a detailed report on all that you need to know.
During the wee hours of today, a tragic accident took place near Vasant Kunj, claiming 1 life and leaving 2 others injured. The police and the staff rushed to the spot opposite Delhi's Ambience Mall, heading towards Vasant Vihar after they received the information. On arrival, the officers found a luxurious car in a crashed condition. 3 people, all employees of a restaurant inside Ambience Mall, were lying on the road. The victims were immediately rushed to the hospital. 1 victim from Chamoli, Uttarakhand was declared dead on arrival, while the other 2 were in treatment.
तो लड़का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, वो हमारे गांव से बिलोंग करता है, देहबाल बेराधार से रहने वाला है। वो यहाँ पे एमबीएस मॉल में जॉब करता था और रात को 2:30 बजे वो लड़का अपनी ऑफिस से छुट्टी हो गया, निकल रहा होगा घर पे, तो ऑन द स्पॉट में जो गाड़ी थी वो गाड़ी एक्सीडेंट हुई, तो ऑन द स्पॉट बच्चा खत्म हो चुका है। वो बच्चा 23 साल 24 साल का था। ये चीज है, जो गाड़ी थी वो रात को 2:30 बजे 2:30-3 बजे ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। अभी पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है और चल के जो है कि अपना ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है, अभी पता चलेगा जी।
The driver, a resident of Karol Bagh, was apprehended at the scene. Preliminary inquiry indicate the car lost balance due to a diversion, struck a pole where the 3 victims were waiting at an auto stand.
Vasant Kunj area ambience mall. We are at the spot wherein we can see the speeding of the car. My VJ is now showing you as to what has happened, how this incident has taken place. The fact that a luxury car was found in an accidental condition and 3 injured persons aged 23, 35 and 23 years, all employees of a restaurant in Ambience Mall, were found injured, lying injured at the spot. The offending car actually belongs to Abhishek, a friend of alleged Shivam. Now necessary legal action is being taken as per law.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winter session of the Parliament scheduled from December 1st, that is tomorrow, to 19th of December, will see the government push ahead with its legislative and reform agenda while the opposition prepares to raise issues including the special intensive revision, that is the SIR of electoral rules, national security and environmental concerns. The government has planned to put forward key bills on the table. Here are all the reactions that you need to know about ahead of the winter session of the Parliament that's going to commence tomorrow and while the all-party meeting was held today.
At this point of time, I don't want to make government's position because we called this meeting to listen to the floor leaders of the opposition parties and also from the ruling parties. I don't want to answer at this point of time because in the evening we will have business advisory committees. Although various demands, various points were made, but to reply categorically at this point of time is not wise because we are going to decide some issues in the business advisory committees and there are other things we have to take permission from the chairman. That is not correct. Within the opposition party there are many floor leaders who are interested in running the house and also raising the issue. So it is not correct that all the opposition parties are prepared to stall the parliament proceedings by raising SIR issue only. The issue came up, but it is not that they are not interested to run the parliament. नहीं, ये देखिए मैं फिर से बोल रहा हूँ, इसमें देखिए हम पार्लियामेंट शुरू होने से पहले हम गतिरोध को दूसरे तरीके में हम नहीं ले जाना चाहते। मेरा फिर से मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, अपोजिशन पार्टी ने कई मुद्दे रखे हैं, SIR भी उनमें से एक है, लेकिन ये कहना कि SIR को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट चलने नहीं देंगे, ऐसा सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने नहीं कहा है। अगर किसी ने बाहर में स्टेटमेंट दिया है, उसको सामूहिक स्टेटमेंट नहीं मानना चाहिए।
This session is only for 15 days and out of that 3 days will be assigned for private member day and in that case only 12 days and the government has listed 14 bills. So they give priority to only government business and opposition issues have to be raised on 2 various rules. Short duration discussion or calling attention, which never the government yields to. For example, the SIR is common to all the political parties, which we want to discuss elaborately. And the allocation for Mandarega scheme is coming down year by year. And as far as our state is concerned, the denying of the metro projects which we asked for, and Samagra Shiksha, the fund which is being accumulating more and more, the government is not saying this reason or that reason. So the opposition ruling parties are being victimized by this government, which we all want to raise on various issues.
But in last session, government didn't agree for any sort of discussion on the demands raised by...
They only tell, but they don't give opportunities. They want somehow or other to disrupt. when we insist for something and if time is not allotted, we raise our voice, and making use of that, they either bulldoze the bills or adjourn the house and put the blame on the opposition parties.
The entire opposition parties want these SIR issues to be discussed. And if the people of Bihar have concurred with SIR, what is the harm in having a discussion on that? Sanjay Jha was saying that SIR has been debunked by the people of Bihar. Okay, then you discuss that. And I also quoted the statement of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister saying that if you widen the topic, we will discuss. He said that if you bring in reforms, we will discuss. Okay, let us bring in the electoral reforms. Let us bring the whole lot of issues that are concerned in the electoral politics there. Let us widen the topic. We are for that.
Mr. Pitas, one more question. We spoke to CC a few days back. He stated that political parties are intimidating BLOs who are going to give the enumeration forms in each and every houses. In the, they are under the pressure of political parties. That might be the reason for suicide. That's what has come from Election Commission.
The Election Commission is squarely responsible for the blood of the committed suicides. And we feel that they are guilty of it. They have to answer to this nation why these hapless BLOs have committed suicide.
Have there been any assurance in this all-party meeting on the discussion on SIR?
Every time they say they are open and they are considerate. And I also said that, Rajnath ji, power is meaningless if there is no consideration, if there is no compassion.
I request the opposition leaders of TMC, DMK from Kerala not to fall in the trap of Congress. The Congress pulled the same thing in Bihar election also. And we have seen people of Bihar have shown the result. They said, if you don't talk about the issues that are related to the common man, instead of that, if we waste time in the parliament, and they've shown the result in Bihar. And I request the opposition parties not to fall in the trap of Congress again and stall the parliament on this issue. If you do that, you'll see the same result in Bengal and Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So I request them not to do it.
One more thing. Recently, Election Commission has extended also the dates of the SIR. But now opposition party is stating that's also one of the strategy of the Election Commission. Now they know that they did wrong documentation. Therefore, extension has come into role. How do you see it?
It is, when the Election Commission listens to the concerns of the parties and take a decision, they say Election Commission has done something wrong. If the Election Commission doesn't listen to the, or does something on as per the rule, they say no, they are not listening to us. So you're not allowing the Election Commission to, any leeway here. They listen to your concerns, and after listening to concerns, they might have extended for 7 days extra. So it's a welcome sign, and it will be helpful for the voter per se, so that he will be more comfortable to go through the process of SIR.
We were all unanimously opposing this SIR. We have an experience of Bihar. In the light of that, if we verify the entire thing, there's a very dangerous thing as far as the country is concerned. That's number one. Similarly, myself, representing IUML, I have been participating. We said minorities are oppressed and suppressed in this country. Every day we are getting stories of blood and tears. We have to make an end to that. That kind of a boiling issues also maybe should be discussed. Then PMC program and our labor code. These two things are another two important things. That also may be discussed.
Did you raise the issue of the BLO suicide in Kerala recently, which was a hot topic, in the entire country, where the Kerala leaders were stating that it was because of the Election Commission, while Election Commission is saying it is because of the intimidation of the political parties, opposition parties in Kerala, that, majorly CPI, CPM, Congress over there, therefore the BLOs are suiciding.
That is I have told generally about the India thing. In that was my main topic also, SIR. In that way I have said all this kind of irregular kind of things are going on. I have very strongly submitted that.
And with that, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that we're tracking that are making headlines nationally. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. In a major anti-narcotics crackdown, officials uprooted and destroyed nearly 12,000 cannabis plants in Keonjhar district of Odisha, amounting to 4,000 kgs cultivated illegally across multiple patches inside forest area. According to officials, preliminary assessments indicate that the destroyed plants carry market value of 1 to 1.5 crore rupees. In a police raid, 3.5 lakhs counterfeit cigarette sticks worth 50 lakhs were recovered. 2 people have now been arrested. Police are now investigating the forward and backward linkages regarding these fake cigarettes, including how they buy and the cigarettes and whom they were selling it to. 3 plastic containers, approximately 6 to 70 socket bombs buried in jackfruit orchard was recovered in Murshidabad. Acting on reliable source of information, the police team conducted a raid. Bomb detection and disposal team and CID have been notified to dispose the recovered bombs. The police arrested notorious drug trafficker Sukhwinder Singh, who had been absconding for a long time now. He was caught with drugs worth rupees 36 lakhs, an illegal firearm and cash. The accused has several cases registered against him under the NDPS Act and the Arms Act. A deadly blaze broke out in a 4-story building in Delhi's Sangam Vihar. Fire tenders were on the spot to douse the fire. The fire claimed the lives of 4 people. Authorities said that at least 2 others had been injured in the building fire. The police are now investigating the matter. Shifting our focus to now, breaking news now coming in. The India-United Kingdom Joint Military Exercise Ajaya Warrior 25 concluded today at the Mahajan field firing ranges in Rajasthan after a fortnight of intensive training focused on counter-terrorism operations in semi-urban terrain under the UN mandate. A total of 240 personnel from both armies participated in the 8th edition of the exercise. Troops of the Indian Army's Sikh Regiment and the United Kingdom's Army's Royal Gurkha Rifles underwent the joint tactical drills, combat conditioning, heliborne operations, room intervention and cordon and search exercises. Alongside operational discussions and planning sessions, the validation phase showcased high level of precision and jointmanship achieved by both contingents. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking News, and updates continue. For now, it's time for us to slip into a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
The next session features the stalwart of India's finance service industry. Mr. Sandeep Sikka is here between us, the Executive Director and CEO of Nippon India Mutual Fund, a leader who has built investor trust through innovation and consistency. He represents the spirit of India's growing financial inclusion.
Mr. Sikka, it's lovely to have you here with us. We were just listening to the minister, and he just made a very important statement that India is on the move, and every Indian, through his or her own pocket, is betting big on the India story through mutual funds. So I have the right man in front of me. He is one of the driving forces, not just behind Nippon, but even AMFI, that's the Mutual Fund Association. So the right man to ask questions on all our mutual fund investment related matters. Mr. Sikka, I want to get started. The whole SIP revolution that we've seen over the past about a decade or so, right now we're standing at about 75 lakh crore assets under management in mutual fund and over 5 crore investors. What do you think is the driving factor behind the confidence that the Indian investor is showing in mutual funds?
So Pranav, Arnab and Republic TV, thanks for having me here. I think I remember last time also being here, but I think one thing, first I should say thanks for the lovely video that you showed about me. And one thing that I realized was the growth of the mutual fund industry AUM and my hairline are going in the inverse direction. So that's that's on the lighter side. But I think let me start by highlighting the fact that it's today a very interesting point. It's a great moment to be. It's a time where every proud Indian is basically, looking at the bright future of the country. And as you saw in the morning, Mr. Amitabh Kant, and earlier before this, the minister talking about, we're at a time where I think India, we are moving from a fragile 5 to the top 5. And today what is happening is the most interesting time where I think every average Indian is through mutual funds, through SIPs, investing in India growth story. This had never happened before. So what is happening is, let me again go back to, I think a lot of us discussed about starting from 2014. Way back in 2014, at that point of time, mutual fund industry size was about 11 lakh crores, and today we are about 80 lakh crores. At that point of time, SIPs were less than 2,000 crores. Today we are 30,000 crores. So what is happening is, I think there are two things happening at the same time. First, I think what we should say, the growth that is happening, why it is happening. I mean, average investor is always very smart. He will only invest if he has confidence in something. For decades after decades, after independence, they had confidence in bank deposit, they had confidence in gold, and they invested in that. Today, this is changing India. Average Indian is having confidence in the India growth story, and that's why they are investing in mutual funds, investing through SIPs. But what is also very important to understand, it's mutual fund industry cannot do anything in isolation. The India growth story is all about, as a lot of initiatives that were discussed, in the morning, the first video which mentioned about Prime Minister talking about from being the 10th largest to being the third, moving towards the third largest. I think what is critical, a lot of foundation has been created in the last 10-15 years. So let me give you an example. The Jan Dhan that was talked by the minister before this, that got the formalization of the economy where we saw 50 to 60 crore new bank accounts getting opened. Then after that, we had basically the Aadhaar, we had the digital. All these things have actually helped the mutual fund industry grow. But the biggest thing that is happening, which we need to, each of us is proud of, is today, I think investment behavior happens over generations. And today, Indians are investing in capital markets, and from a data point of view, what was basically less than 1% of household savings were coming into capital markets. Today, it's about 7%. So it's a big change, but it's all about, not only about as mutual fund industry, we can take, a lot of, pat on the back we have done, but it's a function of country doing well, the economy doing well, Indians having confidence in the Indian economy, Indian capital markets, and a lot of rules that have been redefined by Jan Dhan and digital.
Yes. We have a lot of youngsters here. I mean, one of the most crucial debates at home is why invest in mutual funds? Wo to risky hai. FDs are better. What do you think is better? If there is one advice you would have to give to everybody who wants to invest here, is what is better, FD or mutual fund, and what is good for India?
So let me, you said why mutual fund. I say why not mutual fund? Okay. My question is the other way around. Today, for years and years, we've been investing in real estate, gold, bank deposit. I mean, all these things everything has a particular part that should be part of the asset allocation. But from a long-term point of view, what you have to see is, FD has its own limitation, and I'm not here to de-sell anything or try to propose anything. But what you have to understand is, from a FD point of view, I think you will be getting whatever 6, 7, 8% return, the fixed return. But you cannot contribute to the India growth story. If you have to contribute to the India growth story, you have to participate in and get the upside from it. That will come through the equity capital markets. And if you have to come to equity capital markets, all youngsters here and all of us have a day job. I think all of us cannot do those investments ourselves. And that's where mutual fund industry plays a very big role. So for me, it's a time where we have to say, why not mutual fund? And it's the whole environment is changing, where it used to say mutual fund is subject to market risk. The environment is now changing to mutual funds sahi hai.
But what happens when the marketing department, so to say, oversell mutual funds promising higher returns? I really want to ask you, are the days of superlative returns in mutual funds really over? Will we still see double-digit returns in mutual funds? What is the way forward? What is the kind of expectation that every new investor should have when he enters the mutual fund or the wealth route via mutual funds?
No, I do not. The superlative is relative. I think if somebody has seen last 5 years, he may see it differently. Someone who invested 1 year back, we may see differently. But let's step back a little. You had the minister and before the economist who talked about India. We are expecting the GDP today 7%. Can we touch 10% also? Today, all this is a function of how India grows. If India is growing at 7, 8%, 9%, nominal GDP will grow at 12, 15, 16%. I mean, there is no reason why investors should not expect double-digit returns. But superlative, returns, again, this, like I said, we have to all understand one thing. Anything where you have extraordinary returns, you are also taking extraordinary risk. So from a mutual funds point of view, and specifically mutual funds are not only about equity. Mutual funds are also about fixed income, gold and other things. So from our point of view, as long as India grows at 6, 7, 8%, you will continue getting double-digit returns.
You know, one of the terms that has been doing the rounds of internet for a long time is FIRE, that is financial independence, retire early. Would you advocate for mutual funds as that one instrument of retiring early or getting the financial independence? How should people go about looking at that and about investing in mutual funds from that aim?
Well, but it's a very interesting question. I think even if we leave aside the FIRE part, I think let's look at the other way around. Today in India, the average longevity is increasing. I think with the better medical facilities, I think we heard the minister talk about the medical facilities, better facilities for everybody. With that, what happens is if after independence, our average expected age was 55, 60, it was still 10 years back, it was 65, 70, today it will move up to 80. People in Japan, I represent a Japanese company where the highest number of people who live above the age of 100. Now look at this, it's not just about retirement. There's a period when you earn. So all of us will earn till a particular age, 55, 60, 65. Earlier what was happening, you were earning till a particular age and after that how much you live would be just 10, 12 years. Now you'll be in non-productive years when you will not be earning. I mean that could be 25, 30, 40 years. Now, what that does is basically India also has one of the lowest, people working in the organized sector who are covered. They're not covered in the organized pension schemes. So mutual funds helps you secure your long-term future through, it is not only about retirement, but anything else, anything to do with long-term goals. Retirement is one of them. So mutual fund allows every Indian to save money, generate wealth, and also retire safely.
Where do you invest your money, sir?
My 100% of my financial assets are in mutual funds, and 99.99999% are only in Nippon India Mutual Fund.
But then, if there's somebody here who may have a question, sir. I can do an F&O trading. I have margin facility available. I can buy a nifty lot for as less as probably 3,000 rupees. Just stay on it and earn huge returns. Why not go to F&O? Why not do day trading? And why choose mutual funds?
No, I think I take it the other way around. I love this. This is the question which comes many times, and we do a lot of these road shows, investor education. A lot of time people come back and say, "Aapka mutual fund bahut boring hai. It's a very boring industry. 10 saal lagao, 20 saal. There's no action. It's very boring." But the reality is, SEBI had come with this data some time back, where 9 out of 10 people who invested in F&O lost money. Now, I think I personally feel, it's very important for all of us to understand that when you're putting your long-term money, your money which your hard-earned money to the market, how can you put it as such a risky instrument? So I think at no point of time there cannot be anything better than mutual funds or capital markets. And when I say this, it is also a feeling of pride because through mutual fund indirectly, you're also helping. So where does the mutual fund invest? Mutual fund is investing in companies, fast-growing companies and all that, which also helps the country grow. And so I think from F&O and all, I think I don't understand that. And I would also request everybody not to get carried away with these high returns. SEBI has always, SEBI, RBI says invest in regulated products. Recently, there was a lot of about the digital gold, which the SEBI also came. So I think it's very critical not to get carried away with all these products.
Realistically, sir, looking at the mutual fund returns, the whole argument in the financial world or the investment world is how soon can you double your money? Realistically asking, how soon can any individual double his money in India through the mutual fund route?
I think SEBI has this rule, you cannot make a futuristic, statement. So I won't say that. But I'll just try to come back to, it's a function of the economy doing well. As long as the corporate earnings are increasing, you will see mutual funds giving returns. So, but let me give you a data point which will help you to understand better because I cannot talk about future, but I can definitely talk about past. One of the funds, which is the flagship funds of the industry, which was launched in 1995, 1 lakh rupee invested, today is 4 crore rupees. But 4 crore does not mean anything because many times people in the compounding cannot understand what does that mean. So let me decode it. So if somebody had invested in that fund 10,000 rupees, and Pranav, you'll understand 10,000 is not a very big amount. 10,000 rupees a month, if it was invested since 1995, what you would have invested would be about 30 lakh rupees. And today the value of that fund is about 40 crore rupees. 27 crore rupees. 27 crore rupees. Now, this is the power of compounding when it happens from a long-term point of view. And to your question, a lot of people, who expect superlative returns, they need to be invested for a longer period of time. That is the most important message. You cannot expect high returns by investing for a shorter period of time. So I think that's the message I want to give. If you want to expect high returns, you want to create wealth creation, you need to be invested for a longer period of time.
Mr. Sikka, while looking at the past, we feel confident that, okay, wow, there is an assurance, there are certain returns that we can expect from the funds we are invested in. But at the same time, we are also hearing of scams where just yesterday, an individual who'd invested his money lost 35 crore on digital scam. When we look at that, that's a kind of a deterrent probably for an investor. What are some things that we need to keep in mind as investors to ensure that our money invested is safe? How do we ensure that the advisor we are trusting, the agency we are investing through is a reliable agency? What are some of the tips that you would want to give to everybody sitting here?
Well, I think you talked about past is past, but we didn't look at future. Actually, sitting here since morning, I'm more confident about the future of India after hearing Mr. Goel and Mr. Amitabh Kant. And again, that is, if this is the future of India, I think there's no reason why Indians will not make more wealth through mutual funds. I think that is point number one. Number two, I think to your point, I think one thing is very clear. You will have regulated products and you'll have irregulated products, I think, and from your point of view, I think I also read this article yesterday about somebody getting, losing 35 crore rupees. I think it's very important for average investor, even educated investors, savvy investors to understand you have to deal with regulated entities. I mean, you will always get this thing, the lure, that there is something called, I think, let's go back many years back, there used to be chit funds and all that stuff. So you cannot get carried away with that. And I think from our point of view, I think while we talked a lot about the future and talked about the mutual fund industry, let me give you a little different perspective. Because asset management is not only mutual fund. We represent being a Japanese company, I deal with a lot of Japanese institutional investors. The interest of global investors to invest in India is just increasing. It's not only increasing in capital markets, it's not only increasing in equities, bonds, real estate, but startups. I think there's no reason for us to understand, I think, and get this confidence. If global investors are looking at India, why should average Indian in small citizen towns not look at investing into Indian capital markets through mutual funds?
Mm-hmm. If I have to ask you, I mean, I have an investor in front of me right now, so I have to ask this question. What are some of the sectors that you as an investor are bullish on over the next 5 years? You were just talking about the India story. What are some of the sectors that you are betting big on?
I think we can go on and on various sectors, because India is not a one market, it's a micro market. I mean, there are so many sectors, but anything to do with domestic consumption. I think we heard in the morning the minister and before this Mr. Khan talk about world over the industry, countries are moving to, protectionism. I think the borders are getting closed, the trade deals are getting closed. So what is happening? Our biggest asset is our population, our demographics, our domestic consumption. Today we are not a country. It's a country where you have 140 crore investors, 140 crores consumers, 140 crores savers, 140 crores investors. I mean, there are not many countries in the world which do that. But the common theme in all these is domestic consumption.
Right. I'm going to ask you two quick questions. One, we are a country obsessed with gold. I mean, if average Indian household just decides to sell their jewelry, there could probably be, all our gold problems could probably be solved given the kind of demand that gold is currently witnessing. If I have to ask you, what is your choice between mutual fund and gold? What's that instrument that you, I mean, I know the obvious answer, but the reasons probably.
Maybe I'll get you wrong, you don't know the obvious answer.
Okay.
It is gold through mutual funds.
Okay.
And why I say this, and I'm not trying to, I think again, what we have to understand is, I mean, today, over the years, the obsession for gold is very high. And I can forget any investor, I cannot convince my wife not to buy gold, because gold is something, it comes as an inherent thing, and everybody wants to buy it. And fortunately, over the years, the returns have been superlative. So I think every hypothesis goes wrong. But what we have to understand is, if the same gold can be bought and the returns can be got through the electronic mode, which is through the gold funds and the gold ETF, I think that is what changes everything. And let me give you another data point, how Indians are changing. Now, we were always very superstitious about gold. We have Dhanteras, Diwali time, people buy physical gold. Over the last 5 years, the trend is changing. More Indians are buying gold on the stock exchange, through ETFs. So 5 years back, on a Diwali day, Dhanteras and Diwali day, what was bought was 50 crore rupees. Next year was 100 crore rupees. The next year was 125 crore rupees. And this year was 500 crore rupees. So 500 crore rupees of gold bought on an auspicious day tells you how India is changing. And the other option, so to your question, I am a great believer in gold, but gold as an asset allocation, not as an investor. So it should be a part of every portfolio, but I think I'll prefer gold through mutual funds.
Okay. Another, Nippon was in fact one of the pioneers in ETS, that is exchange traded funds, which are passively managed. What is your personal choice, passive or active?
Let me, here I'll move away from myself, but more as a CEO of a company. I think what we believe is, as an asset management company, you need to provide both. There are investors who like active, there are investors who like passive, and it's like saying many times, I think all of us, we go for homeopathic, also medicine, and allopathic also. So what happens, there are times you keep changing. So there will be a core thing that will be basically can be done through active fund. There can also be a certain part which can be done through passive. And we are no one to decide. It's like, then as an asset management company, we are a supermarket. I think we will offer everything. But I want to just tell you one thing. This debate is a little it's not warranted, because globally, both of them have coexisted for decades and decades. I think in India, we've always been a very active, more active funds. So this is a new debate that is happening. You look at the most mature markets in the world, both active and passive are coexistent, and I feel in India also, both will coexisting for many more decades.
Okay. Mr. Sikka, India's mutual fund investor base is increasing, and even more and more investors are coming in from smaller towns, not just metros. To include this, as well as one final advice that you would want to give, to everybody here, to use mutual fund as an investment, what would that advice be?
No, I think I'd like to just touch it's a very valid thing. We have investors from small cities and towns, and the trend is changing. And since you touched this point, mutual fund industry was always blamed that it is all basically more concentrating on the bigger cities and towns, bigger cities. The trend is changing. I think today we see more investors are coming from smaller cities and towns. Recently, we opened our first branch in Leh. Now, Leh has a population of, effectively 400,000 people, 300,000 people. Out of that, 3 lakh people are only armed forces. Now, imagine today a place where it's difficult to breathe. I think what we are trying to see is, we're trying to go and sell mutual funds and get this culture in small cities and towns. So from our point of view, I think the advice to whether it's a small town or a big town, but for all investors, make the first step. Start investing. Don't wait. I think there's nothing called like we say in health. I think you have to take the first step, and you have to be consistent. You have to be disciplined. You have to keep investing. It cannot happen that one day you invest and then you forget. And then when you see the markets going up, you in cash, and then you say, "Ho gaya bas mera." But the reality is, I think we have to invest for decades. And I think today, when I invest, I think I can tell you one thing. You asked about me as an investor. I only invested in mutual funds, but more importantly, I've never withdrawn any money from mutual fund. Oh, really? Because the logic is very simple. I think if I don't need money, if I don't want to time the market, I will keep investing for long term. It is all for a particular goal. Goal could be my daughter's wedding. Goal could be education of my children. I've never ever withdrawn the money. I've never got carried away with how the markets behave, because the reality is, in spite of being whatever we managed today 7 lakh crores, but the reality is even I do not know how to time the market. So my advice to every investor will be, don't try to time the market. You'll go wrong. Just be patient. It's more like a test match in this world of T20. It's like a test match. Tuk is boring, but that's the only way to create wealth.
So is that the golden rule to wealth creation?
That's the only way for wealth creation.
Stay invested for a long duration.
Stay invested for a long thing, and don't let your biases come into it. Now, don't take me wrong when I say sitting in a media, a company, many times there's a lot of noise, markets have gone up, ab kya karna hai? Kuch nahi karna, baithe raho bas. Ignore whenever the market goes up or market goes down, ignore that, keep your emotions out. I think the best way is basically in the morning. Minister gave this example of Onida, owner's envy, neighbor's envy, owner's pride. Yeah. I'll go back to the Hero Honda campaign, which used to be fill it and forget it. I think just that's the way it should be for the mutual funds.
Wonderful, Mr. Sikka. Thank you very much. It was lovely having you with us. Thank you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting $38.5 billion in machinery and chemicals, while importing $33.8 billion.
First year when I went to Shark Tank, I was not an investor. I didn't know how investment happens, what do investors look at, because I was busy building boat.
Correct.
I was busy building my company,
which is a good thing.
And suddenly, the Shark Tank came in, and I was supposed to be on the chair.
Yeah.
So it was very easy for me making decisions. I didn't know Excel sheets. Sir, even today, I don't care about Excel sheets.
I love that. I just love it. I think many great ideas can end with an Excel sheet, but they won't begin with one.
Sir, Excel sheet तो मुझे आज भी सबको पता है कि मेरे को ना, there is a line which I always say.
Well done, Aman. Well done. I'm so proud of you.
I don't believe in data, sir. I believe in data. You know data?
Not data.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
ladies and gentlemen, you're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. This is the Sunday edition. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has happened today. Let's first get you the 6 headlines that have set the agenda. An all-party meeting was convened by the government today, wherein they had decided that tomorrow it is the commencement of the winter session, and hence they decided on what key agendas will be presented. There are many bills in the pipeline, and the opposition, meanwhile, is aiming to counter the government on the issue of SIR. Talking about SIR, ladies and gentlemen, the Election Commission of India has extended form submission deadline to December 11, and there is a huge political debate over that as well. Now, trouble only seems to be mounting for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and the whole of Congress party after both of them have been charged with criminal conspiracy in the National Herald case. Meanwhile, another case of VVIP killing has now come to light, this time from the national capital, with a luxury car ramming into 3 restaurant workers outside Delhi Mall, leaving 1 person already dead. In other news, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has flagged global risk in veiled reference to United States. We'll get you that full statement as well. And finally, all you need to know about Cyclone Dwa and what are the precautionary measures that you need to take. These are the 6 stories that we have lined up, starting with the top story. An all-party meeting was convened by the government ahead of the winter session of the Parliament, bringing together leaders across the political spectrum on eve of a short but high-stakes session. Held at Parliament House, the meeting reportedly witnessed the opposition flagging a range of issues it wants to raise in both the houses, including the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls, the recent Delhi blast, and key foreign policy concerns. Here is a look on what you need to expect from tomorrow for the Parliament session.
The Centre on Sunday convened the all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of the Parliament. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju and Minister of State Arjun Ram Meghwal represented the government at the meeting. Meanwhile, the opposition was represented by Congress leaders Gaurav Gogoi and Pramod Tiwari, DMK's T.R. Balu, TMC's Derek O'Brien and IUML's E.T. Mohammed Bashir. Ahead of the winter Parliament session, Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal said that the upcoming Parliament session is likely to have active discussions.
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि चर्चा होगी और विपक्ष के जो दल हैं वो भी कई मुद्दे लेकर आए हैं ना, इसलिए लगता है चर्चा होगी। पिछले बार के बाद और इस बार में परिस्थितियां बदली, उसके बाद बिहार का चुनाव हुआ। बिहार के चुनाव में भी जनता ने अपना कुछ मतदान के करके जो मत सुनाया, उसके बाद परिस्थितियां बदली भी है ना।
As the all-party meeting ended, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju stated that the meeting was very productive.
आज मीटिंग क्योंकि बहुत पॉजिटिव नोट में मीटिंग हुई है, मैं फिर से ऑल पार्टी फ्लोर लीडर्स जो आज पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं।
Meanwhile, responding to the opposition's take over the SIR, Kiren Rijiju said that the government is open to hearing their concerns and is ready for a discussion.
Within the opposition party, there are many floor leaders who are interested in running the house and also raising the issue. So it is not correct that all the opposition parties are prepared to stall the parliament proceedings by raising SIR issue only. The issue came up, but it is not that they are not interested to run the parliament.
Adding to the remarks, SPMP Ram Gopal Yadav stated that the Samajwadi Party alleged large-scale pressure on officials to remove voters.
समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से केवल SIR, इसमें बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर अधिकारियों के दबाव में BLOs आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, उनसे वोट काटने के लिए कहा जा रहा है, उनको अलग, जैसे हमारे यहाँ इटावा है, इटावा में सारे लोगों को कैटेगरी C में डाल दिया है। इटावा ज़िले में 7 लोकसभा के सदस्य हैं, 1 राज्यसभा का सदस्य है, 3 MLAs हैं, सब कैटेगरी C में, सब जाने कब से वोट डाल रहे हैं। तो ये अनियमितताएं इतनी ज़बरदस्त मनमाने तरीके से हो रही हैं, ये सिर्फ इसलिए हैं कि C में जो डाल दिया जाएगा उसको नोटिस देंगे। मान लो नोटिस नहीं देते हैं तो आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा, वोट कट जाएगा, वोट नहीं बन सकता।
TMC leader Kalyan Banerjee also emphasized that they are ready to cooperate in running the house.
No, we have not said so. We are still expecting.
that when all the oppositions have said that SIR should be discussed, we think that good sense will prevail upon the ministry and they should begin the discussion of the SIR. Yep.
Further, commenting on the winter session of the Parliament, JDU National Working President and MP Sanjay Kumar Jha praised the Election Commission for its remarkable work.
देखिए, बिहार में लास्ट सेशन भी वॉश आउट हो गया और एक्सरसाइज से बिहार में हो रहा था और पार्लियामेंट यहाँ बंद करा रहे थे। पूरा बिहार में SIR का काम 1 महीने में हुआ। एक कंप्लेन नहीं आया है जो कोई ये कहे कि वोटर लिस्ट में उसका नाम काट दिया गया। SIR के एक्सरसाइज के बाद बिहार में इलेक्शन हो गया। इतना बड़ा इलेक्शन हुआ, पूरे इलेक्शन में हाईएस्ट टर्नआउट हुआ है बिहार में। इतना वोटर टर्नआउट आज तक बिहार में नहीं हुआ। कोई एक आदमी ने नहीं कहा कि उनका वोटर लिस्ट में नाम नहीं था या काट दिया गया। और इलेक्शन वायलेंस फ्री था। इलेक्शन में एक जगह रिपोलिंग नहीं हुई। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने रिमार्केबल काम किया, इतना बढ़िया तरीके से इलेक्शन करवाया।
The winter session will run from December 1st to 19th and will include 15 sittings, and Parliament is expected to take up major legislative and financial businesses. As the all-party meeting concluded for the day, leaders highlighted both cooperation and contention. Some of the government ministers praised productive discussions, while opposition MPs raised concerns over the SIR setting up a closely watched winter session.
The Election Commission of India has extended the deadline for submitting enumeration forms under the special ongoing intensive revision of electoral rolls in 9 states: Chhattisgarh, Goa, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, along with West Bengal and the Union Territories of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep and Puducherry from December 4 to December 11, 2025. This adjustment pushes the publication of the draft electoral rolls to December 16 from the originally planned December 9, while the final roll will now be released on February 14, 2026 instead of February 7. This also comes ahead of the winter session of the Parliament and has now sparked a huge debate. Take a look.
As the Parliament gears up for the winter session from tomorrow, the opposition is all set to take on government on the issue of SIR. An all-India party meeting was held by the centre today to build consensus for the upcoming session. But what became clear with the statement of opposition MPs is that SIR remains at the top of opposition's agenda and is likely going to dominate all discussions in the session. Here's what opposition MPs had to say.
The entire opposition parties want these SIR issues to be discussed. And if the people of Bihar have concurred with SIR, what is the harm in having a discussion on that? Sanjay Jha was saying that SIR has been debunked by the people of Bihar. Okay, then you discuss that.
That is I have told generally about the India thing. In that was my main topic also, SIR. In that way, I said all this kind of irregular kind of things are going on. I have very strongly submitted that.
The centre says it is open to discussion on all issues, but MPs have pointed out that 14 bills have already been listed for the session, leaving not much time for detailed discussion.
This session is only for 15 days, and out of that 3 days will be assigned for private member day. And in that case only 12 days, and the government has listed 14 bills. So they give priority to only government business, and opposition issues have to be raised on 2 various rules: short duration discussion or calling attention, which never the government yields to.
People of Bihar have shown the result. They said if you don't talk about the issues that are related to the common man, instead of that, if we waste time in the parliament, and they've shown the result in Bihar. And I request the opposition parties not to fall in the trap of Congress again.
Before this, monsoon session of the Parliament had ended with the record low productivity of just 31% in Lok Sabha, with disruptions from the opposition dominating the discussions. Although Parliamentary Affairs Minister seems assured that opposition will let the House function, the issue of SIR will certainly be a topic of debate and contention.
That is not correct. Within the opposition party, there are many floor leaders who are interested in running the house and also raising the issue. So it is not correct that all the opposition parties are prepared to stall the parliament proceedings by raising SIR issue only. The issue came up, but it is not that they are not interested to run the parliament.
The Delhi police has registered an FIR on October 3rd, 2025 against Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, among others, including Suman Dubey, Sam Pitroda, Young Indian, and others, based on a complaint from the Enforcement Directorate under sections of the Indian Penal Code related to criminal conspiracy, dishonest misappropriation, breach of trust, and cheating. How is this a big setback to the Congress government? Take a look.
In a major development in the National Herald case, the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police has filed a fresh FIR against Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, Congress MP Sonia Gandhi and Sam Pitroda. After complaint from the Enforcement Directorate, FIR has also named shell companies such as Young Indian, Dotex Merchandise and Associated Journals, which allegedly provided seed money. According to the FIR, the proceeds of crime totals rupees 2,000 crore and the market value of those alleged illegal gains is pegged at rupees 5,000 crore.
Well, in fact, this FIR is basically based on a complaint that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, and the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police has now registered a fresh FIR against Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, as well as 6 other associates and business entities. Now, this is in the alleged case of criminal conspiracy to fraudulently acquire Associated Journals Limited, and this was essentially a Congress entity worth about 2,000 crore rupees, which was basically acquired through Young Indian, which Gandhi is essentially holding a shareholding of about 76%.
Meanwhile, Congress leader Udit Raj rejected all the allegations and called the FIR fake.
कि जो ज़मीनें हैं, चाहे वो पटना में है, लखनऊ, इलाहाबाद, दिल्ली, एक आध दो जगह पर और है, उन ज़मीनों का कोई हस्तांतरण तो हुआ नहीं राहुल जी के नाम पर, सोनिया जी के नाम पर। तो ये अपने अखबार को चलाने के लिए अगर कोई पार्टी लोन देती है तो कौन सा इसमें गलती है? तो पूरा ये फर्जी मामला है सोनिया जी और राहुल जी को गलत फंसाने के लिए।
Another Congress leader, Sandeep Dixit, called this case politically motivated and also alleged Delhi police of filing a fake FIR.
अधिकारी आपको ये नहीं कहेगा प्राइवेट में कि नहीं साहब हम स्वायत्त अपनी निर्णय लेते हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का तो खैर पता ही है, ऊपर से जो हुक्म आता है वो करती है। दिल्ली में क्राइम हो रहे हैं उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, दिल्ली में लूटमार बढ़ती है उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, हत्याओं का आज तक पता नहीं चलता क्या होता है उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। बस एक ही चिंता है, ये FIR करते फिरो। ये टोटली पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड क्या कहते हैं केस है।
Congress senior leader Jairam Ramesh took it to social media to take a dig at Prime Minister and Home Minister, saying the Modi-Shah duo is continuing with its mischievous politics of harassment against the top leadership of Congress, and also went on to call the matter completely bogus. BJP, on the other hand, spent no time to slam Congress and Gandhi family over the fresh allegations in the case.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा दिया गया था, तो जो एसोसिएट जर्नल थे जो चलाते थे इस कंपनी को, जो नेशनल हेरल्ड पब्लिश करती थी, उसको एक नई कंपनी बना कर करके यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के माध्यम से संभवतः उसकी पूरी शेयर को खरीद दिया गया। कितने में? 50 लाख में। तो 90 करोड़ रुपए का लोन बाद में माफ कर दिया गया। तो 50 लाख रुपए में पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल के शेयर जो हैं वो इस नई कंपनी के पास आ गए, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे, मेजॉरिटी शेयर। लेकिन ये जो नई कंपनी लिया जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी का 76% था, वो सारी संपत्ति के भी मालिक बन बैठे।
आईएनसी का मतलब इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस नहीं, आई नीड चोरी, आई नीड करप्शन बन चुका है। जी हाँ, कांग्रेस का प्रथम परिवार सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है, और जिस प्रकार से वो करता है भ्रष्टाचार, उसको लगता है ये है उसका जनसिद्ध अधिकार, और कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई होती है तो वो चिल्लाता है अत्याचार अत्याचार, और खेलता है विक्टिमहुड कार्ड। विक्टिमहुड कार्ड नहीं चलेगा, कानून अपना काम करेगा। आपने लूटा है तो लौटाना पड़ेगा।
Meanwhile, as the winter session begins tomorrow, the centre and opposition are set to lock horns over the National Herald FIR against the Gandhis.
In the early hours of November 30, 2025, a tragic accident unfolded near a bustling mall on Delhi's Vasant Kunj area when a luxury car driven by 29-year-old Shivam from Karol Bagh lost control after navigating a road diversion and ploughed into an auto stand at around 2:38 a.m. The VVIP killed 3 men aged 23, 35 and 23 who were restaurant workers from the nearby Ambience Mall waiting for an auto rickshaw. Vasant Kunj North Police has swiftly arrived at the scene where they found the mangled luxury car and apprehended the driver on the spot, initiating legal proceedings as investigations into the precise cause of the loss of balance continue. Now the question here is, ladies and gentlemen, how many more common people will have to be crushed under these VVIP killers' car?
During the wee hours of today, a tragic accident took place near Vasant Kunj, claiming 1 life and leaving 2 others injured. The police and the staff rushed to the spot opposite Delhi's Ambience Mall, heading towards Vasant Vihar after they received the information. On arrival, the officers found a luxurious car in a crashed condition.
Yet another accident has been reported in national capital, now at the Vasant Kunj area opposite the Ambience Mall, wherein a luxury car had hit 3 people. 3 people, all 3 employees of Vasant Kunj area Ambience Mall. We are at the spot wherein we can see the speeding of the car. My VJ is now showing you as to what has happened, how this incident has taken place. It was on 30th November, that's yesterday, at about 2:33 a.m. A PCR call regarding a road accident was received by the police station Vasant Kunj North. The fact that a luxury car was found in an accidental condition and 3 injured persons aged 23, 35 and 23 years, all employees of a restaurant in Ambience Mall, were found injured, lying injured at the spot.
3 people, all employees of a restaurant inside Ambience Mall, were lying on the road. The victims were immediately rushed to the hospital. 1 victim from Chamoli, Uttarakhand was declared dead on arrival, while the other 2 were in treatment.
जो लड़का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है वो हमारे गांव से बिलोंग करता है, देहबाल बेराधार से रहने वाला है। वो यहाँ पे एम्बियंस मॉल में जॉब करता था और रात को 2:30 बजे वो लड़का अपनी ऑफिस से छुट्टी हो गया, निकल रहा होगा घर पे, तो ऑन द स्पॉट में जो गाड़ी थी वो गाड़ी एक्सीडेंट हुई, तो ऑन द स्पॉट बच्चा खत्म हो चुका है। वो बच्चा 23 साल 24 साल का था। ये चीज है, जो गाड़ी थी वो रात को 2:30 बजे 2:30-3 बजे ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। अभी पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है और चल के जो है कि अपना ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है, अभी पता चलेगा जी।
The driver, a resident of Karol Bagh, was apprehended at the scene. Preliminary inquiry indicate the car lost balance due to a diversion, struck a pole where the 3 victims were waiting at an auto stand.
In a world where politics is increasingly trumping economics, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that nation can't afford to rely on a single source for its essential needs. He has warned that an uncertain global landscape demands a relentless drive to diversify supply chains. From one-on-one trade talks with the United States to China's own set of rules, Jaishankar says countries must hedge their risk, and India is answering with a bold push to make in India.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar warned that in today's world, politics increasingly trumps economics. Speaking at an event, he stated that in an uncertain world, the nation must continuously diversify its supply sources to guarantee its essential needs.
In an uncertain world, it is all the more important that we continuously diversify supply sources to actually guarantee our national needs.
EM Jaishankar pointed to the US shifting to one-on-one trade deals and China following its own rules, pushing nations to hedge risks through new free trade agreements.
The United States, long the underwriter of the contemporary system, has set radically new terms of engagement. Not just that, it is doing so by dealing with countries on a one-on-one basis rather than through regimes. China has long played by its own rules and is now doing so even more. In the ensuing scenario, other nations are unclear on whether their attention should be on the visible competition or the trade-offs and understandings that punctuate them. Simultaneously, other options between themselves are explored with greater urgency. One sign of that is the uptick in the enthusiasm today for free trade agreements across geographies.
He highlighted that India is responding by boosting Make in India, infrastructure and tech like semiconductors to build a strong industrial base and cut vulnerabilities.
The emphasis on Make in India in the last decade speaks of a different mindset and greater ambition. For its full potential to be realized, industry has to wholeheartedly partner and look beyond the short term. It must help build the domestic supply chain even as we seek to participate more in the global one. As it strikes roots, Make in India is strengthened by research in India, innovate in India, and design in India. Not all missed opportunities of the lost decades of the last century can be recovered.
Global firms now see India as a top choice for supply chains. This positions India as a key player in de-risking strategies and uncertainty caused by tariffs and geopolitical tensions. India's push for diversification and self-reliance is reshaping its place on the global stage, with aims to turn uncertainty into opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Lanka has been battered by severe weather since last week. Cyclone Dwa has caused massive damage to infrastructure by destroying nearly 15,000 homes across the country. If you are staying in nearby these areas, here's all that you need to know.
Sri Lanka stands on the edge of a humanitarian crisis as torrential rains and catastrophic floods unleashed by Cyclone Dwa have already claimed 159 lives, while 228 people still remain missing.
Following the massive devastation created by cyclone, President of Sri Lanka has declared a state of emergency throughout the island. This came after an all-party meeting on Friday in which the opposition leaders called for the state of emergency to be declared. Director General of Sri Lanka's Disaster Management Centre described how widely the cyclone is affecting the lives of people.
Due to ongoing cyclone situation, a total number of 179,868 families have been affected, impacting 646,567 individuals across the country. Tragically, 132 deaths have been reported, while 176 persons are still missing. We have already opened 716 safety centers to support those who displaced. According to the Meteorological Department, this is the first time in history.
Meanwhile, organizations and volunteers were working to prepare meals and collect dry goods for those who were impacted by the floods.
Now, with the help of people, volunteers, we are collecting dry rations and other supplementary items to be distributed among affected people. Now, there are about more than 200,000 people affected due to floods, and we are actually collecting from various donors and volunteers dry rations and other things and distributing among those who are affected.
President of Nabivaya Youth Islamic Organization stated that their organization was making more than 2,500 meals for people affected in the area.
Now, every disaster, we get together and the immediate step is to feed them. So we feed at least each meal over 2,500 meals we are serving. So the affected families are over 5,000, but still we feed according to the capacity that we have.
Sri Lankan authorities stopped passenger trains and closed the roads in many parts of the country after rocks, mud and trees fell on roads and railway tracks. In such a disastrous situation, India has extended a helping hand to Sri Lanka, and as a part of its ongoing relief efforts, the Indian Air Force has positioned Mi-17 V5 helicopters in Colombo for swift HADR operations. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, Chetak helicopters from INS Vikrant carried out search and rescue sorties in Sri Lanka, supporting people affected by Cyclone Dwa. According to officials, Dwa, which developed in the seas east of Sri Lanka, is likely to move towards Indian southern coast today. It is now stagnant 80 kilometers inside the sea and is 160 kilometers away from Puducherry, while 210 kilometers away from Chennai. A red alert has been issued to Puducherry and Cuddalore, whereas orange alert has been issued to Chennai and Ranipet, as northern part of the state is to receive heavy rains. As rescue teams push through flood-hit regions and authorities brace for Cyclone Dwa's next move along the Indian coast, the coming hours will be crucial.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च. Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year,
our talk of this day, from reimagining businesses to redefining intelligence itself. Artificial intelligence, AI, is the defining force of this decade.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. From Chintan Shah, Mr. Chintan Shah, the Director, Enterprise Business, ITES and GCC, Google Cloud India, has been guiding voice in helping enterprises harness AI for growth and transformation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, congratulations to Republic Business for organizing such a wonderful event and for the lovely campus. It's my pleasure to be here and address all of you here on a very transformational moment in history, and that is artificial intelligence, right? And we heard about it in some of the earlier speeches. I'll try and uncover a little bit about what that means for India in the coming decades and the century, probably. So we are currently living through a time in history which, when we look back, is going to be looked at as a very, very transformational moment. Right? And a decade ago, this was very different. Decade ago, the world was asking how many people are coming online in India, right? That's changed dramatically today. Today, the world is asking, given the wealth of infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that we've created, the wealth of technical talent that we have in India, the world is asking, what are we going to build next? And you know, I represent Google, and our belief is the answer to that comes from AI, or artificial intelligence. And that's going to shape the future. And this is not something we are talking about, the AI of the future, of sci-fi movies. This is now and here solving real problems for over 1.4 billion people of the country. 3 years back, even in mainstream commercial businesses, we were not talking about generative AI, right? Today, it is a piece of technology that has taken over the world and has demonstrated unprecedented growth. And I am talking about things in history like computers, internet, mainframes, any era you look at, even mobiles. Nothing matches the growth that we're witnessing with AI. In such a short span of time, it has had a very transformative impact on all of our lives. And we are just getting started, right? So, and it's not just me who believes that. This was a statement recently made by Mr. Sundar Pichai, who's the CEO of our organization, and he believes that this has a very fundamental, profound impact on society at large across the globe. And you know, the underlying theme is about AI for all. And I got thinking, saying that, you know, when we talk about AI for all, AI at scale, what do we need? What are the things that make for a perfect combination, right? And we are talking about, you know, AI will be very helpful when there is scale, there is diversity, and there are large problems to solve. And India checks all the boxes, right? We have a combination of all that we have to look at. Take the example of linguistic diversity. And, you know, if we have to bring hundreds of millions of people into mainstream, we have to solve for linguistic diversity when it comes to India. That's just one example, right? AI has the potential to boost economics, accelerate solutions, but only if developed and deployed in a way that is inclusive. And for that, we need governance of AI. We need to build trust, the infrastructure, and you know, enable innovation, and then the adoption will result in the transformation we all seek for everybody around us. It will need governments, private sector, researchers, developers, all to come together to realize the power of this technology for India. What I'm going to do is just talk a little bit about what AI has achieved today and kind of problems it is solving today, and then see how it is playing out in the context of India. And then extend, say, how do we think about what do we do next from here, right? So impact of AI. I'll just take a few examples of some of the problems that AI has solved in the world today. And, we are talking about self-driving cars. We're talking about, satellite-based fire detection using AI. We're talking about flood control. We're talking about, reducing contrails for the aviation industry. These are big problems to solve. These are hard problems to solve. Wildfire, today we are able to detect with AI at 400th the size of what satellite-based, early satellite warning systems can detect. Self-driving cars are doing 25,000 miles a day of self-driving. Unthinkable, just a while back when these technologies were starting to start. Google Flood Hub today is able to give early flood warnings to farmers. Imagine a farmer in Bihar, and they probably used to get a notice of a flood coming maybe an hour earlier. There's little they could do at that time but run. If that changes, and that's changing now, with, say, an early warning to up to 7 days in advance, they can move their livestock, they can move their families, they can take, precautionary actions. That's the transformation we are talking about, and think of the scale at which this impacts, the farmers and people in India. Everybody heard of AlphaGo here? For those who've not, it was a software that was built by Google, which was completely self-learning. And what it did is it bait Lee Sedol, who's 18 times world champion in the game of Go, and one of the greatest of all time. And there was a match which was watched live by 200 million people across the globe, and AlphaGo won 4:1. What's interesting is not that it could beat a human at a game. What's interesting is, why this game is so complex. The game has 10 raised to 170 possibilities. That is 1 followed by 170 zeros. That's the number of moves that the game has, right? So this is not a game which is, something you could train just based on calculation. There is a lot of intuition involved. And to everybody's surprise, the computer model was able to make creative moves that were never seen in the game before. And that's the kind of power we are talking about. And why I'm talking about that, right? If you were to think of AlphaFold, and this is a lot more profound, and I don't know if some of you have heard here about that, but this is about the whole protein folding model that we build. And the story is like this, right? That in 1990, there was a project launch, a scientific project launch, which was called the Human Genome Project, right? After 13 years and 2.7 billion in money spent, it was able to do the first human genome sequencing. But if we were to do human genome sequencing for all the proteins that are there, we could take the eternity of time, when I'm talking about time from the beginning till now, and we would still not be able to do it with the current set of methods that were available. And that's where at Google, a bunch of scientists got together and they said, can we look at solving this problem using AI? And today, as you see, through this software, 200 million proteins are already, the sequencing is done for them, right? And this is growing by the year. And this 200 million proteins was just done in 1 year. As we open sourced all of that work, and today 3 million researchers across the globe are using the same technology to solve greater problems that humanity is facing. And they spread across 190 countries. The impact of this was so profound that the scientists who worked on this, they got a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Fun fact, they did not have a formal education in chemistry. So that's, again, power of AI, where the whole world's, some of the most brilliant minds were working on it in a conventional way, and how we could solve it in a very, very different way, right? And what is the impact of these 3 million researchers now? We are looking at solving plastic pollution. We are talking about solving diseases that were neglected or not solved for yet, doing drug discovery, talking about structural biology. These are the kind of innovations that will make a very, very massive impact in times to come. So this was just a flavor of the kind of hard problems AI is already able to solve, right? And I said this is just the beginning. We are only talking about early years, early times here. And a lot of it I spoke about sounded like in the computational world, right? I just wanted to play a small video. This was released 6-7 months back about how AI is going to interact with the physical world. But it's basically about Project Astra. If some of you have not seen, you can go ahead and look up. Basically how AI is able to interact in a real physical world. It retains context of everything that is going around, and it can switch context. So basically in that video, we talk about how you throw a math problem at it. You talk about how you ask something that's there in the physical world and it's able to interact. And that's just the idea was to just show the possibilities of what's going to happen in the physical world in the times to come. Just moving on, I'm just moving to a little bit about some of the impactful work happening with AI inside India, right? I mentioned earlier that if you are solving for India and the 1.4 billion people of India, we cannot bring hundreds of millions of people, 1.4 billion to be precise, into the mainstream economy unless we solve for the linguistic divide. So we've launched some projects here, which is Project Morni, which is trying to bring 100 plus Indic languages and building models around trying to understand these languages far more deeply. Complementing that, there's a project that we're running along with IISc called Project Vani. And the interesting thing here is we all understand the linguistic diversity, but if you look at if you look at a layer below that, we have several dialects, and the dialects and the culture changes every few hundred kilometers. Now, how do you capture that kind of diversity? So we're running a project called Project Vani, where across 773 districts, we are collecting open-sourced raw voice data in these different languages. And that will allow us to make sure that as we build for AI for Bharat, we are building keeping the inclusivity of the entire population in mind, and not just the few of us who are privileged and part of the mainstream. Agricultural landscape, if you've heard of Project Anthro-Krishi, what we're doing here is the ability to map farm and water bodies across the country at granular details. This will help farmers improve yields, do protection from pests, take actions in time to be able to go very precise in what is happening in that area, that belt, and that region. Think about applications like loans for farmers. There is a big problem today that you don't know where the boundary starts, where the boundary ends. These are the kind of problems we are talking about solving with AI, and they are not humanly possible any other way at the level of other technologies that are available today. Project Greenlight is about solving the problem of urban India, where traffic lights are now helping us reduce emissions by up to 10%. And the applications are many. They are diverse. They are across the breadth of the economy. With automated retinal disease assessment, a tool that we're building. Today, doctors are scarce, right? People don't have access to doctors. Doctors are able to help prevent blindness just by looking at diabetic patients and looking at their scans for retinal diabetic. So these are things, again, which will help solve problems at scale. We're working with Vadwani AI Group to help farmers, again, cotton farmers to be precise, on reducing, identifying pests and reducing the incidence of pest damage that is happening to their crop. Google Pay, we heard in the morning, it started as Tez, for those who remember, in India, and now it's a global product as Google Pay. But again, AI is helping us secure these complex networks and payment infrastructure in the country. So those are just some flavors of India. I'll skip through this because we're not able to play a video, but this was this is shot in our Bangalore office where the same project Astra is looking at a math problem that is shown to it, and it is conversing in Hindi and English to a complex math problem and able to converse very fluently and guide us in terms of how you could solve that problem, what's the right approach to solve that problem. It's again very interesting. You can look it up. It's available publicly on YouTube. And but this can solve things like education at scale for the population of the country. So moving on, what are we doing? Given all the potential of India, and we spoke about AI being a great leveler, and the ability or the opportunity for India to leverage this moment and make this century its own. So at Google, we've committed to a very large AI hub announcement to the tune of $15 billion, which is coming up at Vizag. This announcement was made last month. And we believe that this will pave the way for creating the kind of AI infrastructure that is needed for us to be able to solve the kind of problems we just discussed. But, putting rails is not going to be enough by itself. We need the trains to run on them. And that's where we need help from all of you present here. The ask is for entrepreneurs, for developers, for policymakers, for industries. The infrastructure is ready. The opportunity is immense. And the only question left is, what will you build? And as I said earlier, this is the decade, the century, where the world is looking at India to build. Last but not the least, I talked about it throughout my presentation. AI is here. It is impacting every industry, every part of the world. But the huge opportunity is for us to see how it brings benefits to billions of people and not just the select few. And that's, when AI would probably mean all included and nobody's left behind. And that's the opportunity in front of us. Thank you.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show.
I forgot, sir. India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे.
आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप नहीं ये क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे सर, humbleness. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however,
By the way, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhiwala boy, Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
Shark Tank में आपने कहा कि first time you went to
Banda, sir, banda.
What is banda?
Banda means the person. The guy. You're very bad in Hindi. Spend some time.
I'm translating. I am very good with this Delhiwala Hindi. You want me to start?
Life will go on. I will never retire. I don't think I will ever retire.
No, you should never retire. I am also never going to retire.
Yeah.
I think we'll continue.
Yeah.
Some people follow a map, some people create one. The reason I'm really excited about my guest today on this beautiful new show, The New Business of Life with Mercedes-Benz, is because Aman Gupta, who's my guest, is no ordinary businessman, no ordinary entrepreneur. He's an unconventional guy. Many of you know him, obviously, with the big company he's founded called The Boat. It has a whole legion of supporters called boatheads. Maybe you're a boathead, I don't know. But more importantly, many people may find him one of India's most visible entrepreneurs, as that quirky judge on Shark Tank. Whichever be your way of knowing Aman Gupta, it is very unlikely that any of you don't know Aman Gupta, and that itself is his success story. A person who believes that his own visibility adds to his brand. A person who's used marketing to excel in product creation, but a person who always carries India close to his heart. In a way, Aman's story is far from complete. He's got many more journeys to go. But the one reason I am looking forward to this conversation is because Aman Gupta is a self-made man. I like self-made people. I like people who started from zero. I started from zero myself with absolutely nothing but a dream and an aspiration. And I like aspirational people, and that's why I think I'm going to love this conversation with Aman. So without boring you anymore with a long introduction, let me say, hello Aman, how are you?
Yeah, no, good to see you.
Good to see you, Aman. Good to see you, and you're looking good. And I'm glad to meet you in the heart of the national capital.
Yeah, it's different. I've never had an interview like this before.
Yes, it's different. We are standing here, and right behind us is the flyover that goes to Sarai Kale Khan. On that road side, that road goes to INA. You know, I used to live in Mayur Vihar. I used to drive down every single day to the first studio I worked at, which was at Greater Kailash.
Wow.
And
NDTV.
NDTV, yes.
I was in horse cars.
Yeah, you were in horse cars.
Yeah.
We used to go to horse cars for for those beautiful sunny winter lunches.
yeah.
Maybe we'll go one day.
Yeah, our office is there.
Yeah.
Oscars Village. That's our
You're
office.
still there?
Yeah.
Wow. So, Aman, you're a Delhi boy.
Yeah.
Tell me about yourself, something that I don't know right at the start.
Delhi boy, yeah. As you know, as I always say, you can, there's a line called, you can take a man out of Delhi. Aman, a man, right? You can take a man out of Delhi, but you can't take a man out of Delhi. That's me. That's Aman. I'm a full-hearted Delhi boy. And, wherever I've worked, whether it was JBL, Harman, their office was in Bangalore, but I told my boss I want to stay in Delhi.
Yeah.
So I've been wherever my co-founder, Samir, he is based out of Bombay and I'm based out of Delhi. So even when it's been like more than 7-8 years, we've been in different cities. So I cannot go out of Delhi. I love Delhi so much.
Yeah. Well, what is it that has really made you, Aman, from where you started? Was I right in my introduction when I said you started from zero?
Yeah, it was. I would say I started from negative. I had like more negative because I had a few failed businesses. So I didn't start from a normal zero. I was very low, down under. And then God has been kind. Both heads have been kinder. And, both is touchwood doing whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to look forward to this chat. I'm going to drive you.
Oh wow, that should be fun.
I'm not the best driver around.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to see you in this attire.
Oh God, should I be anchoring like this?
I wore a coat just because I thought I'm meeting you, and you are now in.
I surprised you.
I surprised you too.
I'm also a Delhi wala boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a bit about myself.
Yeah.
Which you may not know. I studied in Hindu college.
Acha, wow.
I used to live in a place called Bhai Parmanand Colony, which was behind Kingsway Camp,
Acha.
Mukherjee Nagar ke piche.
Acha.
वहाँ पे 99% of the people who are in Bhai Parmanand Colony are preparing for UPSC.
Wow.
I was also supposed to be preparing for UPSC, but I never became. So I'm also a Delhi boy. I studied in Delhi, Mount St. Mary's, Delhi Kent, Hindu College.
Wow.
So worked here 10 years. So I have a lot of Delhi in me.
Correct.
So let's take a drive.
Yeah, let's
of Delhi, Aman.
Let's do that.
Let's take a drive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking Aman Gupta, the shark, for a long drive.
Yeah, let's go.
ऐसे ही करते होंगे ये ड्राइव
बटन नहीं है वहाँ यार he doesn't know how to drive what are you making me
चलो यार
चलती कैसे गाड़ी का स्विच
अभी चलो
जय माता दी
बंद करो
जय माता दी जय माता दी
ये हो रहा है कि नहीं चलो ये है ना चल रही है अमन shall we go Aman
let's go sir
चलो अमन
आपको गाड़ी चलाते हुए बैठ के
गाड़ी चलाते हुए don't worry I know how to drive the car I'm a master at this shall we start Aman
let's go
so Aman are we ready to roll
absolutely sir
okay Raman so it's beautiful sunny early winter afternoon 12:30 in the afternoon on the streets of Delhi and Aman has trusted me in this car to roll around the streets of Delhi and he's been doing Jai Mata Di. Why, you have a problem with trust?
No sir it's okay the way just got a little scared
What are you scared of Aman? Don't worry,
nobody's,
you're perfectly safe.
nobody's scared of you sir nobody not even in the TV sir and when you say we watch you we don't even watch you sir we hear you also sir we sell headphones we amplify the sound and you also are a perfect example of how sound can be amplified and seen and heard right?
Is that all you think about all the time?
No,
sound
not at all. Yeah,
you think about sound all the time?
It's like my खून sir
In what way?
सर हेडफोन बेचते हैं जहाँ देखो आते जाते हम मार्केटिंग करते रहते हैं अपनी हमारा सॉरी इन इंग्लिश इट्स लाइक क्या बोलते हैं वी सेल साउंड that's our
story बताओ अपनी tell me about your story Aman when did this obsession with sound start
sir it is actually I used to work with my dad earlier when you were in NDTV all the camera equipment and all the audio equipment was actually supplied by my dad
is that so
yeah
is that so?
These microphones we are wearing, these are Sennheiser microphones.
Okay.
And my dad used to supply these. So him and I, we started this company in 2004, around that time. We used to sell to NDTV and TV18 and TV Today and even to you guys now. So that was this thing. And then I joined, I did my MBA, went around and I joined JBL, sir. JBL. Have you heard of JBL, sir?
Yes, of course, because I'm not so.
Yeah,
What do you think I am?
No, but don't buy them, but you can use good to know about them, but you know. So I was working there, sir, just like you. And then I one day started, thought of
What were you working? What were you doing there? Sales?
So I was the director of sales there. So I was
Yeah?
the head of sales.
You used to sell speakers.
Yes, headphones.
So what was your line you used when you sold something? Your product. What you had a USP line for yourself?
For me?
Yeah,
Or
for the brand.
For the brand at boat?
No.
At JBL.
At JBL.
Sir, acha tha, sir. It was a known name. It was a good company. It's an international brand. It's very well known worldwide, and it's a good opportunity. I'm very thankful, and I learned a lot from there. And I have a line which I always say that they paid me to teach me how to be their competitor, and that's how I
But that's
learned a
true.
lot.
No? When you work for your competitor,
Yeah.
you know every in and out of that company. You know what their weak points are. You know what their strengths are.
Absolutely.
I've applied the same thing in life myself.
Absolutely. You're also a
It's
startup
difficult
entrepreneur.
to beat someone if they worked in the company and know its ins and outs, because you don't just know their weak points, you also appreciate their strengths.
Absolutely.
It's important to appreciate
Yeah.
your competitor's strengths. I think.
100%, sir. I also like some of them.
Yeah.
Not most of them, but yeah, some of them I appreciate.
Then?
So वहाँ से सर सीखा अच्छा और सिखाया और फिर आगे बढ़े और एक दिन हमने सोचा इंडिया चेंज हो रही है, हमने बोला चल अमन ट्राई कर देखा जाएगा.
Direct.
Yeah. There's a story also when I told my boss सर मेरे पैसे बढ़ा दो, उन्होंने बढ़ाई नहीं, तो मैंने बोला मार्केट में मिलते हैं सर.
मार्केट में मिलते हैं. They were very aggressive. Very aggressive. चलिए मार्केट में.
Passionate sir, passionate.
Passionate.
Yeah.
Huh?
So market में मिलते हैं sir. So that's and then I started, with Sanil we started boat and.
So what did the boss say when you said market में मिलते हैं?
नहीं सर, लोगों को ना शुरू में क्या होता है ना, whenever a new company starts and especially when you're one of your employees lead, then it's a different thing that people start thinking that कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे types, right? छोटे से लोग हैं. It's also about sometimes David versus Goliath, right? Where you don't think that any David can do anything to a Goliath.
Oh,
so sometimes what happens, and it was very 2000, I'm talking about 2015, 16, people never expected a young small brand to start becoming known in the market.
This is just 10 years back?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
You started 10 years back?
Yeah, we launched.
It's just been 10 years?
Yeah.
Just 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Incredible.
In 2016, and yeah.
Incredible. Beautiful. Good story.
Yeah, sir.
It's an amazing story. By the way, Aman,
God has been kind.
I also left Times Now. I started Times Now on my own.
Yeah.
And I left in 2016. I launched the product in 2017.
Yes.
But I did not use this line. मुझे भी use करना चाहिए था. Market में मिलते हैं आपको. Is that how you say? आप देखो market में मिलते हैं. You have to say it in a particular tone.
It has to be said like
swag, with swag.
Yeah.
हाँ?
ऐसे बढ़ा
Market में मिलते हैं. पैसे बढ़ाओ मगर market में मिलते हैं.
नहीं तो.
I think you're better off with it. I sound very sort of wannabe Aman Gupta.
No, not true.
Okay, so that's a good, fantastic line, And you ever thought that you'd feel like this celebrity when you were starting out your company, the celebrity thing about you? It's become huge, Aman.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of people on Shark Tank. A lot of people on Shark Tank. No disrespect to the others.
Yeah.
Including
fine.
more controversial
It's
ones.
fine, you can.
No, anyway,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
But you stand out, Aman.
That is, sir.
You stand out. What is the secret of standing out in that fishbowl of Shark Tank?
Yeah.
What made you stand out, Aman? Changed your life? How did it start? Tell us about it. And you've given a lot of time to it.
Yeah.
And you're sort of this role model. Many people watching today will be watching to know you as a role model because of Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Not just because of boat.
100%, sir.
Am I right?
100%.
Am I overstating it? Or?
No, you're absolutely right, sir. There is no.
If I spark the car anywhere right now, people will know you for Shark Tank and then for boats.
Yeah. You're right, sir.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Aman?
Sir, I'll tell you, sir. You asked me, when you were starting this conversation, Abhi, you said, "Ki, did you expect this to happen? Did you work towards it?" Sir, I think my personal view is that I always say that I never thought that boat will be as big as it is today.
You never thought?
Yeah, no, I never thought that boat will be #1 in India in audio for last few quarters. Never thought that I will be a known face. It's like I never thought people will love me or they will be an entrepreneur can be a celebrity. We were not born like that in an era where people did not come for selfies for entrepreneur. I was born in an era where I used to take selfies from Bollywood people. Right? Bollywood used to be one thing which used to inspire a lot of us in India. हम लोग बॉलीवुड के पीछे भागते थे सर, क्रिकेट के पीछे भागते थे. Entrepreneurship के पीछे कौन भागता था सर? ऐसा नहीं था. Entrepreneurship never used to be positive. It used to be more negative. अभी ये बहुत सही हुआ है that people now, I think post Shark Tank also, a little bit has, this coming out TV has helped that people are saying यार entrepreneurs भी बन सकते हैं. Entrepreneurship can also be celebrated. और US वगैरह में था सर. If you see Elon Musk और Jeff Bezos, people used to,
था 15 साल पहले था. उससे पहले वहाँ पे भी ऐसा नहीं था. वहाँ पे there was institutionalized business. See Ford, General Electric, Rolls-Royce. These are institutional businesses. This is not the dream business of a person who stands out on his own. Entrepreneurship is also singular. Entrepreneurship is individual based. Am I right?
No, but
individual ambition as well.
But इंडिया में फिर भी हमें मार्क जुकरबर्ग पता था कौन है. We used to know Steve Jobs कौन थे. But इंडिया में नहीं होता था. इंडिया में entrepreneurs को नहीं celebrate करते थे because एक saying थी सर कि businessman चोर होता है. ये बहुत बड़ी एक mental होता है कि business कर रहा है, पैसे बना रहा है, तो चोरी करके बना रहा हो. वो change हुआ है सर. अगर आप if you see in the last few years, it has changed a lot. And now I'm very happy that now young people want to be entrepreneurs. They come to me and there's so many parents and who say, yeah, my daughter is your fan or my son is your fan and they want to be like you, they want to be entrepreneurs. So it's a positive change for the society, sir.
But थोड़ा सा इसमें सवाल ये भी है that this is a show we talk about the new business of life. So every episode for me and for the viewers is a learning experience. I want it to be not just another podcast kind of conversation. I want to be somewhere that we take away. Now, so I am a person who can challenge you on that prism as well because I am also an entrepreneur. So I want to challenge you on that. My point is that, when I started out as an entrepreneur, right, I was already in my early 40s. Okay. And once you're 40 plus, being an entrepreneur is not a very cool thing. You've done it at a much earlier age. But the bottom line is this, Aman, that I had 19-20 years of work experience behind me. I learned the in and out of the media industry, of the news business. I was a reporter. I used to run around people with mics. I've edited stories. I've anchored shows. I've done the back end. I've done the hard work. I've called people for my show. I used to call people. Mr. Pramod Mahajan, can you come on my show? 100%. I used to call people. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi had come on my show many times. I used to call, can you come on our show? So we've done the back end. We've done the grind. Now, Aman, the problem is that entrepreneurship has become so in that people are forgetting about the grind. You need to have some what you call classically domain experience to be able to आप जो line देते हो ना, I'll meet you in the market. It's not just a line. It's also because you know the market.
Correct.
What about people who don't know the market? They want to be entrepreneur day one. Is that a good thing? Would you take a 20-year-old without any life experience, without any knowledge, without any domain experience in the market and say, "Chalo bacha, be an entrepreneur"? Will you do that? Come on, give me an honest reply.
Honest, sir.
Honest to goodness God reply.
Sir, you asked me whether आपने बोली थी कि why do people like me on the show, right? Apart from why did I get into who I was and why do people like me? The answer is, sir, मैं जो हूँ ना मैं सामने हूँ. I don't have any diplomacy in me. मैं जो बोलना होता है मैं बोल देता हूँ. Whether
तो अभी भी बिंदास बोलो.
Half of people like me for this, half of people hate me for this.
चलो कोई नहीं. You are with me. आप बोलो.
हाँ मैं बोल देता हूँ.
मैं भी ऐसे ही हूँ.
So which is what I think today's generation also loves. Yes, it has to be very authentic on who you are, right? That's love about.
अभी आंसर दो. You're sitting with me.
सर वो कोई फोटो लेने लगा
तो confuse हो गए. ये problem है आपका.
नहीं वो कोई
driving with you that's the problem. See, that's also something. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show.
India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे.
अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे
This
सर
is
humble
too
less,
much.
humble less. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
क्या पता चांदनी चौक से it will be Aman Gupta fighting the
My
election.
dad used to be from there. So your question, sir, 20-year-old. I love these 20-year-olds. आपको सच
You
बता
love
रहा हूँ
what?
ना, I feel that the new India, sir, आप सही बताऊँ 21 साल तो बहुत मतलब आजकल तो बड़ी एज हो गई है बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने के लिए. I am starting to see people at 15 who are starting businesses.
Is that a good thing?
It's just a very good thing, sir.
कैसे Aman?
क्यों नहीं सर जिसको
You
जो
are
करना है.
what domain expertise do you have? Suppose somebody wants to start a business in earphones.
Yeah.
At 15.
Apart from earphones, please start it. Don't look at this.
Suppose somebody wants to start a news network at 15.
He will. He can.
Shut up. Shut up.
Earphone start करा दो. News network नहीं करा सकता.
Chalo, suppose somebody wants to start anything else.
But I'll see you.
Any
Serious
manufacturing.
seriously.
Serious note. Serious.
Sir, पता क्या होता है? These people will talk in a language which the young will understand. ठीक है? Suppose वो कुछ भी start करेंगे ना सर, उन्हें ये पता है कि जो young लोगों को क्या चाहिए. आजकल उनकी generation जो है ना, they think very different from our generation. So उनकी generation वो उसके लिए वैसे start करेंगे, ऐसा काम करेंगे, जो वो ऐसी बातें करेंगे और ऐसा काम करेंगे जो young को समझ आ रही है. कुछ simple बातें बताता हूँ. जैसे Zepto वाले हैं.
जी.
21-year-old sir.
जी.
And they have opened Zepto. They started Zepto. Zepto को देख के अब कितने लोग और शुरू हो गए. Big industrial houses also who are starting 15-minute delivery because somebody saw a 21 who was 19, they were 19 both of them, saw that यार 19-20 में क्या हमारे में impatience है, हमें हर चीज़ जल्दी चाहिए. Impatient generation बोलते हैं ना, उन्हें जल्दी चाहिए तो उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ स्टार्ट किया. तो ऐसे ही आप देखो सर बहुत सारे किसी भी एरिया में देखोगे ना, उन्हें ये पता होगा कि यार हमारी जनरेशन को जैकेट ऐसी नहीं चाहिए, हमारी जनरेशन को जैकेट चाहिए जिसमें हुडी हो, जिसमें यहाँ पे पावर बैंक का कुछ.
They will know the product.
They will know the product. They can also hire people who are experienced. People like me will invest in them saying यार इनको पता है ये क्या करना चाहते हैं. लोग तो मिल जाएंगे काम करने वाले, but ये passion, ये aggression और ये नहीं मिलेगा.
So tell me one thing. You are saying that you will invest in a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Who knows what will work among people of his age.
Yes.
But will he know the market? Will he know the distribution? Will he know the people? Will he know the systems? Will he know the logistics, the operations, the profit margins?
No.
But more importantly, will he have the experience of life?
No.
अब ये बोलते हैं ना कि गलती जितनी करोगे उतनी तुम सीखोगे. अब 15 साल के बच्चे ने तो ज़्यादा सीखा नहीं है, लाइफ की एक्सपीरियंस नहीं हुई है, तो वो क्या रिस्क फैक्टर नहीं होगा आपके लिए एज एन इन्वेस्टर?
100% होगा सर.
मैं कैसे उससे मिटिगेट करेंगे?
मैं आपको बताता हूँ सर, मैं ये जरूरी नहीं है कि तो अगर वो 15 साल का तो मैं इन्वेस्ट कर ही दूंगा.
हाँ वो सही.
पैसे सर हमारे पेड़ पे तो उगते नहीं है.
जी.
है मनी प्लांट करके एक प्लांट होता है, उससे मनी नहीं आता सर, मेहनत से आता है. मेहनत से पैसे कमाए, ठीक है, तो अच्छी जगह इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, गलत जगह तो इन्वेस्ट करेंगे. सोचेंगे भी 15 साल में कौन केपेबल है कौन नहीं है. तो मैं आपको सिंपल बताता हूँ सर, आपने जो बातें बोली ना कि ये उसमें नहीं होगा, करेक्ट, बट उसमें वो चीज़ होगी जो उसको कंज्यूमर को समझने की, जो बाकी जो 40-year-old प्लस होगा ना सर, उसमें वो चीज़ नहीं होगी. बाकी चीज़ें होंगी, उसको समझ आता होगा ऑपरेशंस कैसे चलाना है, फाइनेंस कैसे संभालना है, प्रॉफिट कैसे लाना है, और उसे मार्केट ही नहीं समझ आती होगी ना जो वो मार्केट को केटर कर रहा है. सो इट डिपेंड्स ऑन विच मार्केट, विच प्रोडक्ट, विच कैटेगरी, हाउ इज ही हैंडलिंग दैट. Everything can be built, sir. Everything else can also be built. Do you think I will not get people who can run administration properly? Do you think I cannot get a good COO for him? If I invest in him, I will get a good guy who can, a matured guy. There are more matured guys available, sir, but there are less passionate young startup founders available, sir. कंपनी चलाने में लोग मिल जाएंगे जो ये फाइनेंस फंक्शन करने के लिए.
Running the organization is not a problem. The vision is the problem.
The vision, the passion, the product market fit is very
now
important.
Tell me
and
one
the founder
thing.
market fit.
Tell me one thing. This is very useful now.
Yes, sir. वरना तो सर सारे 40 साल के ऊपर वाला बिजनेस बहुत सही चला रहे होते हैं ना, जब तक उनके भी चल रहे होते हैं. एक्सपीरियंस तो सबके पास है, नहीं कर पा रहे ना, ऐसा तो नहीं सब कर पा रहे.
मैं भी तो 40 साल के ऊपर था, मैंने तो शुरू कर.
But I'm saying that it's not necessary that all 15-year-old do well or all.
Thank you for the backhanded compliment. Now the question.
You're doing well, sir. You're also an entrepreneur.
I'm enjoying it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'd be dead if I was not an entrepreneur.
Oh, very nice, sir.
And if I don't do a new thing every few months, I get terribly bored. I don't think I'm challenging myself anymore.
This is a new thing, sir. You know.
This is a new thing.
Yeah, you're wearing casual jacket and I'm wearing.
Come on, yeah. Don't make my wearing casual. Don't make my wearing casual.
I thought I'm going to meet Arnab, so I have to wear like a little
suit. People feel formal when they meet me.
Yeah,
really?
They
do I have that formal vibe?
Yeah, you have a.
Ladies and gentlemen, please note this. Aman is saying that I have a formal vibe. I will have a carry myself in a more formal manner in the future.
The nation wants to know, sir. Why do you have such a formal
ये
vibe?
stereotype बन गया है.
Why do you have a formal
ये
vibe?
stereotype बन गया है.
Why?
This has become a bad stereotype.
But it's not. This is something
One
you
day,
stand for.
once there was a politician who went with me on a flight. I was on 1A, he was on 1B. I had abused him, attacked him, accused him of the worst scams for the last 2 years. And then he sat next to me and we were very uncomfortable. I kept looking out, kept looking. I kept looking the other way just before landing in Mumbai. He said, "You're roundup." No, I said, "Yeah." He said, "I was wondering you were quiet all this time."
That's a profession, right? And you built your name that way, right? And that's why people also love you.
But intuition बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. मुझे लगता है जो successful entrepreneurs है, they have an intuition about things. Now,
100%.
when we see you on Shark Tank,
Yes.
you and the other sharks,
Yes.
right? And you're all taking investment decisions.
Yes.
And there's a lot of froth, there's a lot of humor, there may be a lot of tense moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I believe that investing is a serious business.
100%.
As you said, money does not grow on trees, right? Now, if you're investing, how do you discriminate whether a person has the mental capacity or the equilibrium to take good business decisions? Because at the end of the day, discipline, rigor, hard work, these are as important as a good product idea, right? You know so many people who have had a great idea and not been able to execute it. Don't you know many people in your own generation
100%.
who had the idea but couldn't do it because they didn't have the discipline to build a company?
Correct.
Right? So how do you find out? Do you look at a person's eyes? वो कैसे पता चलता है? वो जरूरी है कि सब कुछ Excel sheet में होती है?
अरे सर,
मुझे नहीं लगता है कि everything can be on an Excel sheet, right? So tell me the secret of investing Aman Gupta style.
Sir, this is a beautiful question.
Yes.
I'll tell you the
Thank you.
ठीक है. First year when I went to Shark Tank, I was not an investor. I had not even invested in a few companies. I had just started my company a few years back, and I got money in January from my investor who gave me a little bit of money as a secondary sellout. And then by the end of the year, the Shark Tank came. By August, I started shooting.
This was which year?
2021.
All right.
And I was not an investor. I didn't know how investment happens. What do investors look at? Because I was busy building boat.
Correct.
I was busy building my company.
Which is a good thing.
And suddenly, the Shark Tank came in, and I was supposed to be on the chair.
Yeah.
So it was very easy for me making decisions. I used to look at.
How's that?
Huh?
How's that?
Yeah, I didn't know Excel sheets. Sir, even today, I don't care about Excel sheet.
I love that. I just love it. I think many great ideas can end with an Excel sheet, but they won't begin with one.
Sir, Excel sheet तो मुझे आज भी सबको पता है कि मेरे को ना, there is a line which I always say.
Well done, Aman. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
So proud of you.
I don't believe in data, sir. I believe in data. You know data?
Not data. दाता देता है.
दाता देता है, sir.
दाता देता है, but देता दाता नहीं है.
डेटा कुछ नहीं है सर.
डेटा
तो सर मैं बताऊं, मैंने एक जगह सीखा था सर. एक ना मैं कंसल्टिंग कंपनी से सीखा था. आपको उनको जो एनालिसिस करनी है ना, पॉजिटिव चाहिए, नेगेटिव चाहिए, उनको बता दो, वो वही बना के दे देंगे.
I'm telling you, they can prove anything right and wrong. इसमें कोई डिगर नहीं है.
अगर सबको पता होता है कि आज के रेट पे.
So Excel sheet does not create businesses.
No,
Excel sheets don't carry great ideas.
Zero. अगर ऐसा होता तो हर कोई कॉपी पेस्ट कंट्रोल भी करके और बिजनेसेस बन जाते हैं. ऐसे बने क्या कभी?
तो फिर पता कैसे चलता है? जब आप शार्क टैंक में आपने कहा कि first time you went, you
बंदा सर, बंदा.
What is banda?
Banda means the person, the guy. You're very bad in Hindi. Spend some time.
I'm translating. I am very good with this Delhi wala Hindi. You want me to start? But the thing is that I have to, because you have said that I'm a formal kind of guy. I have to keep a certain polish.
Sorry.
You see,
got it.
But
sir, that guy, that person, that human being inside can do it. I'm telling you, mark my words, sir.
Yeah.
It's a statement. In the last 5 years, the best company has been this company called Let's Try. I invested in it in season 1. Nobody else invested with me. Okay? Because all these Excel sheet investors said no, it cannot make. And he makes, chips. He makes bhujiyas. And he's a outstanding guy. Everybody said, yaar, itni badi company hai, kitna badi company bana lega. I invested around 12 lakh rupees in that company. And that 12 lakhs is already 40 crores, sir. I got an opportunity for 40 crores. It's the best investment for Shark Tank India, 5 years history, by any founder, by any shark.
Wow.
Yeah, so 12 lakh के 40 crore, sir. और वो बंदे में दम था. मैंने बोला यार ये कुछ ना कुछ कर ले.
What did you see in the guy? Tell me.
Sir, आग.
What is the product?
Sir, chips.
Chips.
Yeah, healthier chips. You know, cooked well. Same bhujia and biscuits and just.
What percentage equity did you take in that?
Very small, sir. कितना था हमारा? 8%.
So when you come in, you go in as a financial investor.
No, sir.
Are you a financial investor or a strategic investor?
For financial investment, I am not a financial investor. There are many financial investors available in the market. I like to help people because I always say this, sir. I never had a mentor, sir, in my life. I had no mentor in my life that who could help me, you know. And you know, I feel that when I can help somebody, and there's a big, you know, if you look at the world today, everybody has mentors and, you know, godfathers and all that, right? I didn't have anybody like that who could help me and tell me what is right, what is wrong. So I learned it through my failures. I learned it through my life, right? So I personally will, if I can help somebody in that position, I feel nice.
No, that's a good thing. What is the help you provide, if I may ask? Like, would it be advice? Would it be an ecosystem?
Advice, ecosystems, connections. कि भाई तेरे को अभी फंडिंग नहीं उठानी चाहिए तो इस पे वैल्यूएशन पे उठा ले, इस इन्वेस्टर को ले ले. सारे इन्वेस्टर्स भी अच्छे नहीं होते. There are not many good investors. Some good investors.
How do you discriminate between a good and a bad investor?
Sir, good investor is one who stays with you ups and downs, right? Because there will be downs. My company also have had downs. Everybody in life has had downs, right? तो downs में जो रहता है ना तुम्हारे साथ वो अच्छी investor. तो ups में तो हर कोई तालियां मारने आ जाता है.
सही बात.
हर कोई बोलता है वाओ यू आर अमेजिंग, टेक माय मनी. बट जब कोई डाउन जा रहा होता है उसको जब वहाँ सपोर्ट सबसे ज़्यादा चाहिए, प्लस में नहीं चाहिए. तो वो होता है गुड इन्वेस्टर. वो होता है इन्वेस्टर जो इंसान को इंसान समझे, who looks at that person and says that this guy is a guy, he's not a machine, we can make mistakes, let him make mistakes. So he's a good investor. I personally feel my thing with these founders is उनको जैसे चाहिए होता है अमन अब मेरे को क्या करूँ, क्या कैंपेन लॉन्च करूँ, कैसे करना चाहिए, तो मैं उसको वहाँ से बोलता हूँ इससे मिला दे, तेरी कंपनी इसमें अच्छी है. उसके साथ बैठो आधा एक घंटा उसके साथ, क्योंकि हम उसके आई हैव बीन देयर, डन दैट. आई कैन जस्ट हेल्प हिम. सम पीपल टेक दैट एडवाइस, सम पीपल डोंट टेक दैट एडवाइस. वो 3 इडियट्स में दे से नो 3 की एडवाइस है, लेनी है लो, नहीं लेनी जाने दो.
This is it's a very realistic perspective of investing that you have provided. Yeah. But also the definition of a good and bad investor. But there are also investors who will sit on your head, who will try and decide for you, who will think that they know better than you. Isn't that also a pain?
It is.
You know, isn't that a big worry? You know, which is why you always ask the person, are you a financial investor or a strategic investor?
100%.
If you're a strategic investor, come with good intent, absolutely fine. But if you're a strategic investor wanting to prove that you know the domain better, then it becomes a problem. Tell me one thing, Aman. How do you deal with egos? In this program, the new business of life, I want the takeaway to be about how you deal with life after listening to this episode. And by the way, though we are not talking theory, there's a lot of learning. कभी-कभी आपको हुआ है कि you had to deal with big egos?
हाँ, 100% sir.
And you being a Delhi ka boy can't back off.
Yeah.
Because you know there must be those moments, right? Do you know how to? Do you have the ability to grind your teeth, let it be, and not respond? How do you deal with frayed egos in business? कोई story है आपके पास, कोई experience है which you would like to share with us, please?
Sir,
without naming XYZ person.
Sir, होता है कब इन्वेस्टर्स को तो हमेशा ये लगता है कि वो भगवान है.
अच्छा.
पैसे दे रहे हैं तो उनको सब आता है. Right? और मुझे यही प्रॉब्लम है सर इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट हिस्ट्री. इफ यू सी they are mostly people from finance backgrounds. They have been bankers. Tell me a few entrepreneurs who've been investors. Not many. They are only bankers who know Excel sheets, who know, you know, who never probably run their own businesses. They're there because they were not. The founder ecosystem was not built. It's now the time that the founders are becoming investors, which is a good sign for the country. ईगो तो सर होती है इन्वेस्टर्स में, सबसे ज़्यादा होती है. भाई जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऐसे ही होता है, मैंने करा हुआ है, आई नो हाउ इट इज, राइट. एंड द बेस्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आर हु लिसन टू एवरीथिंग. वो कहते हैं ना सुनो सबकी करो अपनी, राइट. यू हैव टू लिसन टू देम एंड अंडरस्टैंड. यार कई बार जी वो सही भी बोल सकते हैं, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दे आर रॉन्ग. सुन भी सकते हो, हमने बहुत बार सुनी है और बहुत बार इग्नोर करा है. मैं आपको सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जब हम स्टार्ट कर रहे थे तो एक इन्वेस्टर हमें मिला, कहता यार एफएम में ऐड नहीं करते तुम लोग, एफएम बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है.
एफएम में ऐड नहीं करते?
हाँ एफएम. मैं सर एफएम में नहीं हो सकता. तो मेरे थोड़ा सा ना वो थोड़ा सा होने लगे कि मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ ऐसे करो, ऐसे ऐड होनी चाहिए. एफएम मतलब ये एफएम चैनल्स, उसमें ऐड करो. मैंने बोला ऐसे ही होता है. मैंने सर आप ही चला लो ना फिर उसको
You said that.
yeah, I
You
said
said
it.
that.
मैंने सर मेरे हिसाब से
Was
कोई
that,
चलना
was
चाहिए.
that an investor?
Yeah, an investor.
And then what happens?
कुछ नहीं सर, उसे समझ आ गया कि भाई ये तो सुनेगा नहीं, तो जो उसको बोल सकते हो, पर करेगा तो ये अपनी. तो करी, फिर उसने छोड़ दिया, फिर उसके बाद मुझे.
So you have to push back also.
100% सर, 100%. हमारी कंपनियां इवेंचुअली सर पता है होगा क्या, सक्सेस होगी ना तो हर कोई लेने आ जाएगा कि हमने इन्वेस्ट किया था, हमने एडवाइस की. फेलियर होगी ना तो सर फाउंडर को अलग कर देंगे कि इससे नहीं चलाई गई. You know, they say, no, success has many fathers and
failure has none.
Yeah, तो ये बात सच है. They will all come down to the founders and they will all ignore the investors.
But you know what happens with companies that like yours and others is that the rise is very quick in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Short period of time. Yeah. And on top of it for you, this whole thing of celebrityhood has also come in a big way.
Yeah.
So you're not an ordinary entrepreneur, you know. You've done things, you've built a business, you've built a organization, you built a brand.
Okay.
But you've also built yourself.
Yeah.
And you are now a known personality. Yeah. You know? Do you see the number of people who recognize you, know you, watch you? How do you keep your head on your shoulders? Zara bataiye mujhe.
Very good.
How do you remain, quote unquote, normal? How are you, Aman? Are you normal at home?
100%. Sir.
Are you? What has changed about you? What are you? Do you have to remind yourself every day that you've got to keep your head on your shoulders? That how do you deal with this level of fame and success multiplied with each other?
Again, an amazing question, sir. I tell you my view.
Yeah.
I had a few failures. That could not change me.
Give me an example now.
So, sir,
now I want a story.
हाँ मैं
An anecdote from.
जब fail होता है ना
about
सर,
failure.
जब fail होते हैं ना, तो everybody starts looking down on you, right? That you must not have done well. You must be a loser. You must not know how to do business.
You must have taken strategically wrong decisions. You must have not listened to that person's advice.
Yeah, so you're not a good, you're not a good entrepreneur.
Yes.
Maybe you don't know, you're dumb. I don't know. All that people start saying and thinking in their mind. And I can see it on when I'm talking to you that they are thinking, I don't know it, and they know it all, right? When you're not doing it. But that time also, nobody could change me. I thought that I am good. I know it. I will do it, and I will do it well. Again, another failure happened. Again, people started doubting.
How do you believe in yourself at that time?
Because
when you're failing, you must have self-doubt.
It happens.
You must have. In your lonely moments, I'm sure in front of people you pretend that everything's hunky-dory. But in your lonely moments, there must be moments when you yourself question your own decisions and ask, was I right? Did I make a mistake?
Yeah. होता है सर, बहुत बार होता है कि अपने आप को वो लगता है. That is the time you have to, trust in God, and I trust in God, sir. मेरे को लगता है कि जैसे आप बोल रहे थे ना कि इतना कुछ हुआ है तेरे साथ. Why is that happening? I am an average guy, sir. I'm not a super intelligent guy. Ask my friends who were super intelligent, who got through the best ranks in CA or maybe the best ranks in IITs or best rank in ISBs than I'm from. I'm not as crazy as I'm not dumb. I'm not over smart. I'm just a smart young guy. And I think God has been very kind to me, sir. And I personally believe.
No, my question was on self-doubt.
I'm saying, sir. And then that is the time when you always say, भगवान कुछ गलत तो नहीं किया मैंने, आप प्लीज़ मेरे को बचा लेना, मैं फिर से ट्राई करने जा रहा हूँ. Let me try again. You believe in yourself, believe in God, and I think things fall in place. You do the right things. And self-doubt is part of life, sir. क्यों नहीं आएगा? आज भी आ रहा है. Whatever you're doing.
Heebie-jeebies है?
Heebie-jeebies मतलब?
Heebie-jeebies means butterflies in your stomach.
और क्या sir?
Worries.
Worry will always be there, sir. It's part of life, no?
Yes, worry is part of it. That's okay. But what is the secret of your marketing? You've not done a, you're not a certified marketing professional.
No, I've never studied marketing.
But you've never studied marketing.
No, I was a finance major.
You're a finance guy. Yeah. So then, what the success of Boat?
Yeah.
And I've had the great pleasure of knowing some people who worked in your company. They're fantastic people on the marketing side.
Yeah.
They all say that you've put a real emphasis on marketing. Almost more than 50% of your focus has been on the marketing of the product, right? Why is marketing so important? The product should speak for itself, Aman. Why do you need to market your product? Let it be through word of mouth. Hua to hua, nahi hua to nahi hua. What was the success of marketing in the story of Boat? And where did you learn your lesson on marketing that worked for you and maybe didn't work for others?
Sir, मैं आपको सिंपल बात बोल रहा था. एक ना रिमाइंड में ये होता ना, उसने वहाँ पे नाचा किसने देखा, ऐसा कुछ है ना कि
मोर,
हाँ मोर जंगल
में मोर नाचे।
वाओ, यू नो, वेरी नाइस।
जंगल में मोर, हिंदू कॉलेज केंद्रीय विद्यालय।
नाउ इट इज कमिंग आउट। सर, जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा, आई न्यू द डायलॉग, आई जस्ट वांटेड यू टू फुलफिल इट, राइट, कंप्लीट इट। तो जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा। अब अगर आपने अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बना दिया, किसी को दिखाया नहीं, तो किसको क्या पता लगेगा ये अच्छा है नहीं है। आपको किसी को बताना तो पड़ेगा, वो बताने का स्टाइल अलग होता है। वो बताने
स्टाइल
का
क्या होता है?
स्टाइल क्या होता है सर, आप ना, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि हर कंज्यूमर ना रोज चेंज हो रहा है आपका, हर बंदा चेंज हो रहा है। आपको सिंपल बताता हूँ कि बंदा चेंज हो रहा है, और अगर आपके मार्केटर्स चेंज नहीं होंगे ना, तो आपकी कंपनी, आपका प्रोडक्ट, आपकी मार्केटिंग भी फेल हो जाएगी।
अच्छा।
मेरी कंपनी में ना 25-26 साल के जो मार्केटिंग के लोग होते हैं ना, उन्हें समझ आता है क्या हो रहा है। एवरी ईयर आई ब्रिंग अ लॉट ऑफ इंटर्न्स हु आर फ्रेश, हु गिव फ्रेश आइडियाज़। तो जो पुराने हो जाते हैं ना, लॉयल्टी, वो उनका, मेरे को ना लॉयल्टी से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता था, कोई 20 साल भी काम करा हो उसमें, बट वो अगर फ्रेश नहीं होगा, अगर वो अपने आप को क्या बोलते हैं अपस्किल नहीं करेगा, तो भाई कंज्यूमर तो कुछ और है ना, कंज्यूमर तो चेंज हो रहे हैं, आप चेंज नहीं हो रहे तो आप मर जाओगे। सो एवरी ईयर मैं आपको सिंपल एक और एग्जांपल,
ब्रेकआउट कैंपेन, लाइक ब्रेकआउट थॉट
ये है सर, जैसे मैं आपको एक, अभी ना बहुत सारे इंटर्न्स उठाते हैं, और हम इंटर्न्स उठाते हैं ना जब, तो इंटर्न्स को ना कोई इंटर्न्स उठाते हैं हम, उनको ना बेटर पता होता है हमसे कि आजकल वो लोग क्या देख रहे हैं। मतलब मेरे को ये भी नहीं पता होता, कोई आता है सर आजकल ये इन्फ्लुएंसर, एक स्पीड करके वो इन्फ्लुएंसर था 2 साल पहले, हमारी कंपनी ने बोला सर ही इज कमिंग टू इंडिया, व्हाई डोंट यू साइन हिम। मतलब ये है कौन, मैं देखता हूँ, और उसने देखा उसको तो क्रेजी फैन फॉलोइंग है इंडिया में भी।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और अब सबको पता ही वो स्पीड कौन है, आपको भी पता ही होगा। तो स्पीड जैसे इन्फ्लुएंसर आ गया। सिंपल बताता हूँ, एपी ढिल्लों was not AP Dillon when I signed him as a brand ambassador, and when I did
What
his
did you
first
see
show.
in him?
I didn't see anything. I didn't even hear any of his songs.
Then
my team, my interns knew what he was. So he was coming to India. I said यार, वो कहते सर इसको ले लेते हैं, बहुत तगड़ा बंदा है, he is the next rage. वो इंडिया है सर, मेरे को पॉलिटिशियंस के और बहुत सारे लोगों के फोन आ रहे हैं कि यार इसकी टिकट दिलाओ, हमारे बेटे को इससे मिलाओ।
अच्छा।
मतलब he was influential. I didn't even know that people are fan following. You know, there are so many fans he has. तो वो मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे बच्चों को पता है। बच्चे मतलब मेरे young.
So you're looking at reach.
I'm looking at
penetration.
Young. I'm looking at what the youth is doing. I'm looking at what the young India is buying. I'm looking at how the young India is spending their time. आपको एक सिंपल एग्जांपल बताऊँ, आप YouTube, आप जो कह रहे हो YouTube शॉर्ट्स करके और रील्स, इंस्टाग्राम रील्स, आपको पता है आधे लोग वही देखते रहते हैं 1-1, 1.5 घंटा। जो पहले लोग कुछ और देख रहे होते थे, आजकल रील्स देख रहे हैं। सो इफ आई एम नॉट अवेलेबल ऑन रील्स, इफ आई एम नॉट अवेलेबल ऑन शॉर्ट्स, then I'm missing a lot of population, right? So my marketing effort should go towards reach.
What percentage of your time goes into marketing?
Me, I used to give a lot of time only on marketing because my co-founder used to handle products. But now I have a big team which is handling everything.
So in the new business of life, I want to get the fundas right. I look upon life in terms of two things, Aman: fundamentals and incidentals.
Yeah.
For me, the fundamentals are the important things that you should spend 90% of your time on. Yeah. And incidentals may take 90% of your time, but you must reduce it to the 10% that it actually deserves.
Okay.
And everything in life for me is about prioritizing.
Good.
Including personal. For me, prioritizing personal is also very critical for me.
Yeah.
Now, at this stage of your life, you're still very young.
Yeah.
Boat is matured. You are a celebrity.
Yeah.
Right? But trust me, Aman, Boat and Shark Tank isn't, the end of your story. Is probably the beginning of your story. That's the way I'd like to look at it. So what next for you now?
So
what are you thinking of doing? You already achieved great success. I was very proud when I saw you next to the Prime Minister in, I think, France.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Was it France?
Yes.
You were there, and there was a state dinner or something.
Yes, I was amazing.
You were obviously chosen for that.
Yeah. Loved it.
Recognition.
Oh, I loved it.
Recognition. Yeah, you loved it?
Oh.
Huh?
One of the best moments of my life.
You also got a Creators Award from the Prime Minister?
Yes, sir.
From the Prime Minister?
Yes, sir.
Prime Minister sort of loves you?
I hope he does. I just wish he keeps doing that. Yeah.
Well, you're not the only one who would hope that in this country. But anyway.
I love him. So, sometimes I expect love.
Have you had some informal moments with him in these meetings?
Yeah,
Are you very formal in front of him, or are you like a Delhi boy?
No. No, I'll tell you, that's a very funny situation which happens when I meet somebody I look up to.
Right.
So, you know, I actually met Shah Rukh Khan also last month.
Right.
And I always wanted to meet him.
Right.
Same way I really wanted to meet our Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi ji. I really wanted to meet him. But when he's in front of me, you know, I become a little lost. I have a brain fade moment when I don't know why. It has happened to me twice or thrice. One day at one of the shows, he was walking up past me like this. You know, he was doing Namaste. So he went past me, I had Namaste, and I kept doing Namaste even after he left. And I realized that
It happens.
he left, right? Then second time when I met him, when he gave me the award, I thought I will say X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
But when I went to say, I said A, B, and Z. I was lost.
Yeah.
I was not myself. I
Yeah.
could have been much different, much better, much articulated,
No.
and much, you know, I didn't rehearse. I felt numb. And I said in that 1 minute, I said sir like 50 times. So people on my Instagram have read, in this 1 minute, Aman has said sir 50 times or something.
होता है,
right?
होता है।
हो जाता है मेरे
होता है
को।
यार,
तो मैं nervous हो जाता हूँ उसे।
होता है।
So I got nervous there. And I met him once more. It was a funny moment. I was standing next to him. Photo opportunity थी हमारी France में. And we took a picture. And I got an opportunity to stand right out behind the French president and Modi ji. So I was just there. Photo खींची के बाद मोदी जी पीछे मुड़े. कहते क्या हाल है? और मेरे को I didn't expect कि he will say this, right? And I was like, actually I said sir ठंड बहुत लग रही है. And everybody else is like, that is not what you're supposed to say.
You are supposed to say, बहुत अच्छा है. These are the financials of my company. This is how I'm contributing to the sector.
I didn't know he's looking at my
But
eyes.
होता है, but होता है.
I don't know why. I just
the Prime Minister always, you know, he has such a he is a great listener and a great observer.
सर ऑरा उनका बहुत स्ट्रांग है, मुझे बहुत डर लगता है.
नहीं अगली बार आप
I hope
better luck next time. नहीं but going back to my question. Now what next for you, Aman?
सर ये बहुत ये ना मेरे को एक्चुअली
और अपने पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए. How are you personally at this stage of your life? How's family? And what are you planning now to do?
Sir,
with the experience, opportunity, brand value, wealth that you have and are going to have. Next gig. What's your next gig?
You asked me about wealth, right? I think it's all subjective. I read a very good story somewhere that एक साइकिल वाला होता है, वो ये एक्सपेक्ट करता है यार मेरे को किसी तरह एक स्कूटर मिल जाए. स्कूटर वाला होता है वो कहता है यार एक बार बस एक मोटरसाइकिल मिल जाए. मोटरसाइकिल वाला कहता है यार एक गाड़ी खरीद लो बस एक. गाड़ी वाला कहता है यार एक मर्सिडीज खरीद लो बस. फिर वो कहता है यार एक बार ही मैं फ्लाइट में चले जाऊँ. तो अगेन जो साइकिल मोटरसाइकिल गाड़ी वाला और फ्लाइट वाला कहता है यार बिजनेस क्लास चल रहा हूँ. बिजनेस क्लास वाला कहता है यार इतना पैसा आ जाए फर्स्ट क्लास चल रहा हूँ. फर्स्ट क्लास कहता है यार इतने पैसा आ जाए कि मैं प्राइवेट जेट खरीदूँ. प्राइवेट जेट वाला कहता है यार ये वाली नहीं बड़ा वाला खरीद लो. सो इट्स ऑल सब्जेक्टिव, राइट? यू थिंक आई हैव मनी. Somebody, for me, that money might, for somebody else.
No, I didn't mean money. I meant what is your next gig? What is your next game?
Yeah. But for somebody, for me, that might not be big. Right?
No, good. I'm very happy to hear that because, you know, that's not. But in your fundamental, what is your next game?
So I actually
are you looking at post other things, post Shark Tank? What do you see yourself 10 years from now? 5-10 years from now?
You look like a typical HR question.
Huh?
That looks like
really?
a typical HR question.
I am very good with HR.
Where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
5 years from now. In your job, doing your job, taking over from you, ensuring that you are without a job. Huh?
No, that will.
No, you tell me your answer.
I actually can't stop. The problem is I asked ChatGPT once.
No.
मैं ChatGPT से पूछा what do rich people do? ठीक है.
But they asked ChatGPT.
I did.
Then, what do rich people do?
Yeah, because I'm rich. I was not rich before.
Now, what do I do?
What do I do?
Okay.
I was feeling यार अब पैसा तो आ गया, अब टचवुड जितना आया उतना मैं खुश हूँ. But मैं अब rich people क्या करते हैं? What do rich people do? तो उसने बोला 2-3 चीजें करते हैं. And I'll tell you, this is a frank answer. They said one is you start serving humanity, which is what a Bill Gates Foundation would do, or a Aziz Premji, or a Tata Trust. They might do, right? Helping humanity. Second is do something which humanity has never done, which is like probably a colonizing Mars, which probably an Elon Musk might be doing, or probably space tourism, which Jeff Bezos is doing, right? And there are third type of people who are obsessed with challenges, obsessed with growth, obsessed with opportunities, obsessed with doing something different. And that I think is me. So I've found that I am not, it's not that I don't do charities. My wife does a lot of charities. I don't think I can colonize Mars. I don't think I have dreams like that. I think I am obsessed with growth, challenges, competition. And that drives me, sir.
Superb.
And that is what I'm trying to do. Trying to start a few more things, trying to start a few more ventures, and life will go on. I will never retire. I don't think I will ever retire.
No, you should never retire. I am also never going to retire.
Yeah.
I think we'll continue.
Yeah. Please call me for the next,
Yeah.
the Mercedes.
Yeah, why not? We can serialize this. But I like your thought of not retiring because I think it's a very lame idea to say that I'm going to retire early. This is my own thought. It's a very lame and predictable thing. I want to retire at 40 or 50. And then what the hell do you want to do when you're 41 or 51? Just sit around and swat flies. So I think
then you go to the banks and meet with the bank
go to the banks and meet the bank
spend
managers and count your money. So I think it's a very good thing. What is coming across to me in this episode is one word, Aman. And that is restlessness.
Oh, I am very restless.
And I think that's restlessness is what defines entrepreneurship. Restlessness is what defines enterprise. Restlessness is what also defines success. You will never meet a successful man who's very rested and relaxed and complacent. Right? So I think that's one point I share with you. I think we got to be restless.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like that.
Very nice.
I'm like that. I just feel, Aman, that people think if you're restless, you're not content. I think you can be very content. Very content with everything you have. Be grateful to God for everything that you have. But you can still be restless.
Absolutely.
But, and restless not for money or material things alone, but restless to create something, do something, or challenge yourself. I don't know your philosophy of life, but I really hope that I am able to challenge myself for every day a little bit more for the rest of my life. I don't know your thoughts on this. And on restlessness, because entrepreneurship is very important, I think, for people to not be very happy with what they have done already and sit on their laurels. So can you give me your thoughts on it? Do you agree with this view first?
Yeah, I think so, but there is, I also agree that, each one to their own, right? So if I know a lot of friends, my wife also, she doesn't like this is not her personality. She doesn't want to be as reckless. Not reckless. What was the word? Restless. You
not
don't
reckless.
Not reckless, restless. But also she doesn't want to be reckless like me. But she doesn't like to be. She likes her peace. She likes her time. She doesn't like to be what I do, how I do. And in fact, when I was telling her, I want to do this. So she one day said, I was few weeks back, she's like, आज भी तेरे अंदर वही आ गए तो तेरे अंदर 10 साल पहले थी और तुझे फिर से ऐसा कुछ करना है, ये करना है. मैं हूँ ऐसा, sir. So, but she's different, I am different. Each one to their own. So I am perfectly aligned to how she wants to think on how she wants to lead her life, and I want to lead my life the way I am. If somebody wants to, nobody can change me, and I think nobody can change anyone.
That I totally respect. That you're respecting individual space, individual styles, individual traits. That I totally agree with. But what about entrepreneurship? In entrepreneurship, should you be restless?
Not necessary, sir.
Not necessary?
Not necessary. It again depends on individuals, right? Like say some entrepreneurs who want to grow at a certain pace, do decent business. I have a fire in my belly, right? And I want to run. I don't want to sit. And some entrepreneurs have built something and they want to just keep having a good way of life, keep increasing it the way they want to. That's not me. That's personality-wise, I want to run. And thankfully, we have now a full structure. I have a full system in the company where there are people who guard me down, who control me. There are people now, we've got a professional CEO, right? He's running the show very differently. It is not necessarily everything Aman anymore. It's an organization. It's a corporate.
That's good.
It's a structure. It's a system. It's not just Aman Gupta now.
That's good.
That's good because it balances things out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's wrap up there.
Yeah, okay.
You know, Aman,
Yeah. For me, I've really enjoyed this drive and our time together.
Yeah, me too, sir.
And if I was to be told to sum up our conversation, I would say three or four things that would come to my mind about what you and I have spoken about.
Yeah.
The first would be, Aman, that you still retain the same passion that you did when you started.
Yeah, I do.
And the day the passion is dead, nothing can revive it. Not money.
Yeah.
Nothing, right?
Yeah.
Aman?
Yeah.
So, do you see yourself having the same passion 10, 20, 30 years from now?
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know. Again, a HR question. I don't know. You asked me what do you see yourself 10 years from now. I also don't know, sir. I didn't expect where I am. And I just keep doing the right things and, I just leave it on God. I'm sure things will fall in place again.
Yeah.
I, in fact, when I start thinking too much is when I actually don't do well.
Yeah. I think you have a responsibility now, without planning your life too much, to spot 10 people who can be like you.
Yeah.
10 people who can build dreams like you.
Yeah, correct.
Right?
I love it. You're absolutely right.
And the best thing you said today is that you're not a financial investor. It was a trick question. I don't know if you realize. That means that you're not looking to grow money.
You can't take a journalist out of you, right? Even in this attire.
Never. No, but it was. It had a lot of meaning. Your reply. You're very unself-conscious as a person, and your reply was very, very, very genuine. Where you said that you want to get involved in building someone else's dream.
Yeah.
So I think you're on the right path.
Yeah.
And though we are separated by quite a few years, I quite identify with you, and I want to wish you all the best.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this episode of Mercedes-Benz Brings You the New Business of Life has been for me a total joy, because I've realized that there is no filter between what Aman is as a person and what he shows on the screen. And he's seen so much success in the last 5 to 6 years. I would say 10 years, but the last 5 to 6 years have been absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
I hope you replicate that story and bring a lot of joy, get a lot of fame, and build a lot more dreams in the future.
Thank you.
Aman,
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for sparing the time.
Yeah, it was fun. It was nice. And can you just in the last line say what your famous line is?
The nation wants to know, and the nation has got to know today, a little bit more about Boat and Aman Gupta.
Yeah.
Aman, wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्बर मसाला.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा. मसाला.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का. उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 8 p.m. this evening. Our top story continues to remain Cyclone Dwa, which is about 80 kilometers away from making a landfall in India, about off the coast of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry in northern areas of Bay of Bengal, where it is expected to make landfall. It has already wreaked a lot of havoc in Sri Lanka. Over 190 dead, 220 missing, and the Indian Air Force has been assisting the Sri Lankan Navy along with that to carry out rescue operations. But what is the situation going to be in India? We'll bring you all those details in just a second. As always, let's start this Live and Breaking Bulletin with the headlines. Parliament's winter session begins tomorrow. SIR air pollution to dominate the session. SIR extended by 7 days in all 12 states and union territories. Draft electoral rolls to be now submitted by December 16th. Opposition to corner the government on the SIR issued tomorrow during the winter session. 10 dead, 40 injured in a head-on collision between two buses in Tamil Nadu. 37 Maoists, including 27 carrying a cumulative bounty of rupees 65 lakhs, have surrendered in Chhattisgarh's Dantewada district. Cyclone Dwa tracker live. Storm is about 80 kilometers away from making landfall in North Tamil Nadu. NDRF on high alert as extremely heavy rainfalls lash parts of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. And ladies and gentlemen, we start this bulletin coming in with more details from the United States of America, where Trump's special envoy Stephen Witkoff is all set to head to Moscow right before President Putin heads for New Delhi on December 4th and 5th to have talks along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, who are also expected to meet with a Ukrainian delegation in Miami today. That's the latest breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on the Ukraine war front, that Stephen Witkoff has now been pushed to Moscow to have advanced stages of negotiation. This also comes after the US media was hit with a big storm of alleged allegations after a phone call of Stephen Witkoff, the special envoy, was leaked in the media, suggesting that he was a little bit tilted towards the Russian cause as a whole. And now Stephen Witkoff, despite the controversy, is going to go to Moscow to hold talks. Incidentally, on the same 2 dates when President Putin is expected to visit India on a 2-day state visit. Is it a snub to the US ambassador? Visiting with a peace deal remains to be seen. Last week, we had Ukrainian authorities remaining silent after US officials jumped the gun and suggested that Ukraine had in fact in principle accepted a peace deal as part of the 28-point plan released by President Donald Trump. However, both Russia and Ukraine in the following days have remained largely silent. The Ukrainian delegation, as I said earlier, is in Miami to hold further discussions, and Witkoff is now expected to land in Moscow. No second summit between Trump and Putin in sight, but President Putin on those 2 dates, December 4th and 5th, is certainly going to be in the national capital of Delhi for a state visit. In the interim, more breaking news updates are coming in. A third major bus accident in Tamil Nadu has been reported today, where two government buses travelling from Tirupur to Shivaganga met with an accident as it collided head-on. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals on your screen. This is the third major bus accident in less than a week, and over 10 people have lost their lives and 20 more have been injured. The accident occurred on the roads of Kumangudi in Shivaganga district on Sunday evening. The police have confirmed that the toll of death is around 10 and the rescue operation was done immediately with the help of local highway police, and also few injured passengers of the bus were taken to nearby medical facilities. That's the latest coming in. A very concerning trend coming in. My colleague Sharda joins us live on the broadcast on the phone line. Sharda, this is the third major bus accident coming in just a span of 1 week. What's the status of road safety, especially this one involving two state buses colliding head-on?
Well, as you just mentioned, this is the third major accident this week, and all these bus accidents that have been seen in the state of Tamil Nadu have been colliding head-on because of overspeeding, and especially in the highways, even if the roads are fine, while the roads are very narrow, two buses head-on collide because the overspeeding. And even though there's been multiple speedometers around the state with the maximum speed limit, the government buses and the private buses do not take that into consideration. And as we said, this is the third. Last time, when it happened in Tenkasi. 6 died and today 10 died. And last week when a particular group of people who went to the Ayyappan temple in Kerala from Karur almost met with an accident. Of 40 injured, 20 were seriously critical and they had admitted in the Idukki district hospital. Now, as we see, this particular accident had 10 people died and over 20 injured. And expecting that at least 30 would be mentioned as seriously injured by the police as we spoke to them from the Sivagasi district. Also, we got to know that there was no rescue operations done professionally, but it was only the police, the locals, and the toll officials near, and the people who were not injured tried to help them and get them out with an ambulance, and they have all been admitted in the local hospital for now.
All right, Shada, also tell us about the details coming in from the government of Tamil Nadu so far, whether there has been an official reaction coming in from the government with back-to-back incidents like this happening. Also give us an update on the health situation of the passengers who were injured and who have been taken to medical facilities.
Well, the state government last time when the accident happened, the Tenkasi accident, the government said that they would be putting on more speed breakers on highways, especially the routes where the buses take. And this particular accident happened on the Tirupur and Sivagasi district, where the bus was traveling from Tirupati, which is on the northern part of Tamil Nadu, to the southern part. The government is taking more into consideration that they would be implementing more speed breakers and also include speed limit meters into these government buses and private buses, as we say. And that's the next plan of the DMK government right now. And regarding the health of the people who are injured and are admitted at the hospital, we got to know that 20 have been seriously injured and they are now seeking treatment from the district government hospital.
All right. Thank you so much, Shada, for bringing us those details. Stay with us because we are also getting, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news details about Cyclone Dwa that has now been expected to make landfall in about a few hours. It's only 80 kilometers away from the coast of Puducherry and northern Tamil Nadu. At least 400 Indian nationals, ladies and gentlemen, are stranded at the Colombo airport as we speak, following extreme weather conditions. In the cyclone hit Sri Lanka, where Cyclone Dwa made landfall before us. Around 150 of them were sent back to Delhi aboard a flight C-130, along with 250 of them sent to Thiruvananthapuram on the flight IL-76 from the Bandaranaike International Airport. Here, Sri Lankan officials have said that both aircraft had arrived in Sri Lanka on Saturday, carrying food and humanitarian aid for flash floods victims, and now about 400 stranded Indians have been repatriated back to India amid cyclonic conditions in Sri Lanka, which has been hit with one of the worst natural calamities through Cyclone Dwa in the recent past. My colleague Shada continues to remain with us. Shada, do tell us about the preparedness in the state of Tamil Nadu as Cyclone Dwa is only 80 kilometers away from making landfall.
Well, the Cyclone Dwa is going to take at least a day more to make its landfall assured, while the cyclone has been traveling in the speed of 100 kilometers towards Chennai from the eastern side and the north, moving towards the northeast, parallel to the coastal lines of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. We also know that the cyclone is now weakening, and it's expected that the Cyclone Dwa will not make a landfall and it might weaken and become a depression inside the sea itself, because according to the IMD, it is stated that the Dwa, even if it is making a landfall, will be making 50 kilometers away from the shore, where it will have minimal rains for Chennai and Puducherry, and only the delta regions that faced rain today had major heavy rainfall, and it's expected that this cyclone will not be more of damage. And also because of Dwa, the main area that was damaged is Thoothukudi and Tanjavur, and also the island of Sri Lanka. Multiple flights from Sri Lanka to India were cancelled yesterday and today. And also, the High Commissioner of the India in Colombo has stated that they have planned for swift return home of the Indian passengers from Sri Lanka with the help of Indian Air Force and commercial airlines. And several Indian passengers, almost 1,000, were stranded in Sri Lankan airport yesterday and are expected to return as the rainfall have now reduced in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Indeed, Shraddha, and we have also seen reports, as we are reporting at the moment, that 400 Indians have been successfully repatriated, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Lanka has been terribly hit, Shraddha, is what we are getting in. 193 people have been confirmed dead and 228 continue to remain missing. However, the Indian Air Force has been deployed in the region and has been cooperating alongside the Sri Lankan Navy, and the Sri Lankan Air Force was carrying out rescue operations. Along with that, several Indians also have been rescued in this manner. What are the latest details that you are tracking on that joint or humanitarian operations being carried out between the Indian and Sri Lankan forces?
Well, as you just mentioned, India is helping Sri Lanka completely on making sure that not just the Indian tourists, but also the people of Sri Lanka are also taken into account and being safe. And also, apart from the Indian government, which is used as INS Vinkrant to make sure that the Sri Lankans are met with help, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has also now stated that they would be working along with the Sri Lankan and also stated that with the Sri Lankan government and stated that they would be providing any help that's required medically, financially, and also make sure that the passengers are rescued from the flood.
All right, thank you so much, Shada, for sharing those details with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to stay on the story because more inputs are coming in from Sri Lanka, which has been battered with severe weather conditions since last week, particularly after Cyclone Dwa had caused massive damages to infrastructure by destroying nearly 15,000 homes across the country and displacing over 1.5 lakh people across the states. At the moment, the Indian Air Force is carrying out a humanitarian operation in close coordination with the Sri Lankan authorities, executing major rescue and evacuation missions in the landslide-hit Kotmale. These are the exclusive visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that we are accessing from Sri Lanka, where the Indian Air Force is participating in various humanitarian operations in the Kotmale region. Throughout the day, the Indian Air Force helicopters have evacuated about 45 stranded individuals, including 6 critical casualties and 4 infants, transporting them safely to the capital city of Colombo in Sri Lanka. Amongst those who were rescued, 12 are Indian nationals, and a large number of foreign nationals as well from multiple countries have been rescued alongside Sri Lankan citizens. Those are the first and exclusive visuals only on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, of Indian Air Force's rescue operations and humanitarian operations in Sri Lanka, where the tragedy after Cyclone Dwa has extended to such a range that nearly 1.47 lakh people have become homeless and are in shelters. Around 193 have lost their lives and 228 continue to remain missing. To strengthen the relief operations, the Indian Air Force has also airlifted about 57 Sri Lankan army personnel into affected zones to support the ongoing rescue and clearance operations. These are particularly in the Kotmale region, which is the worst affected by this entire Cyclone Dwa situation. The IAF has also conducted Bhisham capsules and inducted Bhisham capsules and medical teams while airlifting more than 300 Indian nationals back to India till about 8 p.m. with more sorties planned for today and tomorrow as Cyclone Dwa now slowly makes its way towards the coast of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, towards northern Tamil Nadu in the Bay of Bengal as it moves towards us, and now India also bracing for landfall in about a day's time. Those are the visuals of the Indians who have been evacuated successfully by our brave soldiers of the Indian Air Force who are involved in a humanitarian mission along with Sri Lanka. India once again emerges as the first responder in the neighborhood whenever it comes to humanitarian crisis. This time it is Sri Lanka, where the Indian Air Force has been in action along with those are particularly the visuals of the C-130 transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force that had arrived there on Saturday and Friday carrying humanitarian aid and assistance, and now is involved in carrying out repatriation operations, rescuing various Indians, not just bringing our Indians back to our homeland, but also at the same time assisting various foreign nationals as well as Sri Lankan nationals. And it's not just rescue operations, ladies and gentlemen. Along with that, we are also helping the Sri Lankan armed forces to deploy in critical areas of Kotmale, which have been worst affected by the cyclonic storm. To bring you more details about what exactly is the situation in Sri Lanka, which has been battered with severe weather conditions since last week, Cyclone Dwa, which as I mentioned has caused massive damage to infrastructure, nearly displacing 1.45 lakh people. 15,000 homes across the country have been destroyed, ladies and gentlemen, following Cyclone Dwa's huge impact. And Sri Lankan President Anurakkumara Dissanayake on Saturday has declared officially a state of emergency to tackle this disaster and also lead relief operations as the Cyclone Dwa has now exited the country, leaving around 193 dead. Let's take a look at what all has happened in Sri Lanka so far.
Sri Lanka stands on the edge of a humanitarian crisis as torrential rains and catastrophic floods unleashed by Cyclone Dwa have already claimed 159 lives, while 228 people still remain missing. Following the massive devastation created by the cyclone, Sri Lankan president has declared a state of emergency throughout the island. This came after an all-party meeting on Friday in which the opposition leaders called for the state of emergency to be declared. Director General of Sri Lanka's Disaster Management Centre described how widely the cyclone is affecting the lives of people.
Due to ongoing cyclone situation, a total number of 179,868 families have been affected, impacting 646,567 individuals across the country. Tragically, 132 deaths have been reported, while 176 persons are still missing. We have already opened 716 safety centers to support those who displaced. According to the Meteorological Department, this is the first time in history.
Meanwhile, organizations and volunteers were working to prepare meals and collect dry goods for those who were impacted by the floods.
Now with the help of people, volunteers, we are collecting dry rations and other supplementary items to be distributed among affected people. Now there are about more than 200,000 people affected due to floods, and we are actually collecting from various donors and volunteers dry rations and other things and distributing among those who are affected.
President of Nabivia Youth Islamic Organization, Rishan Hamid, stated that their organization was making more than 2,500 meals for people affected in the area.
Now, every disaster, we get together and the immediate step is to feed them. So we feed at least each meal over 2,500 meals we are serving. So the affected families are over 5,000, but still we feed according to the capacity that we have.
Sri Lankan authorities stopped passenger trains and closed roads in many parts of the country after rocks, mud and trees fell on the roads and railway tracks. In such a disastrous situation, India has extended a helping hand to Sri Lanka, and as a part of its ongoing relief efforts, the Indian Air Force has positioned Mi-17 V5 helicopters in Colombo for swift HATR operations. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, Chetak helicopters from INS Vikrant carried out search and rescue sorties in Sri Lanka, supporting people affected by Cyclone Dwa. According to officials, Dwa, which developed in the seas east of Sri Lanka, is likely to move towards India's southern coast by Sunday. It is now stagnant 80 kilometers inside the sea near Nagapattinam and is 160 kilometers away from Puducherry, while 210 kilometers away from Chennai. A red alert has also been issued to Puducherry and Kuddalore, whereas orange alert has been issued to Chennai and Ranipet, as the northern part of the state is set to receive heavy rains. As rescue teams push through flooded regions and authorities brace for Cyclone Dwa's next move along the Indian coast, the coming hours will be crucial.
Well, that's the latest coming in from Sri Lanka, ladies and gentlemen, where Cyclone Dwa has wreaked a lot of havoc, and now India braces for a landfall with 80 kilometers out the Somis, and we're expecting a landfall in about a day's time. But in the interim, let me also bring you all the other breaking news details that we're tracking from across the country. This is Bharat in 2. 50 leaders from 36 political parties met at Parliament House complex ahead of the 2025 winter session of Parliament. The meeting was chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who stressed on constructive cooperation. Union ministers including JP Nadda, Arjun Ram Meghwal and Dr. L. Murugan also were in attendance. Rijiju also announced that the session will run from December 1st to 19th with 15 sittings spread over 19 days. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address accredited media at 10 a.m. on December 1st, marking the start of the 6th session of the 18th Lok Sabha. The briefing will be held at the Parliament House ahead of the session. An all-party meeting was convened earlier today. The winter session will run for about 19 days and is expected to take up major legislative and financial business, including key security and tax-related bills. Congress's National President Mallikarjun Kharge and members of Parliament P. Chidambaram and Gaurav Gogoi, Kodekunil Suresh arrived at the residence of Congress Parliamentary Party Chairperson Sonia Gandhi for the Congress Parliamentary Strategy Group meeting to chalk out the strategy for the winter session of the Parliament. As Cyclone Dwa strengthens over the Bay of Bengal, the NDRF has deployed 30-member team in Andhra Pradesh's Nellore as a precaution. Authorities have placed the district on high alert after heavy rains hit several parts, increasing inflow of Somasila Reservoir, and causing the Penna River to swell. According to the IMD, the cyclone is expected to move northwards along the Tamil Nadu-Puducherry coast over the next 24 hours. In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, on the eve of the Parliament session, a fresh breaking development has taken place. The Delhi police have now registered a case of cheating and criminal conspiracy against top Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, amongst others, on a complaint filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case, alleging that they fraudulently acquired Associated Journals Limited (AJL) that was publishing the party mouthpiece. While the BJP has said that this is the final nail in the coffin for the Congress, like always, has called it a witch hunt. And the big war of words is now emerging on the National Herald case once again.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा दिया गया था, तो जो एसोसिएट जर्नल थे, जो चलाते थे इस कंपनी को, जो नेशनल हेराल्ड पब्लिश करती थी, उसको एक नई कंपनी बना करके यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के माध्यम से संभवतः उसकी पूरी शेयर को खरीद दिया गया। कितने में? 50 लाख में। तो 90 करोड़ रुपए का लोन बाद में माफ कर दिया गया। तो 50 लाख रुपए में पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल के शेयर जो हैं वो इस नई कंपनी के पास आ गए, जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे, मेजॉरिटी शेयर। लेकिन ये जो नई कंपनी लिया जिसमें सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी का 76% था, वो सारी संपत्ति के भी मालिक बन बैठे, जो हजारों करोड़ की है। तो सिर्फ 90 करोड़ के लोन पर 50 लाख रुपया देकर पूरे एसोसिएट जर्नल को की शेयर होल्डिंग को अपने नई कंपनी में डाल देना और उसके माध्यम से पूरे देश में जितने भी बिल्डिंग्स थी वो सबके भी मालिकाना हक प्राप्त कर लिया।
नेशनल हेराल्ड अखबार इसलिए स्थापित किया गया था कि देश की आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ी जाए। वो अखबार चल नहीं पा रहा था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो 500-600 बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगें बना लिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी मुश्किल से इस वर्ष तो अपना राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय बना पाई, अखबार नहीं चला पाई। ईमानदारी की इंतहा है। इतना भी मतलब है कि इतना कोई ईमानदारी बरत सकता है। तो नेशनल हेराल्ड के जो एम्प्लॉइज़ थे उनका खर्चा है, सैलरी है, पेंशन है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने लगभग 90 करोड़ या 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया था। उसमें 67 करोड़ तो अलाउंसेस, सैलरीज, पेंशन इन सब में लग गया। अब सवाल ये होता है कि जो ज़मीनें हैं, चाहे वो पटना में है, लखनऊ, इलाहाबाद, दिल्ली, एक आध दो जगह पर और है, उन ज़मीनों का कोई हस्तांतरण तो हुआ नहीं राहुल जी के नाम पर, सोनिया जी के नाम पर। तो ये अपने अखबार को चलाने के लिए अगर कोई पार्टी लोन देती है तो कौन सा इसमें गलती है? तो पूरा ये फर्जी मामला है सोनिया जी और राहुल जी को गलत फंसाने के लिए।
लेकिन नेशनल हेरल्ड की अगर आप गहराई तक जाएंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि किस तरह से कंपनी के शेयर्स ट्रांसफ़र हुए और किस तरह से पैसा राउंड ट्रिप करके दूसरे देशों से वापस लाया गया उसके अंदर, और उसकी ओनरशिप कुछ खास परिवार के लोगों के पास आई। तो ये फर्जीवाड़ा है। और जब फर्जीवाड़ा के ऊपर जब तहकीकात होती है एक साधारण नागरिक के, तो इनके लिए देश ने कोई अलग कानून नहीं बनाए हुए। तो इंक्वायरी प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए, कोर्ट के अंदर वाद विवाद होना चाहिए, डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। उसके बाद में जो देश का कानून है उस हिसाब से निर्णय होना चाहिए। उससे भाग क्यों रहे हैं? इसमें राजनीति नहीं है कि अगर आपने कोई प्राइमा फेसिया, मतलब दिखने पर जो जाहिर हो उसके अंदर घोटाला हो, तो तहकीकात ना करी जाए। ये कौन सा कानून है? तो अगर इससे कांग्रेस भाग रही है, जो हर मुद्दे से भागती है, तो यही दिखाती है कि कांग्रेस मुद्दाहीन है। कांग्रेस केवल देश को डिवाइड करना चाहती है और फिर अपना वोट बैंक मजबूत करके आगे बढ़ने का उनका जो एक ही मकसद है वो आज फेल हो गया है।
देखिए साहब, ये बिल्कुल ही फर्जी केस है। इसमें क्योंकि बार बार हमारे लॉयर्स ने कहा है, नेशनल हेरल्ड के, राहुल जी के, सोनिया जी के, कि कहीं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस तो बनता ही नहीं है। और दूसरा, ये तो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसमें प्रॉफिट कहाँ से आ जाता है? इतनी तमाम संस्थाएं हैं, क्या सरकार को या ईडी को ये सिंपल चीज़ें नहीं समझ में आती हैं? तो ये पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड केस है और मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई भी आधार है किसी तरह के केस का। नहीं तो ये तो ठीक है साहब, पुलिस आपके पास है, ईडी आपके पास है, आप किसी भी ईडी के अधिकारी से अगर आप प्राइवेट में बात कर लीजिए, वो अपने आप बता देगा कहाँ से उनको डायरेक्शन जाते हैं। और मैं बहुत गंभीरता से कह रहा हूँ, कोई भी ईडी अधिकारी आपको ये नहीं कहेगा प्राइवेट में कि नहीं साहब हम स्वायत्त अपनी निर्णय लेते हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का तो खैर पता ही है, ऊपर से जो हुक्म आता है वो करती है। दिल्ली में क्राइम हो रहे हैं उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, दिल्ली में लूटमार बढ़ती है उसे कोई चिंता नहीं है, हत्याओं का आज तक पता नहीं चलता क्या होता है उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। बस एक ही चिंता है, ये FIR करते फिरो। ये टोटली पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड क्या कहते हैं केस है।
The National Herald case is not a witch hunt. The FIR alleges a criminal conspiracy that fraudulently acquired the Associate Journals Limited, which was owned by the National Herald newspaper, and the assets are worth almost 2,000 crores. Isn't this a big amount? And if the FIR accuses the Gandhis of conspiring to acquire these assets through young Indian, the Gandhis who hold 76% stake in the company, they should come out and express their case. But if 1 crore to young Indians was then used to acquire AJL without by paying 50 lakhs to the Congress party, all of this raises serious questions as to who beneficiaries owned the AJL and who were the people who were part of Dotex Merchandise Private Limited.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this edition of Live and Breaking, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break, because coming up next on Live and Breaking is 37 Maoists, including 27 carrying a cumulative bounty of rupees 65 lakh have surrendered in Chhattisgarh's Dantewada district, and more details will follow. Along with that, we'll also continue to track Cyclone Dwa, which is just about 80 kilometers away from making landfall. As heavy rains begin to lash parts of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, the NDRF is on high alert, and we continue to track Cyclone Dwa on the other side of this very short break. Do not go anywhere. Republic is Live and Breaking.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Parliament's winter session begins tomorrow. SIR air pollution to dominate the session. SIR extended by 7 days in all states. Draft electoral lists now to be out by December 16th. Opposition to corner the government on the SIR issue tomorrow. Ten dead, 40 injured in head-on collision between two buses in Tamil Nadu. "37 Maoists, including 27 carrying a cumulative bounty of Rs 65 lakh, surrender in Chhattisgarh's Dantewada district." Cyclone Dwa tracker live, storm 80 kilometers away. NDRF on high alert as extremely heavy rains lash Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. An all-party meeting was convened by the government ahead of the winter session of the Parliament, bringing together leaders across the political spectrum on the eve of a short but high-stakes session. Held at Parliament House, the meeting reportedly witnessed the opposition flagging a range of issues it wants to raise in both the houses of the Parliament, including the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls, the recent Delhi blast, and the key foreign policy concerns. Here is all that you need to know if you're looking forward to the winter session of the Parliament that's all set to begin from 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The Centre on Sunday convened the all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of the Parliament. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju and Minister of State Arjun Ram Meghwal represented the government at the meeting. Meanwhile, the opposition was represented by Congress leaders Gaurav Gogoi and Pramod Tiwari, DMK's T.R. Balu, TMC's Derek O'Brien, and IUML's E.T. Mohammed Bashir. Ahead of the winter parliament session, Union Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal said that the upcoming parliament session is likely to have active discussions.
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि चर्चा होगी और विपक्ष के जो दल हैं वो भी कई मुद्दे लेकर आए हैं ना, इसलिए लगता है चर्चा हो। पिछले बार के बाद और इस बार में परिस्थितियां बदली, उसके बाद बिहार का चुनाव हुआ। बिहार के चुनाव में भी जनता ने अपना कुछ मतदान के करके जो मत सुनाया, उसके बाद परिस्थितियां बदली भी है ना।
As the all-party meeting ended, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju stated that the meeting was very productive.
आज मीटिंग क्योंकि बहुत पॉजिटिव नोट में मीटिंग हुई है, मैं फिर से ऑल पार्टी फ्लोर लीडर्स जो आज पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं।
Meanwhile, responding to the opposition's take over the SIR, Kiren Rijiju said that the government is open to hearing their concerns and is ready for a discussion.
Within the opposition party, there are many floor leaders who are interested in running the house and also raising the issue. So it is not correct that all the opposition parties are prepared to stall the parliament proceedings by raising SIR issue only. The issue came up, but it is not that they are not interested to run the parliament.
Adding to the remarks, SPMP Ram Gopal Yadav stated that the Samajwadi Party alleged large-scale pressure on officials to remove voters.
समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से केवल SIR, इसमें बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर अधिकारियों के दबाव में BLOs आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, उनसे वोट काटने के लिए कहा जा रहा है, उनको अलग, जैसे हमारे यहाँ इटावा है, इटावा में सारे लोगों को कैटेगरी C में डाल दिया है। इटावा ज़िले में 7 लोकसभा के सदस्य हैं, 1 राज्यसभा का सदस्य है, 3 MLAs हैं, सब कैटेगरी C में, सब जाने कब से वोट डाल रहे हैं। तो ये अनियमितताएं इतनी ज़बरदस्त मनमाने तरीके से हो रही हैं, ये सिर्फ इसलिए हैं कि C में जो डाल दिया जाएगा उसको नोटिस देंगे। मान लो नोटिस नहीं देते हैं तो आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा, वोट कट जाएगा, वोट नहीं बन सकता।
TMC leader Kalyan Banerjee also emphasized that they are ready to cooperate in running the House.
No, we have not said so. We are still we are still expecting that when all the oppositions have said that SIR should be discussed, we think that good sense will prevail upon the ministry and they should begin the discussion of